All right, we're now with you live, not only on 5 Plus, but here on 5 on your side. And we're going to be sticking with you as our weather impact alert now. Our first tornado warning of the night just issued for this storm that is just to the southeast of Interstate 44. It is back coming out of that Plato area and headed towards the Edgar Springs area and potentially towards the Rolla area. This is a confirmed tornado at this point. We've seen the circulation. We've seen some debris show up on the radar. This is the area that actually has the better moisture. So if you're now in central portions of Phelps County from Rolla down Highway 63 towards Edgar Springs, we want you to get into your safe place at this point. Let's track this out. The storm is moving very quickly at this point, moving off to the northeast. And my timeline may be a little bit fast, but given the fact that this storm is moving so fast, we want you in your safe place as quickly as you can get there. And that includes the area from Spring Creek to Yancey Mills, divided to Rolla. This area here that's along Highway 63 going south out of Rolla, heading down into southern portions of Phelps County. So you see the storm and the rotation. There's actually a couple of areas here that are looking rather concerning as far as the potential here of tornadoes and rotation with this storm. As you look down into portions of southern Phelps County where it's moving in, the winds in this area, we'll pop that on, you can see there's a couple of areas that we're tracking. One's here just to the southwest and south of Spring Creek, and then there's another area of rotation that may be down just a little farther to the south here as you go north of Plato in that area. And this is all moving up towards Phelps County. This is southwest of St. Louis. Phelps County is in the 5 on your side area. And so if you're in this area, you need to get into your safe spot right now. And that would include being in the basement. If you've got a basement, that's definitely the spot you want to be, kind of switching between radars. We're at that point here on the radar screen where you could go either way with either St. Louis or Springfield's radar. And Phelps County is, in fact, Springfield's warning area. So that tornado warning in effect here for the area down south of Rolla, really from Rolla on to the south, is a concern. The other concern that we're having tonight, in addition to this, you need to be in your safe place here southwest of Rolla. We have the confirmed reports of a tornado with that. You need to be in your safe place right now, which is a basement or as many walls between you and the outside as possible on the lowest floor. But the other thing we have is outside of any of these thunderstorms tonight, we are also dealing with strong winds, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, and we have seen numerous brush fires across the area. And we continue to have that problem here this evening, and that's not going away after these storms come through. These will not produce an excessive amount of rainfall. So our tornado warning right now is in Phelps County. It's really the central parts of Phelps County. It does include the area along Highway 44 here as you work down into the area just to the east of Rolla and then just back west of Rolla. But it's really down Highway 63, and then as you get a little closer in here to the highways, the state highways here, Route J and Route T going down towards Flat and down towards Spring Creek. These are the areas where you need to be in your shelter right now. I want to pull this back out and get you a view around the entire St. Louis area. That's the only tornado warning in effect for our area at this moment. And again, that includes the Rolla area, but we have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Bowling Green. That's for the storm that's back to the west and out around Montgomery County in Missouri. We also have a tornado warning there, although that storm has shown signs of weakening just a bit in that area. But nonetheless, if you're out there towards Middletown and back west of Montgomery City and towards Wellsville, you still want to be prepared for 65 to 70 mile per hour winds. So now Pike County, Illinois, also included in a severe thunderstorm warning. So all of this line of storms, the entire line, north and west of St. Louis and then down to the southwest of St. Louis, is producing severe weather. This area that is down to the southwest of St. Louis is where the better moisture is feeding into the system. And so that's why we're seeing the tornadoes trying to develop with these storms that are just starting to move into Phelps County at this point. I'm going to give you another view with the winds here, and we'll kind of try to get in a little bit closer. You see somewhat of a circulation here, trying to work from that Ross Bridge area on towards Flat. That is where our tornado warning is. You're looking in here, State Route M, your State Route T, and State Route Y here. That area around Flat, Yancey Mills, and then heading on up towards the Rolla area. These storms are whipping and moving very fast. And so, Gary, we're going to be dealing with these storms racing to the northeast, and that's part of the problem tonight. You don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, Scott, as we continue to look at what's going on right now, of course, the big picture is the fact that we do have our first tornado warning of the night. We're probably going to see several more along this line. The areas to the south, that's the most favorable spot along this line. As we see multiple, you'll see that one tornado warning that's outside of our area. That's an area, of course, that we're monitoring as it continues to work its way up to the northeast. There's not as much moisture here, but this is also driving this moisture up as well at the same time. And, of course, this specific one here for Phelps County, and I'll zoom down just a little further, and you're able to see that. I always forget that I'm on the second one here as I push this button. And what you're able to see here as we continue to monitor this right now, it's this area in Phelps County, and this is until 8:15. So, of course, we're going to be with you here for the next several minutes. But as we've talked about at great length is how quickly this thing is moving. And I want to point that out here as you continue to know. And we're going to continue to see this thing move pretty fast. And you'll notice as I put this big picture on that we continue to look at, for the most part, just this wide area. And it's all part of this tornado watch that's in place here until 11 o'clock. And there will be more of this here over the coming hours, but you'll notice where there are a couple of those red polygons. And of course, this one shows up red, but it's been a confirmed tornado. And that's what I want to point out as we zoom back down in there. I want to show you a few things here as we take a look at this. As Scott was mentioning, when we start to see this pink area, that means there's a confirmed tornado. Either we've seen it or there is radar indicated debris that's been lofted up into the atmosphere. And I think that's going to be the case here with this one here as I zoom back out and go to this one. I want to show you right now. And Scott talked about how we go back and forth between radars. We have the St. Louis radar, but we have the Springfield radar. And there's not all radars in between that area, so it's going to jump between. But I want to point out, and this is the area that we're going to circle and highlight right now. That's the area with some pretty strong wind, which is toward, and you'll see, or away from the radar, and you'll see it's really on the higher end of the spectrum. We get some pretty significant wind gusts at the very least. And then behind it, you'll see that as well. And that's toward the radar. And that's what we're watching out for. When we have this really tight couplet, that indicates that we have significant severe weather, and of course, in this case, a tornado and a confirmed tornado. And that's one of the reasons that you'll see this here as we continue to look at that. You have two different pink polygons here right now as we continue to monitor this. And I pull back here just a little bit, and I want to show you the big picture here, because as we continue to monitor maybe upstream, let's think about this in terms of how fast this is moving, because this is still moving at about 50 to 65 miles an hour at the very least. And as we continue to watch this go up 44, this is something that if you have friends and family that are traveling on 44, say you're in Sullivan and you're going off to the west, that's something I want you to think about. If you're in Oak Hill, you're in Gerald, you're in Sullivan, you're in St. Clair, Steelville even. These are the things that I want to think about now as we continue to look at our next one. We've added now Jefferson County, Perry County to this tornado watch through 3 a.m. now. So there's been some additional counties that perhaps were not involved in that tornado watch that have been extended into that as well as a result of this. So that's an update that we'll continue to share with you, but I just wanted to point that out. I'm not always looking at texts from friends on watches, although I'll text them if something's coming their way, but we're watching that specific area of rotation that will jump down. I know Scott's going to show you here in a second, but I want to point this out here. It's this area which has continued to move up to the north, and I know Scott's got some tracks on specific areas right now with that. Our current wind speeds and gusts without these thunderstorms have still reached 63 miles an hour in Jeff City. It's at 55 in Rolla. That wind speed has been something we've been dealing with all day, Scott, but now we have our first tornado warning, and it seems like we're going to see more of this plus that straight line wind damage as we monitor this threat.
Yeah, a combination of both of those. This tornado warning now, they've taken the confirmed tornado warning off of the screen here and just gone with the standard tornado warning, but again, very close to being at Flat right now, and Vida and Doolittle. So that's the area that we are tracking. That includes the Rolla area. 63 and 44, a big interchange in that area. area that most of you would be familiar with. So again, as we look at this area off to the southwest of St. Louis, what we're watching is that deeper moisture feeding into this. That's going to ride right up ahead of this line of storms here as we go through time and help to enhance our chances for tornadoes here as we get into about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the metro area. Otherwise, we're looking at these storms out to our north and west. They seem to be more of wind makers and also some hail with that. Again, we're still about an hour or two away from getting that into St. Louis, but we just heard from Lincoln County emergency managers. They are declaring an emergency, a local emergency in Lincoln County. They have so many brush fires right now. They are out of fire resources to fight the brush fires. That is for Lincoln County right now. Do not burn. Be very cautious with any flames this evening. These winds are howling. Outside of these storms, it's very dry. These storms are not going to put down a whole lot of rainfall, and so you're not going to see really any break, because right behind these storms, the air dries right back out again, and the winds do not stop overnight. We will still be looking at those stronger winds. Technically, we still have this tornado warning here in effect for the northern portions of Montgomery County in Missouri. That's just outside the 5 on your side viewing area, but we know we have some folks that are watching there. But again, we don't really see what we would say would be classic situation of rotation in that storm. It's more looking like it's straight line winds at this point. But as we go farther to the south and we go down for that cell that's down here in Phelps County, we definitely have some craziness going on when it looks at the circulation in here. It looks like we have some sort of circulation. Some of this is going to be radar, misalignment, because we're getting far away from the radar site and it's not sure what to do with all the moving pieces. But we do know that Mizzou sent up a balloon this afternoon. They actually sent up a couple of balloons this afternoon, and you did not have to go very high before you were already in 70, 80, 90 mile per hour winds, and the jet stream was already running about 100 miles per hour up over us, and that is helping to fuel these storms tonight. You're looking at the heavy rain pushing into the Rolla area right now with some of the cameras, the traffic cameras that are down that way. Again, 44 is notoriously a bad highway when the weather is bad. You can see a lot of cloud to ground or lightning flashing in the clouds there. This circulation is headed towards 44 right now. It is to the south of it, but we're also watching that area with the rainfall, and that rainfall is pretty torrential as it's approaching Rolla at this moment. So you will get some heavy rain. Because the winds are so strong with this storm, it's able to reach up and literally grab that wind and pull it back down to the ground. And so we're looking at wind gusts potentially 65 to 70 miles per hour, maybe stronger, in addition to that potential here just to the northwest of Edgar Spring, where we may have some rotation that may push towards the Rolla area. So you want to be in your safe place, away from windows and doors, preferably in a hallway, in a bathroom, wherever your safe place is. We're wearing our shoes tonight. We have something to protect our head, and we're making sure that our friends and our family know that this is a line of severe thunderstorms. The ingredients are all available for us tonight in a setup that only happens once every 4 or 5 years, if that, to produce significant severe weather across the bi-state area. So again, we continue to monitor this. The immediate metro area, we still probably have another hour and 15, 20 minutes before these storms get in here. But considering they're moving at about 70 miles per hour or so off to the northeast, they are racing, the storms themselves are racing northeast, the whole line trudging to the east. Winds are strong with these storms as we continue to track them across the region. There have been reports of damage. Again, we're going to see the wind damage. We have numerous power outages across the region already. They're scattered everywhere just because we've had 55 to 65 mile per hour winds across the area this afternoon and into this evening, and that's not even associated with any of the thunderstorms right now. So again, the area here, you can see they trimmed that warning area down. That's where that nebulous area is there, just to the southwest of Rolla, just to the northwest of, let's see, we got to get back down there. Some days you try and your computer doesn't want to do well with you. So it's in this area here, northwest of Edgar Springs, where we're looking at that rotation potentially that's happening there right now. So again, that's the area. Yancey Mills, it's just off to the southwest of Vida. Again, here's State Route T. You have Highway 63 here. I think State Route M's right down there. So you're kind of in a rural area here, hilly terrain, hard to see, plus it's dark and it's pouring rain. So that's going to be wrapped in there. But you need to still be in your safe place now as this storm races off to the north and the northeast. The gusty, strong winds continue across the area at this hour. That's not associated with thunderstorms, and it will continue after the line of thunderstorms passes into the area as we progress through the evening hours. But that's our only tornado warning right now around the Rolla area. Otherwise, we are looking at severe thunderstorm warnings now, and that does include, it looks like, up into Gasconade County, as this storm that's out around Vienna is heading towards the east and northeast. So that'll be into Gasconade County here shortly and could contain winds of 70 to 75 miles per hour as it moves into Gasconade County. That's along US 50. That would be south of Herman, down towards Canaan, down towards Owensville. And again, a lot of damage being reported across the area outside of thunderstorms at this point, Gary. So that's, you know, it's, yeah, you can go back over to Mike and Kelly.
Scott, we just want everybody to know that this is really a dangerous situation because of the wind. Currently, St. Louis County firefighters are working over 30 different fire calls across the county. This includes several structures, such as houses and businesses.
And the problem with that wind is that we're having a lot of fires now. We're hearing about a lot of grass fires. In St. Clair County alone, at least 8 grass fires. And now we're having some issues in Florissant also. And we have crews all across the area. And Robert Townsend is in Florissant. Hopefully we can get to him.
Hey there, Kelly. Can you hear me? Hey, Kelly and Mike, we're out here in this subdivision in Florissant in North St. Louis County. A family had experienced some extremely scary situations this afternoon as a result of these high winds.
Yes.
Hope Latchison, you said that you were leaving your house,
Yes.
came outside, and then saw your house on fire. Tell us about it.
I came outside because I was taking my grandkids home, and I saw a flame, but I thought that's a lot of smoke. Then the wind blew, and then a whole bunch of fire just went to the next way, and so the houses start catching on fire one by one. All the fire was coming, and so I had to run back in, get my mom and everybody out the house. Then we went back to the next doors, and we were knocking on the doors telling everybody, you guys got to get out, there's a fire.
Yeah, this is your family in the car, your
Yes.
mom and then your grandchildren.
Yes, and
Everybody
my
got out
son.
safely?
Yes, we all got out safely, and my dog. I had to go back and get my dog. I was like, oh my God.
The dog got
So
in.
yes, Chandler.
So you had to knock on your neighbors' doors and got everybody out.
Yes, we had to knock on their doors because it was like they were like, what's going on? I'm like, you guys, we gotta go. There's a fire.
How scary was all that?
That was super scary. I've never seen a fire go that fast other than watching it on TV, but that was just mind-blowing.
What do you think about these winds? I mean, it's really strong right now. I mean, look at the dog. His hair's blown all over the place. Have you ever been through a windstorm like this?
No, never. And we've been here like 8 years, 9 years living here, and it's never been like this before, never.
And I know it's early, and you've talked to some investigators. From your understanding, power lines in the backyard of a neighbor's house, some kind of way
fell and caught fire, and then the wind just took the fire right along with everything else. So I think my backyard and my porch is got burned.
Where are you all gonna
And
stay
the next
tonight?
door, I don't know. If they let us go back, we'll stay at the house. If not, we'll have to figure out a way to get a hotel or something.
All right, I'm glad you are okay.
Thank you so much.
Again, this is all happening in North St. Louis County, the Florissant area. You can see back there a lot of firefighters are still here. They've got water hoses going up and down these streets. Again, the smoke and flames are out. We're trying to figure out exactly what happened from them, but the bottom line is that this family's big scare is over, and a lot of neighbors are out here now comforting her. That's the latest I can tell you here. We're live in Florissant. Kelly and Mike, back to you.
I just have a question, Robert. I guess I was going to ask him if there was more than one home, because we're hearing about one house catching on fire in some places and then more homes catching on fire.
And we do have video of a brush fire on Birchview Drive. This is in Florissant. A neighbor describes what happened.
I'm outside playing basketball, shooting hoops, and the wind gusts been going real strong, and I hear like a loud pop. So I go and look in my backyard, and I see this big branch on the power line. And I'm thinking like, well, I need to notify somebody. I need to call the police. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to my neighbor, ringing our doorbell, like, hey, it's a big fire. It's spreading. Like, I need you to help or come out. Then they come out, so I took action. And I was told to be advised to step back and move out the way, but I took action in my own hands. The mentality of my job with a live safe.
Shocking to come home from the DMV and find my yard burned. But I'm grateful that my neighbor stepped in and kept pouring the water until the fire department got here.
And just to give you an idea of how dangerous the situation is, Scott mentioned this, but in Lincoln County, they're declaring a local emergency because they are all out of fire resources for multiple outside fires because the power lines are being blown down and then they're leading to fires, sometimes of structures, sometimes brush fires, like we just saw.
And where Robert Townsend was in Florissant, he was interviewing that woman whose house caught on fire. There were at least 3 other homes that caught on fire too. We don't believe any of them were destroyed, but still, you know, they have to keep those under control, and this is happening in more than one area. So,
and Gary, you know, we're talking about the thunderstorms, we're talking about the possibility of tornadoes, but these winds are very damaging.
Yeah, the winds just outside of the thunderstorms are strong enough to be just classified as severe thunderstorm warnings themselves. Keep in mind, you know, our normal severe thunderstorm warning is 58-mile-an-hour or greater wind speed, and so we're seeing that outside of this. And this is before these storms. That's how strong this wind energy is with this entire system. We talked about the tornado watch. I wanted to update you on a couple of things here. This tornado watch remains in place until 11 o'clock, includes the St. Louis area, Franklin, Jefferson. The other one that I talked about maybe at the tail end of the last one does include some of our Metro East counties now until 3 a.m. So that's something to watch here ahead. Right now we have a couple of active tornado warnings, as we mentioned here for Phelps County, one outside of our area, but the one that is in our area right now is all along these lines. And you don't see this right now. This is one of the spots that I wanted to pick up for just showing where it's starting to strengthen. This is our severe thunderstorm warning right now that's up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts as we continue to monitor this. And you'll notice here as this moves, this is moving pretty quickly at about 70 miles an hour. And I want to put a track on this for you here, at least from Rosebud into Union at about 824 at that current pace. So these storms are moving at a pretty quick pace, but this is the capability of 70-plus-mile-an-hour winds. So I know it's starting to get dark now, and I know we haven't been outside here in the bunker, but it's dark outside now, and looking at the cameras, you're going to start to see flashes of lightning in the distance, and the wind is already picked up. So a lot of the times you hear the wind pick up and you notice the storms are coming. Well, the wind's already there, so now we're going to add to it as well. And I do want to point out to that one spot here, and this is where Scott mentioned it's in between radars. It's getting closer to that St. Louis radar. There's not as strong of a circulation with this system right now in Phelps County. This tornado warning is still in place, but it's something that we're looking out for. And you look at this wind, we still look at gusts close to 50 miles an hour, and some of the spots like Mike and Kelly mentioned and Robert talking about the significant wind, still gusts to 50 miles an hour. These areas are not even seeing thunderstorms at this moment. We have damage in St. Charles, which we'll talk about as well. But there's a lot of this going on right now, Scott, as we continue to focus on the bigger picture and the fact that we continue to look at these storms that are still not even close to adding more of that moisture that we're looking at, the potential for those dew points to get in the 50s, that low level moisture. And that's where it seems like we may see more tornado development in addition to those winds as well.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to be talking about here as we go further into the evening here. Another hour or two, and the storms that we're seeing here down 44 will be encountering the more moist air that's trying to work in a very narrow band. And that's Highway 63 in Rolla with that storm rolling through there right now. You can see it on your screen. That's pretty intense. We've seen winds. Again, keep in mind your winds are running close to severe thunderstorm levels outside of the storms. And then in the storms, you're looking at 60 to 65 mile per hour winds right now. And there's somebody out there on the roads. I guess a fair number of people are on the roads, even though we still have that tornado warning in effect at this moment down into and I want to go back to that just a second, see if it'll zoom in for me. It won't. But At this point, that tornado no longer confirmed and the circulation has weakened considerably, but you still, as you just saw, have a tremendous amount of rainfall there. The tornado warning here in Montgomery County is going to be allowed to expire. We don't see them extending that. The windy conditions, though, all out ahead of this line of storms and into Illinois. We are dealing with the windy conditions, and as you heard Mike and Kelly say, even in the Metro East, they are dealing with fire weather concerns at this point. So here's a look at the radar, the future cast, the suggested radar, just to give you an idea of the timing of what we're looking at. This is that first cluster of storms, the cluster down towards Rolla, as it's looking like in an hour or so from now. You know, this doesn't represent true reality, but it gives us an idea of what to look for. And it may be an hour or two slow. The reality is we're going to see thunderstorms developing across the region. And through the next probably 2 to 3 hours, you're going to get this narrow ribbon of moisture that goes up to feed these thunderstorms from about St. Louis down into southeast Missouri. And that moisture is critical to the thunderstorm's ability to be able to create rotation and to create those strong updrafts that potentially create some
We got another
large
one,
tornadoes.
Scotty, if you want to bounce back here.
Okay.
I got another one for Phelps County till 8:15.
All right.
So that's further up. Now that includes St. James. It's further up 44.
Okay.
So
That's what.
scoot on back there. Yeah.
Yeah, so they just did that and kind of zoomed in. We'll see if we can get this to go.
I'll pull it up for you. I've got they're on mine, so I'm going to zoom in for you a bit. But this is the area specifically, and now we're going to start to get into MoDOT camera land, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to see much on those because we never do anyway, because they're about 500 megapixels. But you know, as we look at this, that's the area specifically that the tornado warning is for.
Okay, so if you're in St. James, of course we have some weather watchers down in the St. James area, so we'll be probably hearing from them, assuming they still have power. A lot of people have lost power around the area this afternoon.
Yeah, there it is. That's the St. James. That is.
Yeah, and you can see traffic is still rolling along, and you see the flashes of lightning. Again, it's not confirmed, or is it? Well,
No,
it looks
it's not
like
confirmed.
it looks like they just colored it purple there on the southern part of that storm. And it was not the pinkish purple a few minutes ago. So that would be in this area here, pretty close to or just south of downtown Rolla, perhaps not too far from Missouri S&T at this point. I'm not sure if they're on spring break or have been on spring break, but again, that's moving into the Rolla area right now. Of course, we saw just a minute ago Highway 63 in Rolla. We had that MoDOT camera up a few minutes ago, and it was loaded with wind and rain. So we're dealing with the wind-whipped rain here through this area, but you need to be in your safe place. Lowest level of whatever building you're in, you're putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and you're also staying away from windows and doors in this area. So there's Highway 63 for you again, and as you look at that, you can see the intense winds whipping through the Rolla area right now, that camera from MoDOT. So again, if you're in Rolla, along 44, as it kind of snakes from Rolla up towards St. James, we need you to be in your safe place. Looks like that surge is kind of sliding in now through the Rolla area, so the heaviest rain sliding off to the east of that. Just back to the regional radar pictures again, Bowling Green,
Okay,
western
so
portions
tornado
of Pike County.
confirmed in Rolla by fire department.
Okay.
Storm now is coming up 44.
Okay,
So
so-
that is a TDS on radar.
Okay, well, let's pop that and see. So there's I-44 Rolla. Let's see what we have here as we look down there. Now, that's pretty messy. I don't know if we're going to see much on the radar scan. We got to flip it around. I don't know that you're going to get.
Yeah, it's still like you mentioned, it's in radar no man's land.
Right, yeah, it's hard
So that's
to find
where it's
anything.
a difficulty.
Yeah, hard to find anything there from that standpoint, but nonetheless, you know, the fire department says it's there, so we're going with that. And the fact that the fire department says it's there, so they've confirmed both of these tornado warnings. That takes it up towards Highway 68 if you're in St. James right now. Basically, if you're southwest of Cuba, going through St. James down to Rolla, all along 44, you've got really rough weather from Rolla heading up to the Crawford County line. This storm's about to cross into Crawford County. We know we've got the wind gusts. We've seen from the cameras down in that area that we are dealing with strong winds, some heavy rain. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a little hail in here, but the biggest threat's that wind and the potential of tornadoes here as we continue to see these storms feeding off additional moisture that is nudging into these storms and creating that potential of a tornadic spin and the dangerous twisting of the wind. Now, in this area, we're showing about 1,800 lightning strikes right now, cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. That's a fairly high number. So, and as you've seen from the flashing on the MoDOT cameras, there's a lot of lightning with these storms. So another threat to be concerned about. Again, if you're along 44 here, Phelps County, especially from Rolla east towards St. James and then north up Highway 68, you need to be in your safe place right now. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. You're wearing your shoes tonight. We all got to keep our shoes on because we don't know if things are going to break, if there's going to be broken glass. This is going to be a long evening for us around the St. Louis area, Gary, as we track these storms through. Again, this is the most impressive storm that we've seen so far, and you're saying the Rolla Fire Department says they are confirming a tornado there.
Yeah, and that's our first confirmed one, right, from a visual standpoint. We've had a couple that have been confirmed out of our area by the radar. So this is our first one in our visual standpoint. And it's the same spot that Scott and I have been kind of looking at throughout the night and talking about how the moisture is a little bit more favorable there. But that's all going to continue to work its way closer to us. So that's what we're looking at. If you're wondering in the St. Louis area, should I be prepared? These storms are still moving between 60 and 70 miles an hour. So I want to take you there here specifically and talk about one thing that we maybe haven't mentioned yet. This storm's going to be rain wrapped. You're going to see a lot of lightning with it. The wind is blowing. You're not going to be able to go out and see this. Don't bother. You're not going on your doorstep and checking out this tornado. You're not going to be able to see it, okay? So obviously I know the fire department has seen it, but they're out responding to calls. We have a lot of flashes of lightning, and that is how I would bet that they have seen it. We're not going to check with them right now. They're busy. But I'm saying you're not going to be able to go see this in that regard, in the normal standpoint of, hey, we're in the Midwest, we're going to go check this out. But I do want to point this out here in terms of how it is kind of working its way up 44 through St. James. You don't see it necessarily on this radar. It doesn't look all that significant. But as we continue to focus on this specific area, I want you to be paying attention in Cuba, in Bourbon, up 44. I know we got a couple of weather watchers. We got Roy in Bourbon here as we continue to focus on that. And this is going to pop up for me here, and I'll get rid of this in a second. But what you'll notice here, as I got to draw that a little bit smaller just because it'll run into that, and that's why I didn't like that. But as we've got this here, Cuba about 808, so it's not far away, right? This is how quickly this is moving. I want to show you where this couplet is, and it shows it a little bit better now as we get switched to our radar product. It was kind of in between radars. You see a lot of funky colors here. And what you're going to notice here is the toward and away from, and you'll see this kind of bullseye right here. This is the area that I want to highlight. That's what we're tracking at this point, and that's north of St. James, right over 44. And I think we're going to start to see, maybe a few issues here as we continue to focus on that, as we've got this specific area that's moving off to the northwest. And so that's the camera south of Cuba. You see the immense lightning. Like I said, that's the likelihood that they're seeing this thing, right? You have enough flashes of lightning and maybe even power flashes here if there's a tornado that you're going to continue to see that. And of course, as we focus on that, that's one of our MoDOT cams. You can see that, the whole line of storms. This is what we're looking at. We have toward the radar, away from the radar, and that's where the wind and that little circulation is. That's what we're looking at. So this is not, if you're in St. James, I hope you're already in your safe place here, but I want you to pay attention if you're in Cuba, and I'm going to bounce this back to the other setup here because I think you're going to look at this specific area here. If you're in Cuba, you're well to the north. These are areas that I would like you to pay attention to along 44. And I'm going to pull this out here, and I'll switch to this particular product here as I start to move this thing around. I want to get a little further upstream because I want to be able to at least look at some of these spots here north on 44 that maybe it's not raining all that hard, because even though you're not in that specific polygon, if this is a confirmed tornado, I want you to be out ahead of this here in Bourbon, 44, and I want you to stay away from this at 44. And I just kind of moving my way up to Oak Hill and, really well to the south on 44, Sullivan, anywhere in this particular area where it's maybe not raining that hard, but you can see obviously the wind is picked up. That's where I want to look at that because of the specifics with where we're dealing with that. It looks like it's very rain wrapped at this moment. But when we pull this up, that's where you can see that confirmed tornado. And like we've mentioned, and we'll continue to mention throughout the night, anytime you see that polygon turn pink, that means it's a confirmed tornado. And this is what we're looking at right now, Scott. As I know you're watching this, what's the latest from our emergency managers? We got an update here as we look at this specific storm because we're able to see this is our first one that's really shown up like this all night tonight.
Yeah, and we're not getting a lot of damage reports out of that area at this point, but we know the National Weather Service in St. Louis will begin the next process because Crawford County into southern portions of Gasconade County into southwestern portions of Franklin County would be the next areas in the path of this storm, as Gary was just talking about. And so those warnings are issued by St. Louis, and I would imagine they'll be coming pretty quickly here. As we go back into this area down to the southwest, these are your tornado warnings that are in effect for Phelps County. Here for about another 6-7 minutes or so till quarter after 8.
Now we've got it till 8:30.
Till 8:30?
Yeah, for Phelps. Yep.
Okay, so they're just
continuing to go just little by little, it looks like.
Okay, it looks like they did that. Well, they did that for a different cell. They did that for the one that's farther south. This
Baseball size hail now indicated.
Yeah. That's right down here. And so that's the baseball size hails along 72 here, between 63 and 72. Not sure if that's going to get into that area here. Let's try to get in a little bit closer. There aren't a lot of towns here, but that's off to the northeast of Yancey Mills where you may have some baseball size hail there. So severe thunderstorm warning for Phelps. Actually, Phelps County has tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, and so does Dent County at this point. The one that we are concerned about is the one towards St. James. That one is the one that has, as Gary was just showing you this, that circulation that's showing up here. So away towards the radar site, we're looking from St. Louis to the southwest. So we still have this circulation. Looks like it is north of Highway 44 right now, and it would be moving to the northeast. So if we take that circulation onto the northeast, that's going to take it north of Fanning. It's going to take it north of Cuba, but it does take it into Crawford County along Highway F here in western portions of Crawford County.
That's a
north
big
of
tornado warning
44. Yeah, I think they probably, yeah.
Till 8:45, and that's going to include Gasconade now and, of course, Franklin. So,
and much of Franklin County.
Yeah.
And the reason the National Weather Service is doing these longer warnings tonight, you're saying, well, good grief, that storm's, far away. But they're moving at about 60 to 70. Sometimes the storms are moving 75 miles per hour. They're moving very quickly. And so with the intent that these storms are moving, determined to make it up 44 very quickly. This tornado warning is going to be right along and north of 44. And again, as we track that circulation here out of northeastern portions of Phelps County, it goes north of Cuba. It goes just north of Bourbon, but that takes it very close to Oak Hill, between Oak Hill and Cuba along Highway 19. Some of the other areas that we're talking about here, here's Sleigh Ride Road, Highway F, McCade Springs Road, and again, Lakeshore Drive as you get out here in this area of western portions of Crawford County. This is going to be just north of 44. You need to be in your safe place right now, away from windows and doors. This is the circulation. These are the strong winds blowing towards the radar. Here's the winds going away from the radar. And when we look at this circulation like this, and we can see it, especially when it's that far away, and we've been seeing this on the radar for a while now, we know we're going to have problems. And the thing about this is, if I go back, let me just see if I can punch back here real fast. The thing about this is we look at this and we look at those warnings, the moisture is just feeding into these storms from the south. Okay, that's the better moisture that we're seeing those dew points bumping up a little bit. That's making all the difference in the world in these storms' abilities to be able to rotate and to get the low enough bases where you can get those tornadoes to drop out of the clouds. You see that other cell down here even farther to the southwest that looks like it's trying to develop a bit of a hook as well. So I want to bring it back and get you a picture around the entire area just so you can see what's going on at this point. That's where the severe weather is focused at this moment, though we do have a severe thunderstorm warning up in Pike County. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings for Montgomery and the rest of Gasconade County. That potential tornado working its way out of northeastern portions of Phelps County and heading into the northwest corner of Crawford County, southeastern portions of Gasconade County, very close to or just south of Oak Hill, and then pressing towards the strained Japan area and heading into southwestern portions of Crawford County. The biggest threat all along this line is going to be for damaging winds and some tornadoes. And you see, as you look there at 44 here, going down into Crawford County and Phelps County, the gusty winds, the flashes of lightning that we're seeing with those storms right now. All of these storms will be approaching St. Louis. It's 8:11 now. In about an hour and a half. So coming up on 9, 10 o'clock tonight, these storms will be getting into St. Louis. At the same time these storms are moving in, the moisture will be creeping in from the south as well. And so that increase in moisture will help to feed those storms and potentially create a very dangerous situation around the St. Louis area this evening. Winds have already gusted 55 to 65 miles per hour outside of the thunderstorms today. Numerous fires across the area. We already know our fire resources in St. Louis County, Lincoln County, very much strained at this point. And we may need our firefighters later tonight for damage problems and rescue issues as these storms move through the area. So there's a lot going on tonight. Mike and Kelly, I know you guys have been taking some notes over there, so you have a lot of information. Again, I'm going to tell you that tornado warning in effect for parts of Crawford County, Franklin County, into Gasconade County, down into Phelps County. It's moving away from Rolla right now. Again, be in your safe place. It's going to be a long night. But Kelly and Mike, what is some of the latest information you have for us?
Well, our biggest problem that we're having up ahead of these tornado warnings and the thunderstorm warnings that are coming into the St. Louis area are these brush fires and these structure fires, because power lines have come down. They've created these fires. Strong winds, we saw earlier in Florissant what that is doing to some homes. But there's a video of fire damage in East St. Louis. We got some fire damage near 18th and Tudor. Fire started at one home and spread to 5 others, and homes are now damaged or destroyed. At least one truck was burned up. We did talk to a person who witnessed the fire.
Like a volcano. It was just that bad. It's an unusual occurrence, but I tell you what, it's just awesome. And it's awful for somebody to be, somebody's been put outdoors and whatnot as a result of this fire. So we just praying and hoping that nobody was, lost or perished in the fire.
And in addition to issues in East St. Louis, Scott had mentioned, and we had mentioned before, Lincoln County, they are dealing with some major problems. They have declared a local emergency because they're just out of fire resources. And that is going to be a problem if they do have storm damage following that.
And the resources are already stretched in St. Louis County and St. Charles County because all these fires, and that's going to be a problem, as Scott mentioned, because we're going to need those firefighters. And just in case these tornadoes actually do develop in the St. Louis area, we're going to need those firefighters to possibly rescue some
Right,
people.
and they're urging people in Lincoln County, and actually we could all heed that advice, to stay off the roads because of the winds. Power lines are going down, and so they could have issues with that too. So if you can stay home, you should stay home.
And Gary, one thing we do know is that these storms are very fast moving, even up ahead of the storms making their way to the St. Louis metro area. We're seeing these huge winds, which are very dangerous.
Yeah, and these storms, like you mentioned, are moving at about 70 miles an hour. So that complicates things because if you run into, there are fires, brush fires, houses, or need for emergency managers on one side, but then they're also trying to communicate to their crews in the field, those emergency managers back in the office or somewhere else, hey, I need you to be aware that there is a tornado on the way within the next 30 minutes. So there's all kinds of communication and channels that are going on. So it really makes you respect and appreciate them even more in times like these. But as we focus on the imminent tornado warnings that are going to be in place for the next half an hour, and that's going to be the difference. You'll notice, and Scott has mentioned the fact that how quickly this is moving. And I want to point this out here. You'll see that confirmed tornado. They're not so sure that it's still on the ground at this point, according to the National Weather Service, but they do think that as we continue to look at things that, you know, we're still looking at the potential for that. It's a very impressive structure that it's holding together, and you'll see those flashes in the distance. Steelville, I know the Cuba emergency manager has sounded the sirens there, so if you're in Cuba, you're probably hearing that as well. But I want to zoom out just a little bit and watch how quickly this has moved, because I try every time you see me disappear and Scott and I trade off, we try to move this maybe upstream, up channel to where we can see things a little bit better, and that's how quickly this is moving. Even from 5 minutes ago, it's still already working its way up 44 close to Sullivan. So those are the areas that I'd like you to be perhaps in your safe space if you're not already, and Scott's mentioned that at great length here, just because we're dealing with that potential for a tornado. And I want to drag this a little further off, because as part of this larger area in Gerald, and I hope, Gerald, if you're in your safe space as well, that's where you need to be taking it. Anywhere in this polygon, you need to be taking it seriously, because this had the history of producing a tornado. So I want you to look at that as well. And even if you're looking really down upstream even further, let's call it Washington, Union. I know the sirens haven't gone off, but let's think about it. Just because of this impressive storm, if nothing else, is creating up to 60-mile-an-hour wind. Let's try to find where any debris signature is at this point. And I'll switch it back to where I can move this thing around a little bit more, because like I said, anytime we drag this thing around, you know, this is where we were starting to deal with that, and I had to pull this out a little bit now. And you're still not seeing maybe right about here. It's not as impressive, and I'll circle this once again, because like I said, these all happen when I have to move, and you're able to see that's the area of circulation that we're looking at right now near Oak Hill. And as it continues to work this direction, you'll see that most recent tornado warning. So let's see if I can get that one up, and I would bet that it's for this area of circulation right about here, and that is going to be a tornado warning that is in place until 9 o'clock for Franklin and Gasconade, among other spots. So let's pull this back, and I know Scott's going to get dialed in here just quickly, but let's pull out and figure out where this one is specifically, because that's what we're dealing with here. That's our most recent tornado warning, and I'm going to drag this. Like I said, this is what we do on the fly, because these things are going to happen a lot like this. You'll look at how all these polygons seem to overlap, and it all has to do with this entire system moving into that more favorable environment. And that means New Haven. That means, let's call it Washington, Missouri. Let's say Warrenton, even though it's on the south side, you're probably hearing the sirens. If you're in Warrenton, I want you to take this seriously as well. Let's think New Melly as we maybe zoom in to get a couple more towns. And I know Scott's going to get this kind of queued up as well. And I want to zoom in just a little bit more. And you're able to see that here specifically from Washington, Marthasville, especially in these areas along the bluffs, along the river, where I know people that live in the river and on the bluffs and don't think that this is going to impact them quite as much, because I play a lot of golf with these people, and they tell me that they're not as worried about it. Well, we need to be at least paying attention to this, because you know these are areas where it may not look that bad right now, but you're downstream for this tornado warning right now. And Scott, let's get an update on that specific storm, because that may be not one that we were looking at specifically, but all of a sudden it ran into that favorable environment as that moisture surge worked its way in. What's going on with this one?
Yeah, so we've finally started seeing that dangerous twisting of the winds here showing up. That is to the north of Canaan here. It's west of Highway 19. It's approaching that area, one would think here, as you go in along Drake. So this will probably roll very close to Drake, maybe just to the west of Drake here, that circulation. Now, we don't know that it's on the ground, but we can definitely tell there is that circulation here at this point. So let me see, you know, I'm going to try to do this over here. I'm going to put a track on it, and I'm going to do it on this side because it's easier to function on this particular computer. But just for this storm, assuming it is moving about 70 miles per hour, we're going to put it way out there. And look, I mean, this is in New Haven, 8:34. That's not very long from now. Concord Hill by 8:38. So these storms are fast-moving storms that we are looking at tonight and that we will be dealing with here over the course of the next couple of hours, probably until about midnight. The other circulation that we were noticing, and where we have another tornado warning, this down here just to the west of Oak Hill. We put a track on that and drag that off to the northeast. And again, you know, is this exactly where it's going to be? Probably not, but it's pretty close. That takes it pretty close to that strain area. Of course, the J-Pan strain school district out here, Mill Rock Ford, a spot that's in that area. Again, these are the spots to watch. That's a circulation there. The other circulation here, western portions of Gasconade County, those circulations tightening up and that dangerous twisting of the wind. Now that we're seeing this area get into more of an environment where there's more moisture available, which means the cloud base is a bit lower. That allows those storms to have a better potential of producing tornado, given all the other ingredients that are available with these storms. It is quite the line of thunderstorms, and we are looking at strong to intense winds all along that storm, the line of storms. And then as we get into the southern part of the line, heading down into the Ozarks, that's where we're getting this better moisture return. And it's literally, see those little darker green areas? That's feeding right up 44 right now, and it's in a fairly narrow range. Unfortunately, that's going to feed right into St. Louis as these storms push in this evening, and that enhances our severe weather risk and our tornado potential in and around the metro area. So take these warnings seriously. In addition to that, winds outside of the metro area or outside of the thunderstorms, even in the metro area, are gusting 60, 65 miles per hour in some cases. Kelly and Mike, that's causing some big problems as well.
It really is, and because of the fires and because of the winds, we've had some building collapses. Brent Solomon just filed this report from East St. Louis.
A busy, busy night in the Metro East tonight, and right now I can tell you that just a few moments ago we got word that a building here behind me has collapsed. We are on Missouri Avenue right now in East St. Louis, the 600 block. If you're familiar with this area, it's right across from the Culture Club and next to Hudlin Insurance and Local Legends. I'm joined now by the fire chief here, Chief Derek Burns. And Chief, what a busy night. First of all, what do we have right here to the left of you?
Well, what we have here is a building collapse that was caused by the high gust of wind. Hopefully no one was in there. It's a vacant structure. We haven't had any reports of any injuries. The good thing about this collapse is most of it fell inward, and most of it fell into the basement.
My goodness, you mentioned the heavy winds, and we should point out that that has really posed a challenge for you all evening long, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. What we're dealing with now is the winds are so strong that they're causing the electrical wires to arc, sending sparks down to the grass. That's why we're getting a lot of grass fires. Right now we're dealing with a lot of grass and brush fires.
At what point, Chief, I saw you earlier, there were several house fires, and you told me the winds were responsible for picking up the flames from one property and spreading them to several others.
Absolutely. Those winds were in excess of 50 miles an hour. And when it's windy like that, you know, the water is a struggle. The flames are really fed all the oxygen they need, and that's why they spread like wildfire.
Very quickly, I know you got work to do and your crews are busy all over. What is your advice to people tonight? It's still fairly early in the night, and we're in the middle of this severe weather threat.
Well, hopefully no one is out this late burning anything. Please don't burn. But they should be hunkering down for this storm we're going to have tonight, because that's going to be the next big thing. Right now, it's not much that they can do about the wind. Just stay safe. Be prepared for the storm coming tonight.
Very good advice, Chief Burns. Thank you so much for your time. Of course, again, we're dealing with a building collapse on Missouri Avenue. Crews are about to get to work as we speak. As the chief just said, be careful, no burning outside, and pay attention to your local media. We're glad you're watching the 5 Plus app right now. That's the very latest from East St. Louis. Brent Solomon, back to you.
Yes, and you said the storm hasn't even arrived there yet, so we want to check in with Gary. You have another warning?
Yeah, we have a latest tornado warning right now. It's for a smaller circulation that we're looking at, and this is all part of the same area that Scott has mentioned. This is low-level moisture that's feeding in. This is a very favorable environment, and this is kind of coming in as we expected it to, and it's all in the same spot. Let's start from south to north, because that's where we had our first tornado warnings as they continue to race up here, and that's where I want to take you here as we continue to monitor this right up 44. You'll notice here, this is the area that's the latest tornado warning. I want to point this out here. This is for this little area through 9 o'clock, as we have, I'll show you where the circulations are right now. If you're in New Haven, you're in Marthasville, you're in Pinckney, you need to deal with this specifically because I know you're well out ahead of this, and it's lightly raining. I know it's been windy, but these are the areas that these areas of circulation are starting to form, and you'll see this more near Steelville. To me, this looks more of a circulation. That's what we would kind of expect the tornado to look like until we put kind of an X-ray on it, and that gives us a better opportunity to look. And you'll see this here. That's one of these areas of circulation. They don't look like much right now, but it's toward and away from the radar. We see this different twisting of the winds, and we're seeing more of that right now. That's our first one, and this is the other one that we're kind of following along with as well. It doesn't look quite as tight, but that's the other one. And then, of course, we have, that's the latest severe thunderstorm, or that's the latest tornado warning storm at the moment. As we continue to look at this small area of circulation right here, it's going to get all wonky. Let's just point this in this direction. That's the area that I want you to, if you're in Marthasville and you're in New Haven, that's the area of the most latest tornado warning, and that's until 9 o'clock. And like I said, it all has to do with these areas of circulation which continue to move from north to south. If we can get this to kind of move, and I'll show you where these all are in a line. And you'll see that here. That's north of Gerald. That's north of Owensville. We have a couple of these here near Oak Hill. And you'll see that there are those little darker shades. And if I could put that back on here, I'm not going to draw these circles again, but notice how we have these little areas of circulation as I let this loop. That's what we're going to continue to deal with here, all the way from Bourbon across 44, where we have these little areas of circulation. And that means if you're from Union to Washington, like I said, around the river, even Augusta, New Melly, I know you're not involved in these just yet, and the sirens probably have gone off in Warrenton as well. But if you're in Wentzville, O'Fallon, that's when we're going to start to think about this, even closer to Wildwood, Eureka, Pacific, St. Albans, these areas that are closer to the river. Those are the spots that I at least want you to think about this here, Scott, because we're starting to see those same little spots, Scott, along that line start to develop. And I feel like this is just the beginning here, and this is kind of working out the way that we expected it to. But now it's 8:30 and it's plenty dark, and hopefully people are paying attention.
Yeah, and you know, one thing we want to emphasize tonight is we're going to be here as long as it takes. And we want you to make sure that you're staying safe, you're keeping your family safe, helping our neighbors. This is going to be a group effort tonight as we get through this storm. Not everybody stays in tune. Some of you may be watching right now on 5 Plus that have been watching every night when we've been on with our live broadcast, wanting to know the very latest. But your friends down the street may not have any clue that this is coming right now. And when you just look at this and we watch how this is moving, you can almost see the storms rotating here on the radar over the last hour. This latest tornado warning, Crawford County, and then stretching into Washington County and parts of Franklin County. So that one is along and south of 44. These are going to push right into the metro area. This is going to be moving into Jefferson County shortly. This cell is going to be moving into West St. Louis County. That cell is coming into Eastern Warren County, going to be moving into St. Charles County. If you have friends, if you have family in these areas here that maybe aren't impacted just yet, shoot them a text message, give them a call, make sure they know what's going on and what's coming, and that these are serious storms and we need to pay attention to those storms. Let's start with this one down at the bottom because as Gary was talking about here a few minutes ago, that one down towards Steelville, actually we're starting to get several circulations in here that are looking a little impressive. This one pretty close here to the Steelville area. Get it back out just a little bit. You've got some gusty winds in here. That's showing up very close to Steelville. Is a tornado on the ground right now? We don't know that for sure, but we do know we can see that there's a dangerous twisting of the wind inside that storm cloud at this moment. And that storm is producing significant rotation. That kind of lines up where you see that little hook, that little bend in the storm. So that kind of fits with the model that we go by, that we're taught in meteorology school, rapidly moving off towards the northeast. So that circulation could very well be very close to Steelville. Bet you have some hail too along Highway 19 going out of Steelville up towards Cuba. Let's get back into that wind mode here, and we'll go a little farther to the north and kind of look here. There's another little cell here. That's not too far. It's off to the west right now of Sullivan. That looks like that's a little bit of rotation there. That's just to the north of Bourbon. You have another area here near T. That's highlighted as well. Those are areas we have to keep an eye on. And then you've got this area here that's just off to the northeast of Drake. That's pushing up and heading towards New Haven. And yes, as Gary mentioned, this is the Missouri River. And we do have that tendency to think the rivers sometimes do drive the storms. And, you know, I'll be honest with you, if you look at this area along the Missouri River, Washington, Missouri, Augusta, Defiance, into Weldon Spring, into Harvester, then into West St. Louis County, into Bridgeton, into North St. Louis County, going along 270. Those areas historically have had some pretty intense tornadoes over the last several years. Will that happen this time? We don't know exactly how these ingredients are going to all come together, but what we do know is that as we're looking at this tonight, we are seeing the ingredients continuing to show up and the moisture continuing to feed into this system. And the ingredients are there for these storms to dangerously twist, cause not only winds that gust 60 to 70, maybe 80 miles per hour, but also create some strong tornadoes that may be on the ground for an extended period of time. And that potential is highest from about St. Louis, right down Highway 44, right down the Mississippi River for the next 2 or 3 hours, and then east of St. Louis, heading into the overnight hours here until midnight or 1 o'clock. Don't go to sleep tonight until this line of thunderstorms is through your neighborhood. Stay up, stay with us, and make sure you're staying aware of what's going on weather-wise. So again, the tornado warnings right now, they're all to the west and southwest of St. Louis, but it does include parts of Warren, Franklin, Gasconade County, down into Washington and Crawford counties. New severe thunderstorm warning here just into effect for portions of Lincoln County and Pike County as well. Of course, Lincoln County, we've talked about it. They have problems with the fires ongoing now, and now they're going to have to deal with even stronger winds and at least a bit of rain and lightning in that area right now. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning. All right, where are we going to next? Gary, you want it?
Yeah, I'll take it. And as we talk about those areas of circulation, I want to point out a couple of things. And obviously, as Scott has mentioned, this is the area that we have those three. Let's just talk about the polygons. And I know they're all going to get jammed together. The first and foremost thing, because of how fast these storms are moving, what you're going to see is by default, the wind is moving at 58 mile an hour plus anyway, even without thunderstorms. So it's not going to take much to get a severe thunderstorm warning. That's why you start with that, right? That's why we see those yellow polygons that are outlined for the area. Then we find the circulations within. That's when you see the tornado warning. So there are going to be a lot of those that kind of overlap here over the coming hours. So just wanted to point that out if you're kind of following along, you're worried about a couple of things. So let's look at the leading edge of this area, because we have this area from Steelville, which is probably the most impactful circulation here as we work its way off to the northwest, northeast toward Rich Woods here as we continue to look at things here. You'll notice here that from north of Washington here, overall, we'll still continue to deal with this specific area. And I wanted to point out some of these areas near Marthasville as we track this, you know, and I'll show you where this area of circulation is. Let's look off to our northeast and how quickly this is moving at about 70 miles an hour. Marthasville, it's about 8:39, right? So this is 8:33. The radar data may be a 30 seconds to a minute behind just because of all the channels that it has to go through. So I want you where you need to be and take this seriously. We'll give you it all clear in a few minutes. And I want to get out ahead of this here because that's not something we've done recently. These spots from Wildwood to Cottleville to Bridgeton into the St. Louis County and metro areas, you are anxiously waiting. When is this going to get here? And at its current pace and the way that this is setting up, we're going to start to see plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings and perhaps tornado warnings as well. It's not out of the question, but I'm telling you that the environment's relatively favorable. So let's just get ahead of this and talk about the leading edge and start to pick a few cities off to our northeast. So let's draw this again, because not all the time does it work as well as I want it to, because that's just the way things go as we continue to draw this thing, and it still doesn't want to. So we're going to we'll start baby steps. There we go. Now we're talking here. Let's get to Cottleville and we'll stop there, and I want to push my luck here, because let's go to Pacific here at 8:43, 8:51 in Cottleville, right? So it's 8:33. This is moving pretty fast. If you're in Cottleville, you're in St. Charles, in this area, pretty much anywhere within the area that I just drew, let's start thinking about where's my plan? Where are we going to go? If me or Scott tell us we've got something going on, right? Now let's find those areas of circulation. We talked about this one that's south of Cuba, and you'll see this here. It's maybe the most impressive that we had seen, at least in the last few minutes. Maybe not the whole time, but that's one of the areas of circulation. So out ahead of it, that's where I want you to be prepared in that area, the tornado warning. Let's go to the north here, because we have another one that probably has the biggest burst of wind, and it's this bright area. Once again, keep in mind, this is radar indicated wind from toward and away from the radar. So you see a lot of calmer wind, at least in general, but then we have those bursts of wind, and it's right here. That's what we're looking at here as that continues to push off to the northeast. I want to go a little further to the north, and it's maybe not a spot that is showing up quite as much, but I'm going to have, like I said, these things are moving so fast that by the time I set my graphics, just to be fully transparent, by the time I set my graphics, I have to draw it again. And this is an area that maybe we haven't mentioned quite as much, but I'll get my draw back on here. And this is near Jonesburg and Warrenton. You know, we don't have anything right now, but I want you to point out where we're starting to see these little notches in. We talk about this so often when we have these weak tornado setups, where we have these little notches of kind of an inflow here where we get these areas of rotation. That's an area we're going to monitor. So I'd like you, if you're in Warrenton, if you're in Troy, you're in Wentzville, that's a spot I would at least prefer for you to at least take this a little seriously and maybe at least get indoors if you're not already for some reason, but just out ahead of that. Let's talk about Troy. Let's talk about Old Monroe, just at the very, very least. And I know that Warrenton is still in that polygon right now as well, but I got to think that we're starting to see some better low-level moisture, even with the more returns, and it's this area right here. And so those are the spots that we're looking at in terms of the potential right now. Like I said, this is not a tornado warning right now, but it is all about being ahead of things because of how fast this is moving here as I just scan this back and as Scott's getting ready. Like I said, it's those areas out ahead in Cottleville, Creve Coeur. This is a 20 to 25 minutes, and I'm not even going to try to attempt this, but you know, you're talking about 30 minutes or less. I'm not going to draw, Scott. Let's just put a track on. You got the machine. It might work a little better here. 30 minutes to 45 minutes for the St. Louis area, I would think, right, Scott? That's kind of what we're looking at.
I think, yeah, by 9 o'clock, definitely coming into the metro area here as we head towards 9 o'clock. And between 9 and 9:30, kind of spreading through the area. And then by 10 o'clock, probably pushing into the metro east. Again, it's the storms in the southern part of this line that have access to better moisture. And I know we're making a, you know, Frank Cusimano, he's down at spring training, I think, and probably it's good because we've talked about dew point a lot this week, and that drives Frank crazy. But it really is making the difference here. We have dew points that are approaching 60 degrees feeding into these storms. That is the humidity that you need to create severe weather. You don't have as much of it farther north, but farther north, you are looking at strong winds. All of us have to deal with the winds. We've had that all afternoon long. Around 60 miles per hour, I think, is a top gust in St. Louis this afternoon. We've had the brush fires. They've spread to homes. We've had power outages because of the ongoing strong winds, not even associated with thunderstorms. These storms then tap into some of these winds, and it looks like as you head up, probably now going from Louisiana across the river into Pike County, Illinois, probably had some large hail up that way. There may be some smaller hail in these storms that are coming into western portions of Lincoln County, but you also still have 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Of course, we already know, we've heard from emergency management in Lincoln County that they have ongoing fire problems and they're out of resources to fight fires because of so many brush fires. Similar situations been happening down into Monroe County in Illinois. We're getting word that they have 4 companies out there on the bluffs with fires. Winds out ahead of these storms very intense, and we're getting some of those brush fires because of that. Then in these 3 or 4 storms here that are down over portions of Franklin County, down into Washington and Crawford counties, these storms are the ones that have those circulations in there, and periodically those circulations tend to tighten up a little bit, and when they do, that's where we get that potential rotation. So there's one area just north of Sullivan right now. There's another area that's just off to the south of Cuba. And then as you work your way back up towards Gerald, we have another area. And then just to the southwest of New Haven, here's another circulation here. They are racing to the northeast. Are they producing tornadoes right now? We really don't know for sure. I can put on this little tool here and kind of look. This is our debris tracker, and it doesn't really have anything that stands out to me as being a confirmation of a tornado. But we know those circulations are there, and then we know the environment is favorable for them to drop out of the sky and create a tornado. And we already know that we've already had wind problems. So any twisting of these strong winds is an even greater threat. Let's toss it back over to Mike and Kelly. If you're in the path of these storms, take them seriously, get inside, get down, cover your head, you know, be safe, wear your shoes.
We'll get right back to you, Scott, but we do have reporters all over the bi-state following the damage, following these fires. Our Megan Kernan is in Truesdale, Missouri.
It's in Warren County. Megan, what is going on where you are?
Hi, guys. Yeah, so we are actually in the Truesdale community tornado storm room. So we're doing exactly what Scott said. We are taking shelter. We were in the storm tracker just driving around Warrenton, and then once it started to get bad, the sirens were going off just a little bit ago. They stopped now, but it's raining here, it's lightning. The winds are really starting to pick up, but luckily we haven't seen any damage. Like I said, as soon as those sirens went off, we, hustled into the storm shelter. Right now, there's about over 50 people here in the storm shelter. I know that this is a community where a lot of people have, are living in RVs, and they're like, we had no place to go, and this is the safest area for them right now. But this storm shelter is awesome. Really, it can withstand up to 250 miles per hour winds. So it is the place to be right now.
Megan,
Yes.
I'm sorry. We'll have to come back to you. We have another tornado warning. We want to get to Scott right away.
Yeah,
Thanks,
so
Megan.
we're gonna get in here with this tornado warning. This is a new one. That circulation that's out to the west here, multiple circulations. So now we have a new tornado warning that's spreading into the metro area. So we've talked about the National Weather Service is issuing fairly long warnings here, fairly large warning polygons, because these storms are moving so fast. This does include much of St. Louis County, particularly western and northwestern St. Louis County into St. Charles County, and also includes Franklin County. That is now a confirmed tornado that is out here for that tornado warning that is coming out of the New Haven area and pushing into portions of Warren County. So these are new. First of all, much of the metro area, including West St. Louis County, much of St. Charles County, you're under a tornado warning. Your immediate threat is still to the southwest, still into Franklin County. So in Franklin County, that's where you need to be in the basement right now and be working towards that in St. Charles and St. Louis County. If you're here in northern portions of Franklin County, where we have that confirmed tornado warning now, that is in and around the New Haven area and stretches into Warren County, we want you in your shelter. This is now a confirmed tornado warning, or a confirmed tornado, and that warning has been upgraded here. So let's see if we can get it to tell us that. That timing is until 9 o'clock. Marthasville, New Haven, Pinckney, Gary was just mentioning this a few minutes ago, right along Highway 47, right along Highway 94. Here's the Missouri River. Here's Highway 100. This storm moving rapidly off to the northeast. Here's the circulation that's producing that. We have that tighter circulation here, just off to the northwest of New Haven, just to the southwest of Pinckney. So that's going to cross right over the Missouri River, right across Highway 94. And, given the fact that these are moving so fast, kind of putting this out just a little farther. Holstein, Marthasville, Piers, Aspenhof. This is going to be close into that Innsbrook area too, where that circulation may move, and it could very well put down a tornado. So you folks here need to be in your safe place right now, inside, away from windows and doors, lowest level. Bathroom's good, hallway's good, closet's good. Make sure you're wearing your shoes. Again, confirming that this is a tornado here that is occurring right now. Evidence of that, not sure if it's based on radar, although you can certainly make a case for it. We have a little bit of a dropout right there.
Yeah, now they're both confirmed.
So they are both confirmed now?
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to the broader perspective. So we're getting confirmation here.
I'm seeing a little bit of debris now. If you want to pull up your debris detector, I'll pull it up if you don't
Okay.
have it. But
Let's
I've
see.
got some debris right now. If you want to pick it up, it is going to be
Pinckney?
north of Stanton.
Oh, no, the one
just-
north of Stanton, okay.
Yeah, that's where I see the debris right now.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
That means, as Scott will mention, that means that something's being lofted in the atmosphere, is picked up by the radar. That's how we confirm this.
Yeah, so here it is. So there's where our dropout is. So this is our debris detector. So what this is the radar is looking at all of what's flying around in the clouds, right? So if it's a raindrop, raindrops all look similar. If it's hail, hail looks similar. If it's a mix of hail and raindrops, that looks similar. When you get big dropouts that look like this, that's an indication that you got a bunch of other stuff in there that's not rain or a hailstone. It's leaves and it's sticks or it's debris of some sort. So this is very close to, at this point, north of Stanton for sure, and rolling to the northeast. So if you're in Union, this is going to stay north of 44. But in that area around Union along Highway 47, and it just kind of moved on right over Lake Hill Road, right over Riker Ford Road, Highway UU, into the North Bend Loop here. We're heading towards Highway, let's see, we just zoomed in so far, Highway 47 going up towards Union. So this is working its way towards that area in and around Union. You need to be in your safe place right now. This is a confirmed tornado, and that debris signature is getting even larger as we speak. So they are scanning it right now. And there you can see kind of that area where you see a bit of a notch there. It's kind of hooking here. You're in a situation where we're getting more moisture with these storms feeding in, and so the environment is really conducive, is really good for these storms to rotate and to create those twisting winds and the damage. So that's now a confirmed tornado warning for that storm, which is producing a tornado to the southwest of Union right now, west of Highway 47. That is going to be working towards Highway 100, Gray Summit. It'll be working towards Pacific. That cell will work towards Washington, Augusta, Marthasville, Defiance, Wildwood, into the Eureka area, probably just north and west of Eureka for this, but out along Highway 100 here as you go through the Gray Summit area, the Bowles Fire Protection District in this area. So that's what we're looking at. Eventually, it does get up towards Lake St. Louis, into the Cottleville area, into Weldon Spring, into Harvester, and quite possibly all the way into Bridgeton and Maryland Heights. Again, get into your safe place now and be prepared for this storm to move through. It's going to be moving in 15 to 30 minutes. These storms are flying across the area. We'll put it into motion for you over the last hour, and you can watch just how fast they are rolling along. Now, that cell southwest of Sullivan, that's showing some signs that it may actually be strengthening. The cell that's producing that tornado that's not too far from Union has lessened its intensity a little bit, maybe fighting for that moisture source with the cell that's a little farther to the south. Don't let your guard down with any of these storms. Stay inside, away from windows, away from doors until these storms go through. Don't go to sleep tonight until this line of storms has passed your neighborhood. We want to keep you safe tonight, and this is one of those scenarios now where it's dark and these storms are powerful, and the potential for them to linger for a few more hours will continue. So let's play it safe here as we head through the next few hours, Gary.
Yeah, we just got another one here. Now it's for Washington County and Crawford County, so that's been the latest since. And I'll find that one specifically here, and I'll figure that out. You can see where that's the new polygon that's popped up, and I'll drag this further to the south, and we'll go through all of them together, because I think you're going to see quite a few of these here over the course of the next hour. It's like Scott mentioned. Yeah, here's where the most latest one is right now from Potosi here. That's probably the newest area, and I'll zoom in down there in just a second. So let me get down there here and pull a couple of things. And I want to focus on a couple of the existing circulations, because we do have two confirmed tornadoes, which have obviously sent off the sirens here. But I want to focus on that new one just because that's one we haven't talked about just yet. And you'll see that here from Potosi. And let me zoom into some specific areas here as we're talking about some of the areas that right now are involved in that polygon. I'm going to zoom in here just a little bit more here. That's north of Viburnum. That's from Belgrade here. And some of these spots are not necessarily as populated as the other ones that are involved in that, but I still want to go through that as well, because this is a spot that hasn't seen that just yet. Even if you're in Irondale, I want you to make sure you're taking this seriously as well. But Potosi, DeSoto, Richwoods right now, that's the latest tornado warning that goes in place until 9. Now let's focus on some of the other areas that Scott mentioned that we have rotating storms and either confirmed tornadoes or out ahead of it from New Meliant to Weldon Spring, Cottleville. These are the spots that I told you earlier. Let's talk about this from 15 to 20 minutes. Right now, this doesn't include the city of St. Louis, but when we're talking about how quickly the storm is moving, this is all the way from Cottleville to Chesterfield. Like I said, Creve Coeur is involved in this. Maryland Heights, that also, of course, involves the airport here, as you kind of see right on the edge of the airport. So, you know, this is right across the river. And some of these roads that, of course, as you go through on T and 109 and 364, where it's a 2-lane highway, especially 94, it's going to be dark. It's hard to see at this point. So these are the spots that we want you to avoid here at this point. And we're going to switch to a couple of different products here as I zoom out and show you where some of these are. And Union right now, this is the circulation that we're most focused on because it is the tightest. And as I show you this different product and I go through this area, you're able to see where this wind has already started to pick up. And like I said, these storms are moving so quickly that by the time I go to the other computer, set the graphics for where even out ahead of it that I think it should be, it still races by. That's how quick this thing is as we continue to focus on where this area of circulation is. Right now from Sullivan into Bourbon, you'll see that latest one. Let me get up to this one near Union. This is the area that I want to highlight that I think is the most likely where we have this tornado, and we've even looked at the debris signature right now from Union. That's a spot if you're in Union, if you're in Villa Ridge, even if you're in Pacific. I want you to start taking cover just because I do think this is probably the most likely scenario where there is a tornado on the ground at this point. From Augusta, even into Wildwood, Weldon Spring, you can see that's where the National Weather Service office is, where the radar is starting to work its way in. And even as I switch to a couple of different spots, this is not as tight of a circulation as it once was. That was a spot we looked at as well. But like I said, it's this area from Union to St. Clair that's involved in that confirmed tornado as the radar, as we even looked at the debris signature. And I can start to find that right here. And I'm going to point this out. And I know Scott's going to look at that as well. But here's where we see that debris. And let's see, I think I paused that, but actually I'll go back here. And you can see that, look at this Union near 44 right now. We've got that camera on here, and let me move this back here. And it's this area right here. That's what is picked up by the debris detector, as you can see, Union and 44 right now. That is what's being lofted into the atmosphere, whatever it may be, and that's what means it is a confirmed tornado. So I know Scott's going to get up street level with this here in just a second, but if you're in Villa Ridge, if you're in Labadee, and I know that's another spot, if you go all the way back here on T from Labadee all the way around where you're driving in behind those bluffs, it's tough to see, especially by the railroad tracks over there between Augusta right across the river. There's really nowhere you can go. I want you to make sure you have a safe place and a plan because, like I said, that's the recent area, even with the latest scan right there. In fact, if you look at the latest scan, that's increasing a little bit now, Scott, as you kind of look at this. And take a look at this, Scott. Yeah, I know you're looking at this specifically here.
Yeah, 5,000 feet. The Weather Service, scanning it up, they've got debris up to 5,000 feet with this storm. So it is definitely lofting the debris. That's for that storm that's around Union right now. That's part of this whole complex of storms that's rolling through. We still have our tornado warning here in Warren County, but that storm doesn't look as impressive. The circulation here around Union heading towards Augusta, probably towards Defiance, maybe getting into that area around Gray Summit. Then we have other circulations. There's still one down here towards Sullivan and south of Steelville. So when we kind of look a little bit closer in here, that storm that's right now that Gary was just talking about towards Union, that's the one that's coming into the metro area. So that's going to be into St. Charles County. We're already starting to see the rain get into western St. Charles County. The winds have been picking up ahead of these storms all afternoon long, outside and away from storms. So we've had wind gusts to 50 and 60 miles per hour. Now these storms are rotating. We're getting the signals for debris in here and the potential that these storms are actually causing damage as they're racing to the northeast. So this cell that's close to Union will be on the other side of Highway 47. It'll pass southeast of Washington, Missouri, but right along Highway 100 here, west of Villa Ridge is most likely, let's say between Villa Ridge and Washington, Missouri, that's most likely where that circulation will go, and then up towards Augusta. We go down to the south. This is another cell that's looking impressive, and we always have to watch those southern cells, because when we have cells that are farther to the south, they are closer to the deeper moisture. They have access to the better ingredients, and we will watch this storm here over southern portions of Crawford County. This is Highway 19. That's Highway 8. You're down here in a wooded area, pretty rural area, but there's probably some golf ball size hail in there right now, and that storm is racing off towards the northeast, and most likely that circulation will continue to cross just to the east of Steelville and then head into Washington County, likely staying off to the north and west of Potosi. Likely, but no guarantee on that. So that's why your tornado warning does include that area around Potosi. It does include up towards Richwoods as well. These storms are headed towards Jefferson County and into the metro area right now. So if you're in Jefferson County, if you're in the city of St. Louis, North County, Madison County, St. Clair, Monroe counties here on the Illinois side, you have about an hour or so before these storms start threatening you with the actual damage encouraging weather outside of the winds we've already seen tonight and outside of the brush fires and such that we've had going on. You need to be in your safe place inside, away from windows, away from doors, trying to get to that low spot. You know, basements are always best, but not everybody has a basement. Now, I will say this, if you're in a manufactured home or a mobile home here in the metro area, you probably should try to find a place, call some friends, call some neighbors that have a more substantial shelter that can take a 75, 80 mile per hour wind without putting you in harm's way. Again, especially in the Metro East, we have time to get you someplace pretty quickly as long as you don't dilly-dally. Those storms are rotating right on up 44 now, and that storm that's coming out of the Union area is already right now approaching the area just southeast of Washington, Missouri, and as it does so, that circulation is going to be pushing towards the Augusta area here in the next few minutes, just popping on the radar. And we're getting close to the radar, but you can see indications here, a couple of spots where we're looking at that potential of rotation. And then when we put the debris tracker on here, if it wants to go, that's a pretty clear sign right there just off to the east of Union that we do have some debris lofted. And just tracking that, again, that area of Augusta, the area around Gray Summit, the area here along the Missouri River, Labadie, out there towards St. Albans. Those are areas where you need to be in your safe spot at this point as these storms continue to move to the northeast. We're tracking them tonight. If you're in the path of these storms, Mike and Kelly, we can't emphasize this enough. We need you to get into your safe place and don't go to sleep tonight until these storms exit your neighborhood. That means you may have to stay up a little later on the Illinois side. We're going to be staying up late tonight. So it's just safer at nighttime when you have the potential for tornadoes if you stay up and ride those storms out in a safe place.
I have a question, Scott.
Yes.
Why does it seem like it's more dangerous at night?
Well, at nighttime, for one thing, you can't see the storms. You know, during the day, if you have a tornado, you look off to the west, you see a dark sky, you know something is happening, right? So you can figure it out. At night, you really don't know. And if you go to sleep and you're not aware that, hey, I've got a supercell or a storm that looks like a supercell that's rotating, that's dropping a tornado, if you're asleep, you don't have your notifications on, you don't have a NOAA weather radio, you could easily sleep through it and it can hit without warning. Northern Illinois actually did a study several years ago and found that nighttime tornadoes that happen between midnight and sunrise are 2.5 times more deadly for similar strength tornadoes than what we see during the daytime. So that's one of the reasons why we're encouraging you, especially in the Metro East, to kind of stay up here until these storms pass through. I mean, we're only talking to about midnight, and then I think this line of storms will be over towards Interstate 57 and heading out of here tonight. But that's why.
And I'm recalling what Scott said at our 2 o'clock editorial meeting today. We always have an editorial meeting to discuss what our coverage is going to be for that day. And the first thing he said is, my goal is to keep everybody safe tonight. Yes. And that's what Scott and Gary are doing tonight. And they're just trying to keep you informed so that you can stay safe. A fire broke out in Bellefontaine neighbors at Repose and Esquire tonight, and our Robert Townsend reports from that scene.
I'm Robert Townsend. All night long we've been following these brush fires, grass fires, house fires as a result of these whipping winds out here in North St. Louis County. Come over here, let's talk to Jarrell Donald. 2 hours in counting since your house caught on fire here on Repose Drive. Tell us about it.
Yes, I was leaving to go to the gas station. I go there for about 5 minutes. I just had got out the shower. I get a call like while I'm sitting in the gas station parking lot, and from my neighbor's grandson, and said that, hey, you might want to go home, your house is on fire.
So you got back here and the house was on fire. What's racing through your mind?
Man, oh my God, man, I didn't know what was going on. I'm thinking about my people, belongings. Nobody was in my house, but I'm just concerned about the other neighbors and things like that, you know, that's what's racing through my mind, make sure everybody's okay and things like that.
And as far as you know, somebody a block over or so was barbecuing, and apparently their barbecue pit blew over because of the high winds, and then your grass caught on fire, then the house?
Yes, yeah, I think it all started from everybody's lawns. It spread across the lawns and started like catching at people's houses and things like that. You got leaves out here still, you know, that type of stuff. So
what do you think about this crazy windstorm?
Oh man, this is ridiculous, man. I don't even know why, me personally, I don't even know why nobody would be barbecuing it.
Where are you all gonna stay tonight?
I'm really not sure. I got a couple options. Possibly my sister's house. That's where I'm kind of leaning towards. So,
Jarrell, thanks a lot. Good luck to you.
all right.
And that's the situation right now at this 8 o'clock hour from North St. Louis County. I'm Robert Townsend. Back to you guys.
Yeah, here as we look at our one of our storm chaser friends with Midwestern Storm Chasers, they're checking things out on 44. You can see that obviously this is one of the reasons it's tough to see at night. But obviously there's a lot of flashes of lightning. I'm not sure that we're going to be able to see anything specific just yet, but we'll check in with them right now. But what I want to focus on the fact is that we have another setup here. We've had a couple of different circulations. One now that there is in Gray Summit. If you're at Gray Summit, you need to take cover immediately because they're going to be updating the fact that the damage could be considerable as we continue to monitor the fact that there is debris being lofted in the atmosphere as we continue to focus on that. So once again, pulling that up here as I want to focus on a couple of spots here as we pull this back up to me here in just a second. One of the things that as we continue to come back to me if you can whenever you get a second. I'm on camera 4 here at the Chroma, just for those in the back as we continue to talk to that, as we figure things out. One thing that we'll focus on is the fact that we obviously have a significant area of severe weather here over the next, there we go, magically appear, that's what happens. But I want to talk about some of the circulations that are embedded with this right now. And this is the area, you can almost see this right now near Gray Summit. And I want to zoom in this a little bit right now. But this is the area right now that we have considerable damage as this circulation continues to strengthen. And I'll zoom back out once I switch back to a different product here. And I'm going to zoom into this specifically because, like I said, we've had to get out ahead of this right now. So that was the first tornado warning. Let's go find this one right now. You can see this very well. Now, this is the area of circulation right now from Villa Ridge, and you can see specifically that's where we have this area of circulation right along 44 between Villa Ridge and Gray Summit. I'm going to do you one better here, and I'm going to try to zoom in just a little bit if I can specifically so we can find street level and obviously more than just 44 because I'm aware that especially around Gray Summit, and this is where this is obviously going to be a little bit behind. So let's see if we can get this ahead. Of course, this is right near Deloge Estates Drive. That's right along 44. Pacific Summit Mobile Home Park. That's going to be something that we have to monitor because I hope that you're in your safe space right now because as we continue to follow along where this could go, and I want to zoom in just a little bit and I'll pop back out just a little bit more as we kind of find this here. Like I said, this is the area of circulation that we have a tornado, and you'll see that confirmed tornado as we show you that purple polygon, the pink looking polygon. This is what we're looking at here from Villa Ridge to Gray Summit. This is a significant situation where if you're out ahead of this in Pacific, even if you're in Pacific, if you're in Gray Summit, you're in Labadie, I'm going to try to get you ahead of things here. This is a significant situation where this is a confirmed tornado. I'm going to try to get anywhere on 44 as this works its way up from Labadie. And if you're at Gray Summit, if you're along 100, and I know this is a tough spot to drive, even if you're in St. Albans and Wildwood at this point, because this is a confirmed tornado with considerable damage, and we have Pacific here, that's in the camera there, and you'll see this wide area of thunderstorms as we continue to monitor this right now. That's the area of circulation. You can see that pretty well-defined area of circulation here as we continue to check in with some of our emergency management partners. As the storm continues to move into the St. Louis Metro, this is a very dangerous situation. We now have a tornado warning for Calhoun County, St. Charles County. They've extended this a little bit further. So that's another area of circulation. And this is a wording from the National Weather Service, a meteorologist in charge that's talking about this specifically. This storm is moving into the St. Louis Metro in all caps. This is a very dangerous situation. So this is something we have to take specific caution of right now. So when we're talking about that specifically, that's what we need to monitor. We need to take this very seriously. If you're anywhere inside this, like I said, we'll get through this together, but we want to really take this seriously because as you look at where this is on Villa Ridge, you know, this wind continues to get lofted up even more so here over the next several minutes. So from St. Albans to Wildwood, anywhere along Highway 100. Like I said, I know that's a 2-lane highway. You're not pulling off along that area, right? there's bluffs or a 2-lane highway. So if you're not driving along that, you got to get out of there. Now, of course, 44, similar setup here. From 44, from Pacific, if you're on Fox Creek Road, here all the way up to Eureka, all the way up 109 to the high school there, really the shopping center, the Schnooks, the Deerbergs there. You'll see there are maybe even a couple of different circulations that we see north of Gray Summit now that's getting a little bit closer, and that's really south, like I said. That's an area near south of St. Albans that if you're in the St. Albans neighborhood, I want you to be in your basement, your safe place. I know that like I said, this is a 2-lane highway. This is right along 100 here from St. Albans. But when we're trying to find specifically where this is in that terms of circulation, this is where I want you to be here in the basement here. Because as I zoom in just a little bit more so we can find street level and where this is, obviously there's the golf course, but you also have the entire community of houses here. So you're driving around on Highway 100. It's tough for you to find. Let's try to figure out some spots for you here as we talk about where this circulation is. You'll see that right now. This is the area of circulation, the confirmed tornado that is a dangerous situation here. And so as we continue to work our way up closer, like I said, from Labadee Bottom Road, here's St. Albans Road, here's the community of St. Albans as you get closer to Highway 100. This is where the center of circulation is as we continue to monitor this as we work our way back out just a little bit further. And I'll pop this back out and zoom in just a little bit more so you can see just how quickly this circulation continues to move as we track this. This is moving very rapidly, like I said. So you can really see the center of circulation. It's south of St. Albans. It's from, if you're in Wildwood right now, if you're really anywhere along 94, these are the areas that I'd like you to take seriously at this point because Scott, you've been checking in with some of the areas of emergency management. This is as good of a circulation as we've seen, and wording from the National Weather Service like that, I would say doesn't happen too often unless we have a confirmation of something serious. And not only is the radar providing it, but we're seeing some things as well.
Yeah, and we've seen from emergency management, they're reporting a technical rescue right now, which usually indicates that's down in the Villa Ridge area. That usually indicates they've had some kind of damage, and they have some special teams that are responding to that. And it usually means the damage is somewhat extensive. We can't confirm that. We're just telling you that they are reporting a technical rescue down in the Villa Ridge area, which would match up with that confirmed circulation, which is now moving along the Missouri River into western portions of St. Louis County and into eastern portions of St. Charles County. Additional tornado warning here up along the Lincoln and St. Charles County line going into and across the Mississippi River over into Calhoun County and even portions of southwestern Jersey County. So you have parts of Calhoun County, parts of Lincoln County, a good chunk of St. Charles County, a good chunk of St. Louis County, Franklin County under tornado warnings, as well as down here across Washington and Crawford counties. Now, the storm that has the confirmed tornado is this storm. You can kind of see here. It's coming right along and sliding in here. I'm going to put on the radar. There it is. That's our circulation. As Gary was just talking, we're getting pretty close to the radar here. When Gary was just talking to you a few minutes ago, this storm kind of jumped and zipped on to the north and east. So the Weather Service folks aren't too far from the path of this, but they say they're not going into shelter just yet. They don't need to, because it's passing to their south. But here's Highway T, again, going out towards Labadee and St. Albans. This is east of Labadee. It's right now just north of Highway 100, which of course, as you get closer into St. Louis County, eventually becomes Manchester Road. This is the area of concern here, out along Highway T, out along Highway 100, moving to the northeast. This includes portions of St. Louis County, especially western St. Louis County, and then sliding on up towards the Chesterfield Valley. I think this is probably going to stay along and perhaps just east of the Missouri River. But what we've also seen is these circulations kind of fall apart in one spot and then redevelop a little bit later as the storm kind of moves on. Another circulation showing up down here off to the southeast of St. Clair. It's not as impressive. And then we have this area down here towards Richwoods where it looks like there's a bit of rotation. Again, we're getting farther away from the radar
We've got
site
that
there.
added one now for, that's probably going to set the city off, I believe, or very
St.
close
Louis,
to it. So you've got
Jefferson.
southeast Franklin County. It's still out of the city right now, but that's a new tornado warning.
Yeah, so this is the one And again, that circulation, this is a little slow. This circulation here coming out from St. Clair, kind of riding along and south of 44. So that takes it in along Highway 30, brings it along the Merrimack River, brings it into St. Louis County, along 141, down towards Arnold. So basically 55 north of Barnhart all the way into the city limits. It doesn't include the city of St. Louis yet, although if you're in the city, your cell phone may be going off if your cell tower is coming from the St. Louis County side, but it does include this area of 270 around the south side of St. Louis and to where we go to 255 here before you cross over into Monroe County. That's not a confirmed tornado, but that's for that circulation that's down here towards St. Clair. The confirmed circulation here, and what we still see is showing up, is this area that's just off to the north of Pacific, very close to Highway 100. I want to say right along in here, that's not going to be too far from the Bowles Fire Station that's right along Highway 100 there. We know our firefighters and our first responders have had a very tough afternoon and evening with all of the brush fires that have been ongoing. And they did declare a local emergency up in Lincoln County because of the number of fires that they have, and they're just out of resources for the firefighters. So our first responders have had some stress this afternoon. This whole line of storms is capable of producing 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, and then embedded within that, we have those circulations that are creating the potential for some tornadoes. And so far, we believe some confirmed tornadoes here. At least we've been able to confirm it on the radar. So here's the circulation coming in along the Missouri River, approaching into the Weldon Spring area right now. And then we have the other circulation that's working its way up from the Sullivan area, now coming in south of the Pacific area, and that is going to slide on into St. Louis County as well. So tornado warnings for both of those, and another tornado warning down to the south here, Crawford and into Washington County. Everything from this storm that's coming into St. Charles and farther south, all of these storms have better moisture and a better environment to keep that rotation going as we head through the next couple of hours. So this is a very dangerous situation. We are going to see some damage, we think, in the metro area. And with these storms and their rotation and the potential of stronger tornadoes moving through highly populated areas, we need you to make sure that your friends, your family, your neighbors know that this is coming into the metro area and that they know where their safe place is, and get there and put the safe action plan in effect right away so that you're staying safe this evening. This storm seems to be intensifying here as it's coming out of Franklin County into northwestern portions of Jefferson County. And then we're going to pull that storm right on up into the metro area. Gary, you're looking out there. We have some flashing lights, it looks like, out there on 44. So, you know, and we've heard that they've had some accidents out that way as well. And you can see the cloud to ground lightning. There's a lot of lightning with these storms as well. So Gary, just a dangerous evening in the metro area now that, you know, it's dark outside and we don't have any advantages of daylight. This is a problem tonight.
Yeah, I got to think as you look at some of these areas, especially with this potentially where the debris is right now. And this is a spot that, you know, like I said, is right over St. Albans Road, over 100, right off of 100 and 109. And that's right into that specific area that we're looking at, into the Wildwood Town Center. You'll see it's right around the curve here. You'll get right into St. Albans Road and just further to the south. And it's this area specifically that I think that we're looking at where that potential for the debris detector that's being lofted in the atmosphere is. Like Scott mentioned, this thing is getting sent up into the atmosphere, but when you look at some of the power outages, at least just looking at some of the things, that's where I think we're dealing with the most right now when it comes to what's going on here at the moment. Like I said, let me pull up this line here for you because you're able to see where this line and this, like I said, this confirmed tornado, which has already caused damage, multiple areas of damage, as we've conferred with our emergency management partners, has lofted debris up into the atmosphere. And as we continue to look closer to Creve Coeur, areas right from 64 to 70. And one thing that we haven't mentioned in a while, but we probably should, if you're in Warrenton, you're in New Haven, even if you're in Union, you're in Washington, you're in the clear. We tell you that we'll send you to bed when we're ready to clear you, and you're in the clear. Same with Gerald, just kind of checking in with some people here. We're starting to see this last bit of this tornado warning as it continues to move off to the north as we have our latest severe thunderstorm warning. So that's what you'll start to see pop up here at the moment as we pull out a few things. We still have this active tornado warning. Potosi staying on the southern edge of this specific storm. But like I said, it's this area from Wildwood that's going to get awfully cluttery. As you can see the camera here over Chesterfield, that's where we see those flashes of lightning. And, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to see any potential, tornado from this camera, but we perhaps might. It's just like I said, that's the issue with these storms being rain wrapped and dealing with severe weather at this time of the night is it's tough for us to see. But we're also running into the fact that the radar is here and the terminal Doppler is down, so we can't switch to a different product. But the radar is right here, and you'll start to see that kind of cone of silence here, but that's where it is in Weldon Spring at the National Weather Service office. And as we continue to check in with them and see whether or not they are in their safe place as well, because they'll do the same thing. Tornado remains on the ground still northwest of Wildwood, moving right now, like I said, and that's right over that 100 and 109 area. So if you're in Wildwood, you're in Chesterfield, you're in Ellisville, you're anywhere between those spots on Olive, really anywhere between 64 and Wildwood. That's where I think you need to continue to focus on the fact that we have a tornado right now on the ground as it continues to race off to the northeast right now at about 60 to 70 miles an hour. And, truthfully, this is not too far from my house. I check the cameras, they're all flying. So, that's I would bet that we're going to be trying to get an update here from this shortly. But, this is right now you see the 44 near Six Flags, and that's on the back edge of things, but the water's flowing on the highway here. But you'll notice here, like I said, these cameras are always about 500 megapixels at night. So, but you'll see a lot of flashing lights. You'll see the water here. That's the most significant rain. It's just, still coming down at a pretty good clip. But the main story right now, as we look into the St. Louis County area, is the fact that we have a confirmed tornado which continues to push closer. If you're in Cottleville, you're in Creve Coeur, anywhere along 64, especially in Ellisville right now. That's the area that we're looking at specifically, Scott, that we have that confirmed tornado that we followed along on the debris detector. It's lofted up, it's caused damage, and we'll continue to check in with some of those people right now. I know a lot of people out there, that area right now. Like I said, it's tough to see, and we may not find out damage here until we check in with some of those emergency managers.
Well, we've compared this at times to the setup for the Good Friday tornado and, Defiance in 2021 and Edwardsville in 2021. The one thing that we learned over the years, we've learned when we've had these larger tornado outbreaks, and again, that circulation, that debris, that rotation, that's still showing up pretty well there, pretty tight in Wildwood. And then as we go to the south, we're watching another area coming into Jefferson County that's also problematic because they're coming into areas that are highly populated now. But one thing we've learned over the years is that we often don't know how bad it is for a bit of time after the damage has occurred. Of course, we are better now at, finding things out, and information travels fast, but to be honest, when your cell phones start going down and the power starts going out and our first responders are responding to things, their first response is to save lives and protect property, and you don't always find out from them what's going on until they have time to get to you. Here's a circulation. You kind of see how this storm is here down towards the south of Pacific. That's kind of surging northeast. So that's an area to watch. This area south of Cedar Hill, that's an area to watch. We still have this area that looks like it's coming in over portions of St. Louis County, parts of St. Charles County, but especially in St. Louis County into the Chesterfield Valley down towards Wildwood is what we believe we're seeing there. And again, I'm going to put that debris tracker on here. Gary showed you this a few times. We're getting to that point now where we're really close into the radar site, and it's kind of hard to tell if there's anything in there. There was earlier, and it was pretty clear that we had a situation. Now it's not so much so from the debris detector standpoint. As we look here farther to the south and southwest, we'd be looking into this area area around Pacific and down towards Cedar Hill. And right now, not really seeing anything that stands out. So we go back to the wind products. And again, it looks like there is something there that's circulating south of Cedar Hill. That's in Jefferson County. You have your tornado warning in effect there, which does stretch into southern portions of St. Louis County. And then as we kind of pull that back out, again, another area that's coming out of Lincoln and northern St. Charles County over into Calhoun County in Illinois and the far western portions of Jersey County, some circulations in there. Any of these storms have the potential of not only producing a tornado, but also we've seen reports outside of the thunderstorms tonight of winds above 60 miles per hour, which in and of itself would be a severe thunderstorm. And some of these storms have produced winds around 70 to 75 miles per hour. The storms that are farther north of St. Louis don't have as much moisture to work with. The storms that are farther to the south of St. Louis, this area down to the south is the area where there are better ingredients for potentially stronger storms, especially stronger rotating storms that could be producing those tornadoes and causing us problems. You see there's another storm coming out of Dent County and rolling towards the northeast. They're moving fast enough so that they're not staying over the same areas or in the same area very long. So your amount of threat time is really about 45 minutes to an hour or so. We're also noticing a few scattered showers trying to develop here off to the southeast. Right now, everything that we're seeing developing across Randolph and Perry counties down to the southeast of St. Louis, that is well below severe limits. It's really right along this line and right through the heart of the metro area. And we look at some of our cameras right now around St. Louis. You're looking, I think that's at Chesterfield, and you can see just the wind whipping through there right now and the intense rain and how intense that lightning is. That's from the tornado warned cell that is in the Chesterfield Valley right now and moving up towards Manchester Road, moving up and across Highway 40 at this moment and heading on to the north and to the northeast. From there, kind of get you caught into that area right here. From Baldwin to Chesterfield, you have the heavy rainfall right now. That's pushing into Maryland Heights. Creve Coeur, you have some gusty winds. Again, torrential rain. Tornado could be in here into West St. Louis County. We're in a spot now where we're kind of in that blind spot with the radar. There's still something it looks like here just off to the east of the Boom Bridge and then moving northeast from there. So again, we continue to monitor these storms as they are tracking rapidly off to the northeast. They have a history of producing at least some damage and potentially tornadic damage, and the rotation continues in multiple areas, and that's why we have all of these tornado warnings with these storms racing off to the north and northeast. So tornado warnings stretching from Calhoun County, Illinois, western portions of Jersey County, into St. Charles County, southern Lincoln County, down to the south into St. Louis County and into Jefferson County. Those are the areas now that we are most focused on for our potential of severe weather and tornadoes. These storms rotating, these storms containing some hail, some downpours. We could probably use more rain than what we're going to get out of this system because it's been so dry. We've had so many of our firefighters on these brush fires all day long. We have 1-inch hail being reported down at Cedar Hill right now, and we do have a report of significant damage, I-44 and 100 in Gray Summit, tractor trailers blown over, and you know that's the exit that you would get off Interstate 44 to head up towards Washington, Missouri. So right in here. So again, we're talking about some damage that's definitely occurred. We don't know if we have any injuries, but we mentioned a few minutes ago a tactical rescue going on. That usually is indicative of damage. So the Villa Ridge area, the Gray Summit area, potentially hit by a tornado tonight. That storm is now moving through St. Louis County. It may or may not have a tornado still associated with it, but it certainly has had. And we still have the tornado warning in effect for much of western St. Louis County, parts of St. Charles County, including the Harvester area, including into St. Peters, including St. Charles right now, and then up towards Maryland Heights. back towards Creve Coeur Park, and then going south down to the Merrimack River and heading down into Jefferson County. That cell that's a little farther to the south down here towards Cedar Hill has had some hail with it. That's moving to the northeast as well. Looks like that storm may be trying to rotate here on the southern end. Again, we've talked about this, the south side of your storm, ones to the south, more open to getting that better, more moist air into the storm to help it create that rotation, to help it be more unstable. And so that's what we're watching here down to the south and southwest of St. Louis, those ingredients coming together for a dangerous night here across the bi-state area. So the tornado watch east of St. Louis, we do think we've got some other counties into that until about 3 o'clock in the morning. For the metro area, I think by 11 o'clock or so we'll be over. We have the tornado warning right now out into St. Louis County, St. Charles County. Not getting a lot of reports around the rest of the metro area at this point, other than there are some pretty widespread power outages across the region. Jimmy, do you have any updates on any power outages at this point? Have you seen anything? Oh, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'll get back to you. So a new tornado warning.
Yeah.
That's going to be for this storm here that's going. And this will include the city, at least North City. So that's the storm coming out of Chesterfield here and out of St. Charles. Notice it's not a confirmed tornado warning, but it has the potential to, once again, spin up a tornado. We know we've had damage from this storm before. We're having confirmed damage reports coming out of Franklin County that are indicative of tornadic damage. We can expect to see the same as this storm cycles, pushing to the northeast. This is going to take this storm into northern portions of St. Louis County here, and that'll push it right along 270. So where we're seeing this storm moving right now as it kind of slides in here, let's see if we get it to stop. Good. So we think that circulation's kind of in this area here right now, right along 270 in the Creve Coeur, Bridgeton area, moving to the northeast. So that's where we seem to have had the rotation with the storm. So that's why we have this new tornado warning, which does include North County. It includes Ferguson. It includes Florissant. It includes Blackjack, Spanish Lake. It includes North St. Louis City, Velda Village. It includes areas of eastern St. Charles County, heading up the northern portions of 94. That would include the West Alton area, in towards Alton, up to Godfrey. So that includes Lewis and Clark Community College. It includes Elsa, Illinois, and then it stretches over towards Bethalto and Edwardsville. Again, storm moving to the northeast, potentials there that we're once again looking at more damage in these areas as we go through this evening. We look and see where we can find that circulation. And again, it's somewhat difficult to find because we're so close. That's a radar in Weldon Spring. But we think we're looking at this area in here, somewhere in the floodplain as you're going up towards Earth City into Maryland Heights, maybe out towards the St. Charles Arena, pushing towards the northeast. We definitely have some intense winds in here. That's out by Lambert. This is going to be pushing towards Lambert and over North St. Louis County into Madison County, right along the Missouri River as you go into northern St. Louis County into St. Charles County. You need to be in your safe place right now. We're putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're going to get to our lowest spot, a hallway, a closet, a bathroom, away from the windows, away from the doors. We're going to play it safe here as these storms move through the metro area this evening, as they are capable of producing not only tornadoes, but capable of producing winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. We've seen that. We've seen some large hail. Again, a very dangerous night tonight across the bi-state area as these storms continue to move off towards the northeast. Damage reports coming in from Franklin County right now, around the Villa Ridge area, around the Gray Summit area. We continue to monitor those reports. We do have news crews spread out all over the place tonight, but the one thing we need you to do right now is to make sure your family is safe, make sure you're staying safe, and that your friends and neighbors know that this is coming. If you are still across the river into Illinois, into the Metro East, this is headed your way. down towards Farmington, down towards St. Genevieve, heading down towards Sparta, eventually over to Interstate 57. This is coming your way. You have time now, but in the metro area, now's the time to be in your safe place. Gary, what's the latest you have for us?
Well, I talked to some people in West County and around the St. Albans area and checked in with them, and they heard it. They heard it roaring through. And so, you know, one of those things where you got to check in and make sure, and Scott has been mentioned, check in with friends and neighbors, you know, make sure that they're okay. You know, lose a little bit of gusto when you think something like that happens. And so that's why we want to take these things seriously, because they definitely heard it, but they all talked to me from the basement. So that's important here. As we continue to monitor what's going on right now, Scott talked about the latest severe thunderstorm warning, which likely sent all your phones in a tizzy with the emergency alert phone in some regard. And of course, that includes the airport and more of the city. And that's the first time we've had the city involved in this. Let's focus on a couple of different spots. This one, to me, which we haven't talked about as much, looks like a tornado, and obviously there's a tornado warning, but this is that signature where you start to see that wraparound here near Antonia and really from, for the most part, south of Arnold. And I know we'll pull that camera up at some point here, because if you're in Arnold right now, I'd prefer that you'd at least take this seriously and get into the basement at this moment or an interior room, because that's, to me, looks like a tornado. And here, as we pull up a couple of different areas also, like I said, and Scott has mentioned the fact that this stuff gets near the radar. Normally when it's this, I'll turn a different radar on that we have that's called the terminal Doppler, and we'll switch to that, and that way we can kind of pinpoint where the circulation is. That happens to be down. Well, that just happens at this time, and of course, that's okay, so we're going to get through that. But I want to talk about where this is. Let's find this area right now and focus on a couple of these. Still Potosi with that tornado warning, but I want to switch products and talk about where we have some of these areas that are involved in this. And right now, that's where I think this tornado is at the moment, and that's where I think we're looking at that potential circulation here as we focus on spots around 55, another interstate that is difficult to drive on as you look at where some of this is. And that's the area that I want to focus on here in terms of that circulation. And then let's go further to the north on 141. This is north of Chesterfield. We're going on Olive, we're going on 141, and we're going to go a little further north so I can find where I think this specifically is right now. This is Maryland Heights, this is 270. It's this specific spot right here that the radar is indicating that we may have a tornado here, and it's right about here. And I think that may have just been taken away in some regard from a polygon perspective here. And I'll zoom out in a second to kind of get an idea. That's at least a spot that we were watching at the very least near Maryland Heights. This is 141 and 364. Right, if you're going to go across into St. Charles County, that's the spot that I would prefer. That if you're around 270 and St. Anne and Overland, really, and North County, those are the spots that I would at least prefer you to go inside and find the basement or interior area. Let's zoom this back out and show you what some of the radar looks like here from a broad perspective so we can look at where some of this is right now. And our active tornado warnings still remain in place for spots in the city, and I'll pull this back out here. In fact, I'll zoom back out completely so you can kind of take a look at what's happening here now that we're just kind of pulling this back out just a little bit here. Like I said, you have this wide area of this tornado warning, you have this one specifically, and then you have that, those are the two main ones that we want to look at right now. So like I said, we're going to get through this right now, but as we continue to monitor those two specific areas right now, it is those two areas that are dealing with right now. You can see this a little better now that it's getting away from the radar, and I'll switch products in a second, but I want to look at this area right here near St. Charles. This is about ready to go across 370. It's really right along the river. This is just off to the northwest of the airport. And as it continues to work its way across the river, let's get this back on so I can kind of work its way across to where I think this may be headed here. Because, like I said, this is all rain wrapped, but if you're in Godfrey, if you're in Alton, if you're in Grafton, you're involved in this as well. These are the spots that I would like you to prepare, just because even in Bethalto, where I know it's lightly raining, but it's obviously very windy, these are the spots that I want you to get ahead of things here and get into that basement and turn it on and have your phones charged, and because there's going to be a lot of power outages, as Jim has been monitoring here behind the scenes. The power outages, I know my house has already got power. I'm checking the cameras. I saw Jim checking the camera. We're all checking the cameras to see if we got power, right? And I think that's what we want to prepare for, because power outages are possible, and you'll see the wide area here. Now you have 270 in Dorset, as we have, as I kind of wiggle this back around just a little bit more, and you can see where we have This is probably the area right now where it's starting to get away from the radar, so it's not as cluttery, where you have that circulation that has had a history of producing a tornado, or at least thought about it. We have these circulations along the leading edge, and this one, to me, right now near Arnold, seems to be the most specific. In fact, I'd be real surprised if we don't start to see a few things from our emergency management partners here about this one, because this one right now, and there's also a couple of different ones here right now, like you said. Yeah, Scott, what did you see?
Well, we've got the circulation,
It's that circulation. They also have one that's
northern St. Louis County.
Correct.
Here.
Yeah, southwest of Champ. It's a bit hard to tell.
Yeah,
but that's just.
But I got that tracked here.
Yeah. Okay.
So here's a track on that, because this is the one that's in North St. Louis County, and you know it is hard to tell that there is something on the ground, but it appears that there is somewhere not too far from the airport. Again, very similar to a track that the Good Friday tornado had. So the timing on that would take it through Hazelwood here shortly. It's pretty much getting close to Florissant right now. Bell Fountain neighbors in the next little bit. These storms are moving so fast, 65 to 70 miles per hour. Wood River, Bethalto, Worden, Illinois eventually. So this storm moving in. If you're in North County right now, especially along 70, 270, in that area around the airport, around Bridgeton, heading up towards 170 and 270. We need you in your safe place right now, as the potential for a tornado here has increased, and it quite possibly is on the ground at this point in North St. Louis County. We can't tell for sure, but that's the storm that we're tracking at this point, and it does have a tornado warning with it. Again, that's for this northern parts of St. Louis City, but more so for North St. Louis County, north of I-70 here, 270 and 170. It's working out of the Maryland Heights area and the Bridgeton area and heading northeast up into North County. So that literally takes you up towards Florissant, up into the Hazelwood area. You're running along 67 here, going up to the north of St. Louis, as we continue to see that right now as it's pushing off to the north and northeast. We've also had hail reports coming in the last couple of minutes up to the size of quarters down at 141 and Bowles. You're looking at 270 in Dorset right now. That's in the Maryland Heights area. You see people with their flashers on.
21,000 without power in St. Louis County.
St. Louis County.
15,000 in Franklin.
Okay, 15,000 customers without power in Franklin County and 21,000 in St. Charles or St. Louis County. Okay, here's a new tornado warning. Gary was talking about this a few minutes ago, so I'm going to get over here and talk about that, as your phones are probably going off in the city, and if you're off into the Metro East. This includes downtown St. Louis. It includes South St. Louis City. It includes Melville. It includes Arnold. There's your circulation that we were talking about. Gary was pointing this out a few minutes ago, waiting to hear something from our folks down here in Arnold. That is now a confirmed tornado. So we can see it on the radar here. Look at that. It is hooking here. That is moving towards Columbia, Illinois. It's going to go very close to the JB Bridge. That'll be heading towards Belleville, towards Cahokia Heights and Dupo. So if we just kind of look what this is right now and put it into motion over the last hour, you can see it really just comes into view here. Now they just had at 141, back here at 141 and Bowles, they just had quarter-size hail reported with that. So we know this storm's also producing some hail. So this is now a confirmed tornado as it's moving along 55. Unfortunately, our camera down in Arnold has lost power, so we don't have access to that right now. But I want to get in a little bit tighter here, and I'm going to stop this if I can and see if we can't get in just a little bit tighter here to where that circulation is. All right, so we're looking in this area here around the Arnold area. Again, this is a tornado warning for St. Louis City, particularly the southern half of St. Louis City, into St. Louis County, into Monroe County in Illinois, and into St. Clair County. Here's your circulation here. If this isn't a classic hook echo, I mean, just look at how this is spinning around. Remember, we've said from St. Louis south, we have the better moisture. Let's pop this on and see what we see on our debris signature. Well, it just changed on me. I'm going to go back one. Let's see if we can just nudge that back a little bit, because How about we do this? All right, that was a lot. Okay. Well, there it is. So I'm not sure where it stopped on it, but that looks like that's a debris signature to me crossing 141. Would you buy that, Gary, looking
I would,
at that?
yeah. And I think it's, you
Yeah.
really start to see the inflow wind, especially if you pull up the, if you pull up the wind, you can really see where that is.
Yeah, and it's actually
feeding directly
jumped.
in from Columbia. You
Yeah,
can really see that
just
well.
coming right in here, right around, circulating in. So here's our rotation. This is moving towards the northeast. So right now, if you're in South St. Louis County, if you're in, South City, down by South County Mall, down by Dave Sinclair, heading farther south down Lee May Ferry. All right, we've got the Sterling Community Trailer Court there. As you get farther south, I hope you've got a safe place to be in right now. You're in the path of this storm that's in and around the Arnold area. Baumgartner Road, Merrimack Bottom Road. This is along 55, although it looks like to me the circulation has probably jumped over 55. You can see the MoDOT cameras here with a tremendous amount of lightning ongoing with this storm, not to mention the torrential rainfall that we are looking at right now. So again, as we look at this system kind of moving through the area right now, we find 2 confirmed tornado warnings in effect. One on the north side of the metro area that includes North St. Louis County along 270. One on the south side of the metro area that includes 270 where it goes into 255, crossing the Debris Bridge, and then 255 going up. Of course, part of that is closed for construction, or has been, over in Illinois. Also includes 55 as you go north of Barnhart and coming in through that construction zone in the city. This whole area getting torrential rain, some hail, potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds, in addition to that circulations, the 2 circulations that may be producing tornadoes right now. In particular, the one that's going here, racing across North St. Louis County, and then the other that is right now racing just north of Arnold and heading right directly towards the JB Bridge to cross the Mississippi River. Get inside, get down to the lowest level, as many walls between you and the outside as possible as these storms are rolling in. These are dangerous storms. And again, we've talked about the southern storms having the access to the better ingredients. We're seeing that play out before our eyes tonight. If you're in the Metro East, if you're in Columbia, Illinois, if you're here in, this area of DuPont, we want you to get into your safe place right now. Bixby, 255. As you go over here into St. Clair County, you get into your safe place here. This is surging right into St. Clair County as we speak, out of South St. Louis County, across the Mississippi River, just clipping through the Lee May area, just getting into the Carondelet area. You're getting torrential rain, maybe some hail there, maybe some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, but that potential tornado just south of Lee May right now and crossing over the river. Be in your safe place, inside. Basement's best. You don't have a basement, go to the lowest level, a hallway, a closet, a bathroom. Make sure you're wearing your shoes tonight, because I think we're looking at some broken glass and some damage from these winds and from this tornadic activity as it's coming right through the metro area right now. Again, this big focus kind of shifting out of Melville and Oakville and shifting across the river just north of Columbia, Illinois, over towards Sugarloaf and perhaps up towards the DuPont area and into Cahokia Heights as we head through about the next 5 to 10 minutes. You need to be in your safe place. Eventually, that's going to get to Signal Hill. Gary, what do you have?
Well, just looking at this from a broad perspective, and I want to pinpoint a couple of things. And I know this is one thing before we start to get to more of these updates about these confirmed tornadoes that they're tracking right now. I do want to point out, if you're in Troy, you're in O'Fallon, you're in Colville, you're in Wildwood, Ellisville, areas right along Chesterfield even, you can go to sleep now. It's okay. The wind still may be blowing, but you're okay. St. Clair, same goes for anywhere down 44. Your severe threat is over, so we can give you a thumbs up. You're in the all clear. We still want to focus on these 2 confirmed tornadoes that we have at the moment as we continue to look at this signature that we've been tracking here. And you'll see this inflow in right here specifically. And we've talked about this here, excuse me, from Melville. My throat's getting pretty dry. I did take a water break, so we're getting there. But if you're in Millstadt, if you're in Belleville, if you're in Shiloh, if you're in Ilfallen here, you're going to have to deal with issues over the next 30 minutes where this storm passes and we'll get this to move pretty quickly. But right now, those are the 2 spots. And when we talk about the inflow of the wind, you'll see that wind, which is toward the radar, but it's also kind of sucking it in here. And you'll notice that while as we check the debris signature, you're able to see where that wind is at the moment. But watch how that wind just continues to go right in here. And this is where I want to point out where this is going. Watch how it goes right in here. And on the other side of things, that's where the wind is behind here, and that's the twisting of the wind, and that's the area that I want to focus on right now. That's south of Melville, really from 55 and 255, as we continue to look at this specific area. And let's pull up. Let's watch this, and you'll notice here over the last 15 minutes how this has started to at least tighten just a little bit. And that's one of the reasons for the tornado warning as we continue to monitor this area as it crosses the river. And that, that's one of the spots that we looked at for at least the potential for a tornado as well. There's also this one to the north that we monitored whether or not we've not only had damage, but the potential for, it looks like there were some power flashes here as we want to look at some spots. And that's right here specifically, and this is a spot that I want to look at near Florissant, areas in North County, north of Ferguson right now. This is an area that I think is most likely where we have our other area of a potential tornado right now, from 270 in Florissant. That's a spot where I think we get some pretty significant wind. You can see where we have that inflow right here, where we have toward and then away from the radar. And that's where we'll see if we can check some of these areas if there is a debris signature right now. And we haven't seen that quite yet. This has not been like the other one that we had earlier, where it was pretty significant near Wildwood and areas in St. Clair earlier, where you'll start to see where perhaps this is, where you still have that wind that kind of centers in. But I do want to move to the north, and let's see what we can find out by looking at that system, or that part of the system here near Ferguson and Florissant, to where we can see whether or not that is providing any sort of debris signature right now. And you'll see that it's not out of the question that that's what that is at the moment. So there could be some debris that is lofted in the atmosphere here. So you're able to see 270 in Lindbergh right now. Everybody's driving with their flashers on safely, but that's not necessarily what that is, but it's not out of the question here as we continue to look at that pretty significant signature. And I'll back this back down here as I show you what the radar is doing here as we kind of zoom back up, and let's see if anything pops up. You'll see part of that polygon went away. Let's go back to the north. As Scott and I have mentioned, these storms are moving so fast that as we continue to kind of advance our graphics here, that, we'll get behind pretty quickly, and that's how these storms are kind of setting up. And to me, this looks like a pretty serious situation near West Alton into Alton, where you're starting to see that right now. And so let's keep that in mind here from Alton into West Alton, and let's look at that here, and let me flip that debris signature on. I know it's going to take me a minute to move it, but we're going to do that anyway, just to give us an idea. That's where we have that inflow wind to the south, and let's go back to the north here, where I think we probably have that significant signature here. To me, this looks like debris that is being lofted in the atmosphere to some degree, and we'll find out whether or not it is, but that would be an area that we're going to watch. So if you're in Alton right now, to me, that lines up with the burst on the radar for that wind and potential circulation. I don't know what you think, Scott. You've had a chance to look at some other things and some of the messaging from maybe some people on the surface. What do you think about what this looks like at the moment?
It definitely looks like there's some really intense wind in there. I'm not sure how tight that circulation is. But we know there's a lot of wind in there. That is one, and that storm did have a confirmed tornado associated with it earlier. Still looks like it's able to do some dangerous twisting. We know there's winds in there that have to be over 60 miles per hour because the radar is telling us that. That is pushing towards the Alton area right now. Okay, that's one circulation that's north of 270. We also have this other circulation that's come out of Jefferson County through South St. Louis County and is now pushing across the river. So let's get a little closer here. The one down to the south, this circulation is more impressive. It includes the parts of South St. Louis in the city. Carondelet, there's Germania Street. Here we cross the river, we're East Carondelet here. And so it looks like that circulation is in this area very close to Cahokia Heights right now. And moving through the Dupont area. Let me just pop this on very quickly to see if our debris tracker shows anything in this area, because I would be surprised, or I wouldn't be surprised if we see something. Potentially, that may be an indication that there is something going, because we see some of those colors backing off just a little bit there. And so while we're here, let's just kind of look up to the north and see what we see where Gary was looking here a few minutes ago. Still looks like we might have something here. West Alton, trying to push towards Alton. That was from the storms that we were looking at earlier. Put a track on that system down to the south, just to give you an idea. This is down South St. Louis County, really more into St. Clair County at this point, but you're talking about the Sauget area, Caseyville, Collinsville eventually here in the course of the next 10 or 15 minutes. This all sliding off towards the north and east. We've also had reports around the rest of the metro of seeing some hail at this point. Most of it is, maybe to the size of quarters. We look back towards the Florissant area. The back edge is getting closer to you, so now you're out of the tornado warning in Florissant. And I think here, going back into St. Charles County, you can rest at ease for the rest of the night. The severe weather threat shifting to the east and to the northeast. But these storms that you're seeing right now, and here's another perspective looking at the wind, that is a huge amount of wind going out of West Alton and heading into Alton right now. So crossing the Clark Bridge, not a good time for that at this moment. That wind has got to be howling in those areas, and that's crossing over into Madison County, out of St. Charles County, right along the Missouri River. You'll also notice, while not necessarily rotating, that looks like the tremendous amount of wind that's working your way up through north. That's 267 going north of Christian Hospital, up north towards Spanish Lake here, north of 270. You got to have a lot of wind with that too. So there's probably wind damage. This area prone to power outages and wind damage given the older trees that are in these areas. So again, while there may be a tornado in here, there's also some straight line winds that are very impressive. Alton, Wood River, Granite City, those are areas where you should be in your safe place right now. You're looking at 270 up at Bell Fountain. You can see flashes of lightning there. You can see the torrential rain coming down, a lot of wind as well with that system. Again, the back edge coming into St. Charles County, so that's good news. The back edge coming into West St. Louis County, that's good news. So I think those areas we can rest easier for the rest of the night. This is a severe thunderstorm warning here for the rest of Jefferson County. Another severe thunderstorm warning down here into Washington and Crawford County. And then going even a little farther south here, down into Dent County, we still have some severe thunderstorms. One thing to notice for our folks, our friends down in Reynolds County, we do have tornado warnings to your southwest. They are moving northeast. So if you're in southern Reynolds County, southern Iron, Madison counties in Missouri, we'll keep our eyes out for you all too. Just be on guard. But right now, the storms that are causing the biggest problem are moving over the most populated area that we have around the St. Louis area, directly over the metro, into the metro east. We have hail, we have some torrential rains, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and potentially a tornado. It looks to me like that potential tornado is going to be right along 255 here, just east and southeast of downtown St. Louis. As you're seeing here, the camera, I am not sure if that's from...
that's City Park.
Okay, that's from Energizer Park looking back towards the arch. And so I would think just beyond the arch by about 3 to 5 miles, there is some sort of circulation east, southeast, and potentially that could be a bit of a tornadic
circulation. We just got
circulation.
that Iron and Reynolds County one that you just mentioned.
Yes.
That is a tornado warning now.
Okay, so back to the Iron and Reynolds County, down to the south. So now we have a tornado warning there, as we were talking about. So again, these are all dangerous storms. If your phones are going off, get to your safe place. Take us along with you. We're going to stay here throughout the night tonight, as long as it takes. We want everybody to just make it through on the safe side tonight. These are nasty storms, and Gary, we knew this was coming. We've had a week to prep for it, but I think no matter how much you prep for it, it's still it's just frustrating and agonizing to go through a night like this.
Yeah, especially, anytime this happens during the day, we at least can, like you said, you see it's coming, you prepare, but when it's at night, it's tough because you got to stay in your basement until you get the all clear from us. The positive is we see these moving very quickly. We're able to start notching more cities off that are on the safe side, and you'll see that here. Now, this storm that I mentioned in Alton, you'll see now, the National Weather Service has downgraded this from confirmed tornado because it looks like it has lifted at this point, so that's important to note. And that was the area that I was looking at, that debris signature perhaps earlier with that downburst of wind, and we looked at that earlier. So still the potential is there, and we want you to pay attention to that, but that's at least positive for the short terms here. This is the area right now with, if nothing else, right now, this specific area right here, and I know that you see this little inlet here, I would bet that this right here is producing some serious wind.
77-mile-per-hour wind gusts to go.
There you go. So there you go. You're almost at 80 miles an hour.
Yep.
And automatically 80-mile-an-hour wind is what you're going to see to trigger the emergency alert system. Now, I haven't turned off because I just do, and we're around here all the time. But if you're in this area, that's not out of the question, right? So that's going to cause more damage in a widespread area than perhaps a smaller tornado would. So that's going to be an area that I'm going to look at specifically. And I did have that queued up in some regard as well, as fast as this is moving. And I want to look at this here from a perspective of where the wind is moving. And like I said, I keep talking about how fast this stuff is moving. As much as I try to get ahead of things here, it still doesn't matter. We still see the significant wind, and this thing moves so quickly ahead. So even if I pull the graphic way ahead where I think, hey, I'm going to get ahead of things, that storm moves. And so just from a queue up standpoint, let's look at where this has moved. And we've started to see, you had that rotation, which you can see right there, but now we kind of have the leading edge where it is bowing out. And we talk about that so often, where the bowing out indicates that we have those strong straight line winds, as Scott just pointed out. We have 77-mile-an-hour winds. So just kind of queuing this up, some of these spots right now behind it, you can look at some of this, this part of that tornado warning until 9:15, or 10:15 that is. We have strong straight line winds that are in excess of 70 miles an hour, and this is going to impact a lot of spots. So if you're away from windows and doors here in Belleville, that's where I really want you to pay attention here, because as we continue to look at this tornado warning, this is a Fairview Heights, this is O'Fallon, Illinois. This is Shiloh. This is where we're still seeing that widespread area of wind, which is moving at a very, very quick clip. Just from a standpoint of how fast this is moving, I think that this is what this is going to do for me here. And I'll point out where this thing is moving. I want to get out just a little bit ahead of this here and just talk about where the strong straight line wind is. Let's talk about where this is, because Fairview Heights, you're right there right now, but Shiloh Valley within the next 3 minutes. That's how fast this is moving, right? So even if I put a track on something, normally I can give you a 15, 30-minute heads up, and I still can down the road, but this thing is moving at about 70 miles an hour. If it's got an 80-mile-an-hour wind, you know that it's at least moving between 70 and 80 miles an hour. So that's what we're looking at right now. You notice that it's at least moving between 70 and 80 miles an hour. So that's what we're looking at right now. You notice that on the debris detector, it's not picking that up anymore, or at least even a wind signature from that perspective, simply because we have that strong straight line wind, but you can really see that specifically. So if you're in Fairview Heights, the wind hasn't quite picked up. You're seeing that as well. Really from Belleville all the way to Fairview Heights, you're within the next 2 minutes. If it hasn't picked up already, you're probably going to hear it outside. And that's where you're going to start to see this wall of wind, that particular. So like I said, let's get ahead of things right now. And I'll even flash this back so I can move things a little bit better. And you'll notice here, as we look at O'Fallon, Illinois' camera here, you'll see all that in the distance here. And one thing, even as I'm just kind of looking at it on this specific camera, and I can look at it here, you're not going to see much in the way of anything but lightning and rain, right? There's not going to be any circulation here, but what we have right now is that wall of rain, a wall of wind that's kind of settling in. So let's get ahead of this here, and let's talk about Muscuda. Let's talk about areas in New Baden, and I know you're really not involved into too much Trenton. Areas well off to the east of this. You're dealing with wind that is going to get in excess of 70 miles an hour, Scott. And that may be what this is transitioning to. It may not be the end of it, right? You're still involved in that tornado warning. And we've kind of seen these cycles where we have straight line wind, and then all of a sudden one of the circulations is. And I think that's kind of what we're going to be dealing with even as we look at those areas to the south.
Yeah, and we know we're going to be getting damage reports. I was just checking with Jim Castillo. He's here, and we're working, to keep all the information flowing. One thing we're looking at is the power outages, and those numbers are escalating now. And you would expect that if you see 77-mile-per-hour winds, and that's what we've had reported now from Cahokia, with this cluster of storms and that rotation that's now working its way towards the St. Clair, Madison County line. This is on the Illinois side of the river. The worst of this is now moving out of St. Louis. You're still going to have a little more rain in St. Louis County, but most of this is now shifting east and south of town. You still have the tornado warning here, although not confirmed, up into northern portions of Madison County, and then the confirmed tornado as we continue to track that storm that is moving right now pretty much just east of the Gateway Arch at this point. And you can see how this is sliding northeastbound. There's Cahokia Heights, all right? So over at Parks Airport, downtown St. Louis Airport, that's where we had a 77-mile-per-hour wind gust. That is a lot of wind, okay? If you're rotating that wind and you're twisting that wind, it does a lot more damage. And so that potential is certainly there that some of these storms are doing that. This is now sliding a little farther off to the east now, and that surge is moving so quickly here, pushing out through Signal Hill, pushing out through French Village. You're probably getting some of that really strong wind into the Fairview Heights area right now, and it's going to continue to move over in towards O'Fallon, even downtown O'Fallon, Old Town O'Fallon. You'll be looking at some of those stronger winds here within the next 4 to 8 minutes. So before 10 o'clock or around 10 o'clock, it's going to be right there at Highway 158. Interstate 64, you're looking at this pushing in right now. It's already at St. Clair Square. So it's trudging towards the east and northeast and doing so very quickly. One quick check a little farther to the south, that's some larger hail. As you look south of Arnold, going down 55, that's now shifting across the river into northern portions of Monroe County. Probably that's going to impact the area around Columbia, Illinois. One additional tornado warning far to the south here, southern Iron County, southern Reynolds County, and that cluster of thunderstorms. That has the best moisture available for any of the storms tonight, but it's a little farther away from the circulation. So the immediate threat right now, damaging winds, possible tornadoes. You are watching 5 on Your Side.
Right now on 5 on Your Side at 10.
An active weather night across the bi-state area. This is a special edition of 5 on Your Side tonight as we bring you continuing coverage of severe thunderstorms that have caused damage throughout the metropolitan St. Louis area and continue to do so as the storms move to the east. Right now, confirmed tornado warning in effect. Southern portions of Madison County, much of St. Clair County on the Illinois side of the river. As we zoom in a little bit for you, you can see that circulation here. This storm surging out now, the inflow wrapping back around, dangerous twisting of the wind possible with these storms. And just within the last 15 minutes, in Cahokia at downtown St. Louis Airport, Parks Airport, reporting a wind gust to 77 miles per hour. We look at the wind fields around this storm to see where those circulations may be, and you can see that's pretty intense wind here. That is getting into the area right now around O'Fallon, and it's pushing towards Edwardsville. You can see the camera live in Edwardsville right now. That camera showing us the rain and occasionally some lightning that we're seeing there. Now, we don't have as much of a tight circulation that we had earlier, but let's just say that at this point, we've seen these storms cycle. We've had reports of damage, especially going down 44 here. Now it's no longer a confirmed tornado warning, but still a tornado warning into St. Clair County, Madison County, all the way up into Jersey County. The storm that's a little farther north, yes, it still has some circulation here as you're going up north of Alton, up north of Godfrey, up towards the Brighton area. These thunderstorms are all at this point moving rapidly onto the east and continue to pose a threat for severe weather. Tonight, we've seen winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. Outside of thunderstorms, we've seen winds gusting 50 to 60 miles per hour. We've had very stressed first responders tonight as widespread brush fires have developed ahead of these storms early on. And now we continue to watch the dangerous twisting wind and the storms pushing to the east and to the northeast and moving into our Metro East communities. If you are back behind this line, you are now in the clear. So from St. Charles County going westward out along 70, things have settled down. As you go down 44, once you're north of 44, things have settled down. Along this line and ahead of this line, we still have intense winds. We are still looking at some hail. We are still looking at some rotation in some of these storms and the potential that we may yet see additional tornadoes. Southern Reynolds County, southern Iron County, down in south central Missouri, we're watching those storms moving to the northeast. There's a tornado warning there. Severe thunderstorm warning. That is across a good chunk of Washington County right now. That storm will be moving into southern portions of Jefferson County very soon. As we push back into the metro area, again, we have concerns about these storms that are down around Arnold producing hail. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Monroe County and does stretch over into portions of St. Clair County once again. Belleville, you're getting two surges. The first coming through right now, the second that will come through in about 15 or 20 minutes from now. What we've heard tonight is that there is damage down along 44, out along Highway 100, the Gray Summit area, the Villa Ridge area. So we've been tracking those reports tonight and continuing to gather information. We do have reporters throughout the St. Louis area as these storms continue to move and race off to the east and to the northeast. Now, just in the last minute or two, look at that new echo that's showing up here east of Arnold. That's some really large hail that may very well go over the Jim Teneri dealership there in Columbia, Illinois, right off 255. That is a pretty impressive cell. There's a live look at O'Fallon. You're looking back to the west from O'Fallon, Illinois, back towards the Menards and the hotels along 64 there. You can see all the flashes of lightning ongoing at that point. Gary, I know you've been updating the storms tonight. We know power outages are fairly extensive across the area. What is the latest you have for us at this point?
Yeah, it looks like as we continue to focus on the two sets of the most impactful storms right now, and you'll notice obviously those are the two areas where we have the most wind and the two tornado warnings, right? And that's the area as we look at those two cores of wind. What it is important to note is there are two spots that will continue to see these little inflows here. And you have a couple of these near Troy, O'Fallon, but you're also starting to see where it's starting to bow out. And as Scott mentioned, there are some spots where the purple is starting to pop up as well. That's where we're starting to see some larger hail. And we talked about the potential, especially this morning, of up to baseball-sized hail. And that is not a question in some of these spots where you're seeing those returns. So, like I mentioned, you're seeing at least golf ball-sized hail potentially. I don't think this is a widespread thing, but that's what we're looking at right now as it continues to work its way along this line. Now, one thing as we look at this tornado warning, the significant wind, and the leading edge of this is going to run into any wind that's out of the south or southeast, and that's what's going to create that twisting. And that's why we see these storms cycle at any given time. And you'll see these little notches here where maybe they're not as significant here near Valmeyer or Waterloo, even north of Hecker. But as we continue to look at where the wind field is, you'll see that it's the leading edge closer to Mascoutah. Breeze, Carlisle, I know you're down the road from this, but I want you to pay attention to it now because the way that these storms are moving, this could be there as early as 10:20. That's how fast this stuff is moving. And one thing I want to point out here is this one we haven't talked about near Bethalto because it's not necessarily rotating as much anymore. While there is some rotation here from Bunker Hill to Shipman, Staunton, and Mount Olive, what's important as I take these polygons away, and I want to point out near Bethalto, is look what the radar is indicating in terms of the wind. You know, the wind is pretty significant. I'll clip this up here, and I think I can pull it up this way because you're starting to see the wind at a pretty significant clip here north of Bethalto, where the radar is indicating upwards of 70+ mile-an-hour wind. And we already have seen the wind at the surface become very high, but you're also starting to see this a little bit near Bunker Hill, where anywhere I pick up for the wind is upwards of 65 to 75 miles an hour. So that's important to note. This, at the very least, is going to create some winds that are going to gust on a high clip. So as we look off to the north where this is moving, I don't want to forget about you here in the Metro East because we've kind of been focused on a couple of spots here, but really near Shipman, Staunton, Litchfield, Even so, that's where I think you're probably dealing with a lot of this wind. You're 55 on the north side from Mount Olive into Litchfield. And I know this is kind of working its way on the northern fringe of our area, but I think it's important that even though you see this toward and away from the radar, I think it's important that we see the core of these winds here. And that's where I want to work our way a little further south here now, where you'll start to see that leading edge, where this is still from Fairview Heights. Even if the radar is lagging behind at this point, I think we're starting to see that in O'Fallon. And I think O'Fallon, Illinois' camera's still working here at some point. I'm sure it was calmer earlier. It's going to start to pick up a little bit. We don't obviously have that right now. So thank you for pulling that up here, because not all the time does, when we get into these power outages, we've had a lot of them. Not all the time we're going to see. And I know that there's not a lot of trees and there's some rain on this picked up, but the wind is going to be significant here shortly here in O'Fallon. I think you're going to run into this from Fairview Heights into New Baden and Trenton. So I want you to pay attention to this in Germantown, in Breeze, Carlisle. That's where I think the core of this wind is headed. And I don't think we're ruling out tornadoes at any point here, because just because this has shifted to a straight line wind threat at the moment, it doesn't mean that it won't run into a more favorable environment for any sort of development in that regard. Even as we pull this further to the south into Millstadt, from Belleville to Waterloo, we don't really see any significant areas other than that here. From Fairview to O'Fallon, Illinois, as I pull my way back up to the north, you'll see that north of Bethalto, those are the two cores of wind that we're currently dealing with here as part of that severe thunderstorm warning, and of course the tornado warning that's been in place for a lot of us here. And you'll see that right now. Like I mentioned, that's where the severe thunderstorm warning is in place, and that's where we're starting to see some of that here. And as we continue to check in with some of our emergency management partners here, we are also starting to see, which is important, and I've kind of noted this here, and I'm not saying, I don't want to say it's neglected here, because we've talked about the specifics, but we're starting to see a few counties shaved off from the tornado watch, and just pointing them out. And sort of the obvious ones are Gasconade, Pike County, areas behind, right? You'll see that those are areas in the clear. So if you've been following along with us on 5+ for however long we've been talking, I don't even remember at this point, you can finally go to sleep safe. Same in areas in Rolla, Reynolds County to the south. You're starting to see things. It's still going to be windy, so I expect that. But you're starting to see more of a break from that. So as we continue to focus on this, here's our latest tornado warning. Naturally, as I zoom in, that's where we're seeing another one here. And that is, we're going to continue to look at that right now. And I know that's what I'm about to get a text about here. But I'm also getting some text here about West County here. And I know that we've got a lot of updates. Scott, you're going to update us on this one, which once again continues. I would bet that as you're zooming in on the debris tracker, was it somewhere obviously right on the northeast side of town in O'Fallon and Troy, but it's probably already past there, if we're being honest, as it continues to push off to the east.
I'm looking at it from a minute ago, just from the velocity standpoint, and it's not pretty. It's a messy storm mode. That's what we're getting into right now. The one thing to note, yes, it's a tornado warning, but it's not a confirmed tornado warning. We have not confirmed any of the tornadoes now in the storms at this moment. So that's, we'll take what we can get. Down to the south, this is big hail that's rolling in here as you go into St. Clair County. And then as we go farther north, you've got those two nudges popping out here. And that's where we've got that new tornado warning here. And we're northwest of Lebanon, and we're also north of Troy. Those are the two hail cores, but we may have some rotation in a couple of those spots. Just kind of tracking that out. It's already in Troy. It'll be in St. Jacob here very quickly. We kind of pulled this out a little farther just because things are moving so fast. Perron and Burgess, 1032 into the Stubblefield area. That's a tornado warning. So here's some strong winds. This may not be rotating, but by golly, I bet from 159 driving, from the Bethalto exit there at 140 all the way up to Bunker Hill, you've got some wind-whipped rain ongoing right now and probably some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Then we've got this area in here around Troy. You've got that circulation there and potentially, another circulation down on the south side of that. These types of storms are cyclical in that they kind of rotate for a bit, and then one rotation will get cut off and a new rotation will develop. So while we see that potential for spinning here, we know it's headed towards Highland. We know it's working east out along US 40. we want you to get into your safe place. Here's another tornado warning just issued now, and that's for the storm that's a little farther to the south. That may actually have a little better circulation to it here as we go just to the south and southwest of Belleville. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on that and see what we end up with. That looks like that circulation is between Millstadt and Smithton right now, so that's going to be another tornado warning that takes us over towards Freeburg and towards Muscuda. All right, so we're getting messy with the polygons. We've got this new tornado warning that's in effect here across southern portions of St. Clair County, far northeastern or northern portions, if you will, of Monroe County, and then stretching that over into northern Washington and into portions of Clinton County. We have another severe thunderstorm that's producing a possible tornado and has caused a new tornado warning to be issued. That also overlaps here with that tornado warning into Clinton County and into parts of Bond County as well as Madison County. So we're now in the Metro East. The strongest storms have pressed on to the east of St. Louis now, and these are the storms that are capable of producing tornadoes, although they are not confirmed tornadoes at this point. So just kind of pulling this back out, to look at all the polygons. We do have these storms down to the south now, confirmed tornado warning for Reynolds County. So we're going to go there just for a brief hot minute and check that out. Southern Reynolds County, southern Iron County, these storms have had a history of producing tornadoes as they've been coming out of the Ozarks and working towards southeast Missouri. So that's about Centerville on to the south and south of Ironton as well. Coming back into the metro area here as we get closer, our tornado warnings here in effect for Madison County. I don't think this area around Alton and back, into the Wood River area, you don't need to be concerned anymore. The circulations have all pressed off to the east. But across southeastern portions of Madison County, into parts of Bond County, into Clinton County, and then back into St. Clair County and this northeastern part, if you will, of Monroe County in Illinois. This is where we have the tornado warnings in effect right now. None of them are confirmed tornadoes, but what we're seeing here, several areas where we have rotation. One's very close to St. Jacob, maybe even on the south side of that as you get a little closer in just to the west of Highland perhaps. Some indication in here that there may be multiple circulations. And then as we go to the storm that's down here south of Belleville, the potential that we're looking at some rotation in here as well, and that could spin up as a tornado. We have seen damage tonight. We've seen 77-mile-per-hour winds that probably weren't even associated with the tornado, but were associated with the straight-line winds in that storm as it went through the Metro East and Cahokia. We've had numerous reports of damage, and a lot of first responders are out tonight working with these storms and the aftermath as we continue to see and get more reports of damage across the area. We've had some reports of some buildings where roofs have collapsed or roofs have been blown off, and they've been scattered across the area. And I think we're pressing more than 100,000 customers now on both sides of the river that are without power at this point. And odds are, because we're dealing with widespread, more significant power outages, that probably is going to be a couple of days before great progress is made, because we've got to clean up a lot of debris and get things cleaned up before we can get that power back on. Again, your tornado warnings are focused in the Metro East and then in far southern portions of Reynolds County, far southern portions of Iron County. But if you're over here around Belleville, if you're over in O'Fallon, if you're in the area here that's north and west of Nashville, Illinois, the Muscuda area, Troy, Highland, be in your safe place right now. Hard to find an identifiable circulation in here, and we're not confirming a tornado. But, just as I look at this, I see the hail core that's just east of 255 and kind of along Highway 15. And then I look, and you just can sort of see the storm is starting to want to rotate here south and southwest of Belleville. So it's that area down towards Millstadt. It just has that look. So get into your safe place if you're in these areas as these storms roll through. The potential continues for tornadic activity, and the potential continues, and it's a high-end potential for wind damage tonight as we've seen reports of 70, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Gary?
Yeah, as we look at the back edge of this, and you can still see that we're not done with this completely, and obviously the polygons make it messy. National Weather Service in St. Louis, as they issue these, doing the best job that they can because there's no other way to do this, right? You have to obviously coordinate as emergency managers. They're thinking about this in terms from north to south, where we have severe thunderstorm warnings in the yellow polygons, the tornado warnings in a red polygon, and then if you go to the south, you also have confirmed tornado that's going to be the pink polygon. I'll show you that in a second here. But what we want to point out is there are some spots behind this line that are finally calming down, and I think that's going to be the case here, more so on the Missouri side here, as that tornado watch only goes in place until 11 o'clock for a lot of spots, but in the Metro East it goes until much longer. This is the one confirmed tornado that we have right now. You can start to see that spin. It is rain wrapped, and I know it's the very southern edge of our area, but I want to point it out because I want to make sure that we're not forgetting about you here, really near Piedmont, and really has to do with these further south areas. Like I mentioned, this is one of the few confirmed tornadoes that we have right now at this moment. And, it does have that debris signature, or it does have that signature in terms of the fact that we have that perhaps lofted debris. But where we have the radar indicated tornadoes, you see that red polygon, and it's the leading edge where we're starting to see, like Scott mentioned, this one right here near Belleville, which looks like more of that classic hook signature where we have the inflow of the wind and the twisting. And that's where I think we're going to see these become more cyclical, where some of them are going to be in more of a straight line wind at times, and then all of a sudden they're going to be able to rotate, and that's what I think we're going to see. And as I want to kind of pull this up, and I want to find this here for you specifically, you'll notice here from Millstadt right now, like I said, this is an area where we're probably getting up to maybe, I would say, golf ball size hail perhaps on the south side of town here near Millstadt, but also you'll start to see where we have that potential for rotation right there. And I'll pull this up on that velocity product so you can see that a little better. And here's where the latest radar cycle is. And this thing's going to be getting data as quick as possible, but you'll notice where we probably have that inflow here south of Belleville from Millstadt. Now Millstadt, you're probably transitioning to more of just rain with some hail that is starting to mix in at least dime size here, maybe into quarter size. Let's find some of those areas of perhaps rotation as indicated by the radar, and I want to be able to pull this around so you can see. And I've got a couple of spots here that we want to look at. I showed you that area near Bunker Hill, which is really more of a straight line wind threat than anything here. And you'll see that that's all part of that up to 70+ mph wind that we're perhaps dealing with as well. And what I want to pull further to the south is this is where we perhaps have that rotation. I want to get down here closer to Belleville, and you'll see that. It's a weak area of rotation, but it's enough where we look at the radar signature and it tells us that there is perhaps a tornado that at least maybe touched down briefly, even though it may not be on the ground. And like I said, these are cyclical, where some of them may touch down a tornado and then they lose that tight rotation and it becomes more of a wind threat. And then all of a sudden it runs into a more favorable environment and you see that tornado touch down again. And I think that's probably what we're going to see as these storms are surveyed tomorrow into the daylight and by Sunday as well, as you'll start to see multiple tornadoes or perhaps a path here. But right now, our main focus is the fact that we have that tornado warning right now. And if you're really in Belleville, I hope you're already in the basement here, but if you're in Mascoutah and you're watching this, think about that as well. Like I said, I talked to you about Breeze and Carlisle being about 10-20, and here we are. It's getting closer, even into Oakville, and you've already had the sirens go off likely in Oakville, in Germantown, and Breeze and Carlisle. And I know, like I said, this is where it gets a little wonky because you have Breeze, it's right on the edge of one polygon, and then here's the other one, right? And it really is for two separate storms and two separate areas of circulation. One of them being this northerly one, which is involving into Highland right now. We could probably pull that camera up at some point. I'll try to make a point to do that next here. That's a little harder to find in the scope of things here. But when we've got things from Belleville into Freeburg, that's the other circulation that we look at. And so it's for those two specific ones, because we have these little tiny areas of circulation, you have to run into these polygons which sometimes intersect each other. So you may have heard the sirens go off twice. That would be the reason for it if you're in both of these polygons, which is not a question, right? So that's one of the things that we're looking at. When you look at some of the wind right now, and this is once again toward the radar, away from the radar, and I think once you're into Millstadt now, that circulation is passed. And I still want you to stay in the basement here, preparing for that. But in terms of the highest wind speed right now. This is from Mount Olive into Gillespie, well to the north on 55, past Bethalto. Let's zoom back out as I show you what the radar looks like here and talk about a couple of things. Like I said, I think anywhere on 44 and areas points off to the west of 44, I think you're in the clear at this point. I think you're starting to get a little bit more clear. I think if you're on 70 on the Missouri side, you're on the clear from severe weather. You're going to start to transition to rain. And one thing I know I put at the end of this here is it all kind of gets lost is the fact that our significant wind has been there as well. We've seen wind gusts pretty high throughout the day, and you'll see these little tiny areas of circulation. I did want to look at our max wind speeds here as we looked at the debris detector, but you know the back edge of things are getting a little bit better. Here are the peak wind speeds today, 77 here. You can see our downtown camera still working. We had 66 miles an hour at Lambert, and a lot of these, you know, probably are more reflective of the non-thunderstorm wind gusts that we had, but not these two. These are all, I know the Lambert one was definitely a result of that storm that was very close to that tornado warning, and you'll see the flashes of lightning right around the arch, and this is going to be a pretty consistent basis here. You'll see that here. Like I mentioned, these two polygons right now, even as I just cue them up, just to give you an idea of all the specifics here. We've got this one right here. That one is going until 11 o'clock for Bond, Clinton, Madison, and St. Clair. You've got the other one here, and that one is until 11 o'clock as well. Like I said, Clinton intersects here, Madison, St. Clair, and Washington. And of course, you have this severe thunderstorm warning that we're watching here. That is for Jefferson, Monroe, St. Francis, and Washington until 11 o'clock. Still may have some areas of circulation there. There's a lot of this stuff, Scott. I feel like we're going to be watching this for at least another couple of hours area-wide.
Yeah, I think, you know, for most of the metro area, it's shifting east. Here is your picture from Highland, Illinois right now, where the rain is coming down, the winds are blowing. St. Jacob just reported a 51-mile-per-hour wind gust with a thunderstorm, but you can see that's a torrential rain. If you look it's hard to see the trees, but they are moving in there, and there's a pretty good breeze ongoing at this point in that area. So again, Gary just went over the tornado warnings. That area around Highland, St. Jacob, in a tornado warning right now. Not confirmed, but some circulation still there. Same sort of thing playing out south of Belleville here. Nothing confirmed, but the circulation is there. We have had reports of wind damage here in the Metro East and damage to homes as well. So we're going to get more reports on that. We've had some from North County as well. We have crews that are out tonight gathering information right now, and we'll hear from them as the night progresses. But right now, our focus is making sure you know where these storms are headed and that you're staying safe. This storm south of Belleville right now, clearly as you go out of Highway 15 out of Belleville, this thing has a bit of a hook to it. And while it's not necessarily producing a tornado at this moment, it certainly looks like it's capable of doing so. So as this storm moves through, the hail is really right along 64. And at this point, it kind of looks like it's, you know, north of Belleville and to the northeast towards O'Fallon. So just kind of timing this out of where the strongest part of this storm is, where potentially that circulation might be. This is kind of what we have on it. Again, we're not too far away from it being into New Baden, into Aveston, into Breeze, Beckemeyer, Illinois, over to Carlisle, about 1052. So, you know, that's a ways away, but they are moving pretty quickly. This storm, again, as it's gone through Highland, gusty winds, 51-mile-per-hour wind gust around St. Jacob. These storms rapidly moving off towards the east and to the northeast right now. Farther north, let's be over to Litchfield, to Mount Olive. Look at that area that's brighter there. Not necessarily rotation, but odds are we're looking at winds here 60 to 70 miles per hour. Potentially some of those 50 to 70 mile per hour winds from Marine to Highland too along Highway 70 as you work your way through Madison County. Then we go farther south, this area from Belleville to Freeburg. This is where we have a bit of that circulation just off to the west of Mascoutah, if you will. We'll see if that evolves into something that actually touches down, but we still know we have dangerous winds with these storms, and we've had quite a bit of problems here this evening with these storms, with the wind damage and the circulations and possible tornadoes, at least radar-confirmed tornadoes. One thing that's fueling that is this low-level moisture. It's feeding to the north, and as it does so, this is what we're seeing, rotating thunderstorms kind of with that spinning updraft sliding across the region. It's a dangerous night. If you're behind the line of storms, your severe weather threat's pretty much over. That's West St. Louis County. That's back into St. Charles County. It's back into Lincoln County. Still going to have gusty winds through the overnight hours, but as far as the intense weather, that's eased off for you folks. But south and east of St. Louis, we are still dealing with the potential of severe weather. That's a live look out into St. Charles right now with our camera. At least we see a fair number of lights on right now. Our estimate is about 100,000 customers on both sides of the river now without power due to the outages across the area. Again, we're tracking severe thunderstorms through the area tonight. They are capable of producing tornadoes at this point. We've had reports of tornadoes and wind damage, substantial in some cases, as these storms have moved through the area. Even report of a couple of minor injuries so far. Haven't heard of anything major, not that there hasn't been, we hope not. But just take these storms very seriously here east of St. Louis. Eastern portions of Madison County into Bond, Clinton, northwestern Washington, and much of St. Clair County still under the tornado warning right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue farther to the south, down towards Wilderman, north of Freeburg. You're really picking up some of those intense hailstones right now, along with some of the gusty winds that are whipping around in that area at this point as these storms continue to move on to the north and to the northeast. Back to the south of St. Louis, still looking at this storm that's down here. Wow, that's a pretty impressive storm. Southern portions of Reynolds County right now. And that's pushing towards southern portions of Iron County. That's a long way away from the radar, but when you can see rotation that far away, that's pretty impressive. So that's working east and southeast of Ellington. That will impact the areas around Annapolis. That is a confirmed tornado here as it's moving northeast. It has a history of producing wind damage farther to the south and southwest. And that area, again, farther south of St. Louis, is the area where we are looking at better moisture. New tornado warning. Yeah, new tornado warning coming for Montgomery and Macoupin counties. So that was kind of what we were just talking about with that big gusty, I would like to call it it seemed like, one of those twine balls that they have in Kansas, those big twine balls.
Oh.
That was kind of, you probably don't know about that.
That seems out of my. Is that from the?
Look at that gusty wind. Look at that wind.
Yeah.
It's like one of those. It's just a mound of wind. Yes, there may be some circulation in here, especially in this area, maybe around Honey Point, but that's northeast of Gillespie, and it's moving up towards Raymond and northern portions of Montgomery County. All right. Let's go back over to Mike and Kelly. You guys have some damage reports and updates.
Yeah, all right, Scott, thanks very much. We have reporters all over the bi-state, and our Megan Kernan is in Villa Ridge.
Villa Ridge, yeah. There was some damage over there, right, Megan? Here in our storm tracker.
Yeah, hey, that's right, guys. So we are on Old Highway 100 in Villa Ridge. Let me turn the camera around so you can see on the left side of you, there are some down trees, and as we get further, there are some down power lines. So there's a bunch of, crews working out here because people are not able to pass through here. We are in Villa Ridge on Old Highway 100, and it's been taking some time. There's been a lot of backed up traffic, especially on 44, but there's a ton of down power lines right now, which is why there's even like some community members out here and just trying to stop people and tell them to turn around, because there's absolutely no way that people can get around. As you can see in front of us, people are just kind of at a standstill as there is many power lines blocking, and there was multiple trees. People are out searching. You can kind of see here in the front, but that's kind of what we're looking at as far as the damage, and we're going to keep trying and track some of this damage too. But for now, we're going to toss back to Gary in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. As we have an update on another tornado warning, and I kind of pulled this up just because I was going to show you how some of the counties are pulled out and how some of the counties are still under that tornado warning until 3 a.m. on the Metro East side. But we had yet another tornado warning. It was an area I actually highlighted just because I looked at that severe thunderstorm warning, and here it is right now. And that's what I want to look at specifically here as we look from Peevely. And it's one of these areas that at one point had a straight line wind threat, but now has the potential for rotation. And I'll pull a different product up here as I kind of pause this, and I want to show you where that perhaps inflow is. So if you're in Waterloo and you're in Maystown, you're in Redbud, you're in Hecker, you're in Valmeyer, you're starting to see where this is. And I'll pull the wind product up for you as well. But you'll also notice where we start to have this little bit of a kink here, where you have just that inflow here. And this is where I think we have the most significant wind. And I'll switch the product here as you're able to see where some of this is. That first one was the Macoupin County area where we have a couple of these along the leading edge, and I'll have to pull up this thing. Like I said, we're all moving on these on the fly because it seems like we have all these little areas of rotation within this. But as we pull this off to the south, let's find that spot that likely just sent your sirens off in Jefferson County and parts of South St. Louis County, and it's this one right here, specifically right along the edge. And there's nothing that jumps out to me right now in terms of where the potential for a significant tight rotation is, and I think it's kind of along the lines of the last couple that Scott has mentioned, where you're able to see where some of these are, and this is probably where we're seeing right now, and I think it's right here. That's where we're seeing it right now, and I'll zoom in just a little bit more, and I'll probably pause this if I can, and I'll zoom in just a little bit more. This is where it is near Maystown. This is where the probably most significant, it's not a tight couple like we've seen, but it certainly is where there's some minor rotation, and I'll circle this for you just to follow along, and then we'll get back out to where we can track this for you here. It's right about here, and you'll see that latest scan of the radar. So that's how fast this stuff's moving. I draw it. It already moves past my drawing. That's how fast this stuff is moving. As we're looking at this right here between Valmeyer and Maystown, that's the area of circulation. If we're going to pick a spot, I know it's not the most significant one I've showed you all night, which isn't a great thing for the fact that we've seen more significant all night, but it's a great thing for right now. But I do think that we're going to see, probably the fact that the potential for a tornado is still there. And that's why you have that tornado warning that's in place, I believe, until 11 o'clock. And we're going to look down toward Waterloo, toward Maystown, toward Hecker, toward Smithton, toward New Athens. Those are the areas that I want you to pay attention. I know, like I said, we have a lot of these polygons that are all intersecting each other. It's because of the amount of little areas along the leading edge of this where you have these little areas of rotation. And that's where we're getting into this point in the night where we have these little areas of rotation. At the very least, there is a 60+ mile-an-hour wind gust, and you'll see that one of those has just been removed or downgraded. So you'll see that, but you also still see one of these polygons. See, I can cue these all up at the same time where they're going to take precedence, right? First one is the fact that we have that tornado warning that's in place till 11:15. So correction there for me from Jefferson County, Monroe, St. Clair, like I said, and St. Louis County. So South St. Louis County, I'm getting some of these here from my watch. They pop up and we just kind of go with it. And that's kind of how we're keeping you safe here at this point in the night, because as we continue to follow along, what you'll notice is those areas of circulation exist really up and down. And you'll notice the latest update in the radar has pushed that through Valmeyer. You're still in the calm right now in Waterloo, but you're within less than 5 minutes. That's how quickly this is moving. If you're in Freeburg, you're in New Athens, it's relatively quiet. If you're in Fayetteville, you're in Muscooda, you're still dealing with that as well. But Oakville, it has been relatively quiet because, like I said, you're kind of in no man's land for these polygons. We're likely the sirens went off, but perhaps you didn't take it seriously. Let's try to take it seriously now, simply because I think you're seeing that leading edge of this one is most likely going to race off to the east and northeast at about 60 to 70 miles an hour. So as we work our way further to the north, there's also a few spots that I'm monitoring for hail as well. And those are the spots that are showing up in purple that are most likely dealing with golf ball size hail, or at least the potential. And I'll zoom into the crosshairs to give you an idea, because you're able to see that from St. Jacob, from Lebanon, as well as, really St. Morgan, right along. I'm trying to find north of 64, south of 40 here. Highland, that's where you're staying. It's on the south side of Highland. That's where you're getting at least the potential for some of those areas of larger hail. That's not really something that's been a significant factor. I got an update in Millstop that we had up to quarter-sized hail, so that was the highest hail that we had seen, and that kind of checks out by looking at the radar. But like I said, there are going to be some embedded areas of isolated golf ball-sized hail in that as well. This is actually a spot that I want to look at now with our most recent radar scan, and that one to me looks like the most impressive that I've seen of recent. Let me try to drag this in here, and right about here, and that's an area, once again, that I think we're seeing the most significant radar return that we've had in a while in regards to dealing with that potential. And now, there we go. I want to zoom in right to here, and it's north of 64, really near New Baden. And that's where, I know it's getting a little further away from the radar, but that's a scan that at least interests me in terms of the potential for rotation here near New Baden. So from Albers, that's a spot I would at least take shelter if you're not already, as we look at right about here. And I let this loop here, but this is north, right on Summerfield South Road, 161 and 64. That's right off the exit here as you're just south of Old US Highway 50 here, north of Damiensville, Germantown. Those are the spots, like I mentioned. Aviston as well. That's where I want you to at least pay attention and get in your safe space. And I know, Scott, you're looking at all of these. There's starting to be, once again, it's 10:30. We've seen several storms go over the same spot. I'm not sure that it doesn't matter. There's still significant areas.
Yeah, there is significant damage being reported right now. Just got a report of baseball-size hail on the Illinois side of the river near Troy, Illinois, from a few minutes ago. This is down into parts of Reynolds County and southern portions of Iron County. This storm has a history of producing tornadic damage. So south of Annapolis, down towards the Des Arc area is where we're watching there. Back into the metro, still looking at these storms south and east of St. Louis. They're still packing the punch, as Gary was talking about this. So coming out of Jefferson County through southern St. Louis County, moving into Monroe and St. Clair County, prompting that new severe thunderstorm or new tornado warning there, and another tornado warning for that cell that's moving into eastern portions of St. Clair County, right out by the rest stop there on 64 as you head towards the Clinton County line. We have the other tornado warning here, eastern portions of Madison County into Bond County, and then we're looking at another tornado warning a little farther to the north. For the populated areas here, this one's coming in along 156, Valmeyer to Waterloo here, and it looks like any circulation staying south of Columbia, but there's probably some hail in here, and certainly the potential for some gusty winds as well. We've seen the wind gusts. Lambert tonight, St. Louis Lambert International, 66-mile-per-hour wind gust has been the top one. Over here in Cahokia at the downtown St. Louis airport, 77-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. Highland and St. Jacob probably getting some of that larger hail right now. It's going to push right along Highway 40 towards Highland. Be prepared for that. Again, you're inside, away from windows and doors. A lot of wind still showing up, but trying to find tight circulations here, that's a little bit difficult across the area. There are some spots we're monitoring, but nothing sticks out as being a really super tight circulation that's going to cause big problems, at least not into the metro area. Now, these storms that are over towards New Baden and Trenton and heading up towards Highland, yes, there's still some rotation there. Yes, something could spin up, but it doesn't look especially ominous at this point compared to some of what we've seen earlier tonight. From Waterloo down to Maystown, we still have the potential that there is some circulation in there as well. But again, nothing that's overly tight, nothing that screams we have a big problem. And then you've got the area north of Litchfield heading up towards Farmersville. That's going up north on 55 here as you make your way out of Litchfield, heading up towards the Springfield area. We still have some showers and some rumbles of thunder, but not severe, along and south of 44 here, down into southeastern portions of Franklin County, down towards Catawissa, and then back down towards Sullivan along the Merrimack River. But north and west of St. Louis, our severe weather threat coming to an end. South and east, it's going to continue for another hour or two, maybe three. We're going to stick here with you as we continue to track these storms this evening. They're in an environment that's conducive to not only having strong to severe thunderstorms, but in some cases we've seen that dangerous twisting of the wind tonight, and it has caused damage across the area, in addition to some of those straight line winds of 65 to 75 plus miles per hour, along with some large hail. Insurance companies are going to be busy this weekend, and we know the first responders are busy right now, Mike and Kelly.
Yes, they absolutely are. And our crews have been all around the area. They are now also checking out damage, including our Annie Kroll.
Annie Kroll is on Highway 100, where there's been a lot of damage tonight. She's in Villa Ridge. Annie.
Mike and Kelly, we've been trying to get down to Villa Ridge for the last hour and a half, and it's just been terrible on the roads. Traffic's been bad. Exits have been blocked off by police, so we finally had to pull off the side of Route 100 and just go by Black Horse Road to try and wait. You can see over my shoulder, we've got quite the lineup back here. We've been seeing reports that it's actually the Burger King that's down this street. There's a Mr. Fuel that's been damaged, and we also have an elementary school that possibly has some damage. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get down there because of how much has been blocked off, and we've been sitting here waiting probably for about a half hour just trying to see what's going on. And unfortunately, we can't get down there because, of course, first responders are trying to figure out what damage has been done and what they can do to try and help. We've seen a couple of semi-trucks, as you can see behind me, just pulling off the side of the road trying to get around it because they've been waiting for so long. That's what's really happening right now at this hour. People are just trying to turn around, seeing where they're going. Exits are blocked off on southbound 144. We saw a semi-truck on I-44 northbound that had completely turned over and was blocking the road. So it's just quite a scene here in Villa Ridge. There's not much people can do. They're just turning around trying to go home because so many of the roads are blocked off. Obviously, the semi-truck makes things a little bit more complicated because they have so much real estate to try and deal with on these roads. So we're going to stay. We're going to try and figure out what's going on, see if the damage is as bad as people have been telling us. But of course, we have to wait for first responders to clear this area so that we can physically go over and see what's been going on. So that's one of the things that we're worried about here in Villa Ridge, and we'll stay on top of it as we learn more.
Yeah, as we continue to monitor the threat of multiple tornado warnings, we also want to look at a few of these, and I want to look at this one specifically here. Still a severe thunderstorm warning. Like I said, we're going to get into a polygon mess because of the way these storms are moving and the way that they are interacting with an environment, which creates more twisting on the leading edge of that. So from a big perspective, I want to pull this back out here and show you, what we're dealing with here, and I'm zooming out on the other one here. Really what I want to point out is the fact that we are dealing with still further areas of a potential tornado that is on the damaging side. There's a damaging tornado on the ground. I want to move you further south. I'll zoom out first here because like I said, we work on the fly here when we're kind of working on things here, and I want to go well to the south. This specific area right now, let's zoom into this one, and this is where we have a confirmed tornado, where is a large damaging tornado right now, and I want to zoom in right now. It is this area right now north of Piedmont, south of Annapolis, near 12 Mile. This is a large damaging tornado, and I'll pull the radar product, the other radar product up as well. But that's what this polygon, this pink polygon means. It is a considerably damaging tornado on the ground right now. As we pull up this right now, you're able to see, like I said, a few spots where we have some of these leading edge spots north of Greenville where we have, some pretty strong wind, but it's nothing in comparison to what's going on to the south. And I'm not sure how we're going to see it just because of the way that it's further away from the radar, but we'll get there, and I want to point that out here. So we'll get there, and I want to see if we can see what we can see in regards to what this looks like here on the radar, because you're going to get all these weird colors because it's going to interact and it's farther away from the St. Louis radar. But what you'll notice here, and I think I can see it just a little bit better here, and watch right about here. This is where we're starting to see that rotation. And that's where I think we're going to need to pay attention near 12 Mile. We're right across 67 South between 12 Mile and Fredericktown. That's where it looks like this is headed to me here at this point. So as we continue to focus on things, I'll get this on the other side here because I just, one of those, it actually worked. So that's impressive here as we've been doing this for a while. I want to zoom in one more time here and show you where this is specifically, because this is going to bounce between different radar products here. As we continue to look and track this tornado, which is on the ground, and a damaging tornado, you'll see that right about here. And that's where I want to circle. This is where the damaging tornado is on the ground. It's this mess right here. I want to focus on that right about here. That's where this area of circulation is. It's off to the south of 12 Mile. It is racing off to the northeast at around 55 to 60 miles an hour. So if you're in 12 Mile, if you're in Marquand, that's where I want you to pay attention. If you're not already paying attention as well, this is a confirmed tornado. Even if you're in Fredericktown, I'd like you to at least get to your basement and stay there until we give you the all clear. And I know that, this is one of those things where it's further south of St. Louis, but I want to pay attention to this specifically because I know this is right on the fringe of our area. But as this continues to move off to the north and northeast, if that works its way toward Perryville and across 55, that's another spot that we're going to have to monitor in terms of the severe weather threat. The other thing that we're looking at is this tornado warning still from Waterloo all the way to Freeburg. And as we continue to monitor this threat, like I said, we're going to see the leading edge of a few of these storms that has the potential to rotate. And that's why we have so many tornado warnings. We have so many severe thunderstorm warnings that are overlapping the top of each other. We saw earlier today 58+ mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's what it takes for a severe thunderstorm warning. We had that without storms. We've seen that in excess of 70 in many of these storms. And there are a couple of spots that I want to look at right about here. And it's this spot near Breeze. Breeze, not around Carlisle, but especially on the west side of Breeze. And that's where I think we're probably seeing the most significant, at least radar circulation that would indicate perhaps there is a hook. You'll see that here. Let's get the other product up here and see if I can find anything that, is exciting in that regard. And I think that while it does get far away from the radar, this seems to be where it's perhaps showing up where maybe you're seeing a little bit of that near Aveston and Breeze. And that's where I think that it looks like to me. It doesn't look like much because you got all these weird colors, but if we're going to pick a spot here that there is a potential tornado, it is in Breeze. So if you're in Breeze, Carlisle, Jamestown Road, Old State Road, I know it doesn't look like much right here, and I circle this, and it's not all the time easy to see this just because of the way the radar sets up, but it's right about here. That's where I at least want to pay attention here. And I know it's tough here because we have all these weird colors that kind of pop in. But as we watch what's going on here, this is the storm that I'm looking at specifically here. If we're going to pick one out of all of them, it is that one as it continues to work its way north of Breeze. You'll see that the latest radar update still brings that in. Here's where I think there's some hail as it works its way south of 70. And that's a spot, Scott, that, it seems like every few minutes, maybe we're looking and all of a sudden, okay, well, this doesn't look all that bad. And then all of a sudden, the radar scan is very quick. And then all of a sudden, we have those areas of rotation. And then you blink and you have a tornado that's on the ground like it is to the south.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're headed through the next probably hour and a half, 90 minutes or so. We still have to go to get through this, mainly east and southeast of St. Louis. There are still some thunderstorms that are coming up here along the Merrimack River and that are going to push into St. Louis County, but we have eroded the better ingredients farther east. So I don't think we're going to have more severe thunderstorms around St. Louis at this point. Having said that, some of these storms in the Metro East are producing large hail. We certainly have had some strong winds with those storms, and the tornado warnings continue in these areas as well, with these storms sliding off to the east and northeast. And as Gary was mentioning, the storm that is moving into northwestern portions of Clinton County, just west of Breeze, certainly has a bit of rotation with it. This storm that's down across, the one that's come out of Jefferson County, down across Monroe County, heading into portions of St. Clair County. No imminent circulation in there, but some reports with hail with that. And also this one especially from Highland going eastbound, we've had reports of some larger hail. Earlier, larger than quarters around the Troy area. Again, you've got pockets in here where there are some areas of circulation, but the overall wind fields in these storms, we were talking 70 to 80 mile per hour winds earlier, and it was showing up with much brighter colors over much larger areas. That's now beginning to diminish somewhat, and these are becoming more typical type of severe thunderstorms that we're looking at, with the exception of what we're seeing farther south. This continues to be a very well-defined circulation with a confirmed tornado here going across extreme southern portions of Iron County down here south of Annapolis along Highway 49. That is going to push over south of Fredericktown through southern portions of Madison County as we head through the next hour or so, probably the next 35 minutes. If it can stay together, eventually it may impact Perry County in Missouri before crossing the Mississippi River. We will see if that holds together and for how long it does. In the meantime, you're about to see the circulation that's up to the north of Litchfield, continue to move out of our area and head towards the Springfield area. And we're still watching these storms off to the east. We were thinking by midnight they would be along the Interstate 57 corridor, and I think most of what we're seeing along 70 will make it over to Effingham by that time, but we may have to linger a little longer for areas south and southeast as we continue to monitor the trends here and assess whether the environment is favorable enough to continue this severe weather threat. Right now, there's no question that it is, particularly east and southeast of St. Louis. out ahead of this line, tornado watches remain in effect, and that will be through about 3 a.m. for our eastern counties. Once the line goes through, which now includes north and west of St. Louis, your severe weather threat has ended for the night. But as we know, power outages across the area are rather extensive right now, Mike and Kelly. And so we continue to monitor that. Also, the reports of damage across the region. We haven't had any really recent reports of damage from these storms other than down in Reynolds-Carter County line. In Carter County, just on the other side of the Reynolds County line, we did get a report of home damage down there about 30 minutes ago out of the Springfield Weather Service office. So again, very stormy east and southeast of St. Louis. These storms may be producing tornadoes. It's not as well defined as it was earlier, but still stay inside in your safe place away from windows and doors. Center part of your lowest level is perfect. Hallway, closet, bathroom, something like that. Just wearing your shoes and staying away from windows and doors, Kelly and Mike.
And Scott, we heard from Annie Kroll, who is in Villa Ridge, and our Justina Cornell talked to a woman named Alicia Wilson who lives in Charing Cross, which is in Villa Ridge. Here's what she told Justina. They are evacuating some of us to the command post. It was the scariest thing I've ever been through. It was so fast, our ears were about to burst. I have a 2-year-old at home, and I'm pretty sure we lost our house and cars. I'm a single mom of 3. But that just gives you an idea of what some people have gone through tonight.
Yes, and we're going to get a better idea of what some people are going through in Florissant. Robert Townsend is in Florissant, and we'll check in with him in a little while. Like I said, we have crews all over the place, but you know, trying to get to some of these places is difficult because they have to deal with down power lines, all types of debris.
And one of the things that we are hearing is, according to St. Louis County officials, that there was some damage in Wildwood tonight, but so far, from what they've seen, it was moderate damage, but there's been a lot of damage in the Florissant area.
Yes.
And Robert Townsend will do a live shot for us coming up very shortly in an area called Park Argonne. That's just around the Florissant area in North St. Louis County, where apparently there has been a lot of damage there.
Yeah, and
tonight.
they were dealing with earlier. Robert was in Florissant because they had some homes that had caught fire because of you know, power and the situation over there. So,
right.
And there are a lot of people without power too. We have thousands of people reported without power.
Yeah, there's your Ameren map. And, you know, I know when we look specifically to include our electric cooperatives and Ameren, Missouri and Ameren, Illinois, I think we're easily over 100,000 customers across the region without power. And some of those hard-hit areas do include areas around the metro. And, you know, you're talking about Villa Ridge and North County. Got to remember, our first responders, our firefighters, this afternoon we're dealing with those strong winds and brush fires. Some of that was caused by power lines that were coming down and arcing and sparking. Some may have been caused by burning outside and fires spreading from that. But our emergency managers were talking earlier this afternoon about how they were having local emergencies because they were out of fire department resources to fight everything going on. And now our fire department resources are being deployed in search and rescue modes, if you will, in many locations, and to help with cleanup for the ongoing storms as they continue to pass across the area at this point. So widespread power outages, you know, it's just going to take a while to get the power back on after an event like this. We've had this before, and this isn't as bad as some that we've had, but when you have the widespread power outages because you have so much tree damage and the lines are down, in some cases the poles are down, you know, the linemen can only do so much. And the one thing about this is even though the storms are moving away from St. Louis, the wind will stay up for much of the night and still be gusty into tomorrow morning. We'll be done with the storms, but we'll still have the gusty winds overnight, and that's going to complicate even tomorrow morning efforts by your linemen to get things back up and running. All right, so when we look at this right now, there's a couple of things that stand out to us looking at this at the moment. One is the amount of hail that's approaching Greenville, Illinois right now. There is a tornado warning with that storm. It has some rotation, and to be honest, that's very close. That hail's on the north side of what may be rotating, which is south towards Breeze right now. So there could be something that spins up there. You definitely want to be inside, away from windows and doors in that area. But that stands out. You can see that brighter fuchsia there. You can also see this surge that's going south of Belleville across St. Clair County. That stands out. But then when we look back to the south and west, looking back into Jefferson County, looking back into Washington County, heading farther south and west, we're not finding the intensity in the storms in these areas that we were seeing earlier. And that is a good thing. Unfortunately, we still have that strong storm. In fact, a few of them, as you look down to the south here, down moving out of Iron County and into the southern portions of Madison County, Missouri. That is a confirmed tornado. Another one south of Piedmont. So this area, these storms down to the south, still have a more favorable environment for tornadic activity. Okay, Bond and Clinton.
Yep.
So let's go back to where we just were. And I think that, Gary, is the one that we were just talking about that has the hail to it.
Yep.
And the rotation that you were looking at in and around the breeze area.
Yep.
So let's just kind of zoom into that right now. So here it is. And you can tell, just looking at the storm, how it's moving, how it is rotating at this point. Again, we're tracking a potential tornadic thunderstorm tonight. Now, as we pop on the radar and the wind here, we're kind of in a situation where
Bad data is making that look like
Yeah.
Christmas, by the way.
it's not as good as what we'd
Yeah.
like.
Yeah,
But
so-
we track it though. I'll put a track on here
Yeah.
for the timing on it.
So,
and here's
you
where
know,
it goes.
as you look at that, and yeah, the data is going to be weird, right? So you see how fast that thing is moving, right? So once again, that's the main thing for us is how fast this thing is moving, right? So the one thing I wanted to do before, it seems like every time I pull this map up, we have a new tornado warning, but we'll get to that in just a second because I am going to zoom in on that. I want to point out some of these spots here as we get closer to 11 o'clock. This tornado watch is in place until 11 o'clock. I do expect that to expire. That means you can go to bed safe and quiet, even if for some reason I've heard a couple of reports that sirens are going off. Now, we have tornado watch in place for the St. Louis City area. I think a lot of the spots on the Missouri side will probably be allowed to expire till 11 o'clock. There are a couple of counties in the Metro East that are until 3 o'clock. Don't think they make it that far, but that's where I want to get into this specific storm. And like I said, this one that goes until 11:30, we found a couple of those spots where you can just look at them and it looks like it wants to rotate right about here, and that's where I'll zoom in. You also have these confirmed tornadoes to our south. Let's look at this one specifically as it continues to rotate here, as Scott gets that figured out or gets that lined up so he can talk about the storm in more detail here. But as we look at this one, you can see where that's where we had that inflow, right? As we continue to monitor that. That's north of Carlisle. That's the spot that I was at least looking the potential for as we track that, whether or not we have hail right here, but now let's look at a different product. And you also have this area that you have two confirmed tornadoes, which are strong tornadoes in a very favorable environment. And now let's switch this here. And that's where it, like I said, this doesn't look great, and it's not anything to do with it. There's some bad data, and it's making it look like Christmas right now, but I'll let it loop, and I'll go circle it. It's that same spot right about here, north of Greenville, that we've seen right about here, and it kind of changes right there. And I'll zoom into that in a second here, just because I think you'll be able to see this a little better, and then we'll talk about it, and we'll see if we can see that bad data. Okay, so if I switch it, now you'll see this a little better. This is getting picked up by a different radar where it's not getting cluttered, and you'll see that, Scott, if I know you're following along here. But if you switch to the radar, you'll see where the different one it shows up a little bit better when it's blue and green. And this is the area of circulation right across 51 near Ramsey, north of Vandalia, as we see that. That's all part of one of these areas of circulation here as we continue to look at a couple of these areas of circulation. And so as we monitor a couple of these spots, you're able to see where some of these are starting to roar through. That's along 70. Let's go to the south here for the next one, as we have a couple of these here from Breeze and Carlisle. And you're able to see where some of these spots right about here, that's where we have that area of circulation. Like I said, it's not ideal because we're getting that area that looks like Christmas for some reason, or the Grinch, something like that here, but it's kind of moved in, and that's kind of the way it's working out. We have minor areas of circulation where at one point it was a little tighter, and that's where I think we're looking at the potential for our next area of circulation. So really, I think it's, for the most part, staying south of 70 at this point, but as fast as these storms move, See, now that latest one, as I move it here, it looks a little bit better. It really has to do with that particular radar as I move back and forth between a few of these here. So as we continue to look at a few of these areas of circulation, I'll pop this back on. And I also want to talk about these 2 confirmed tornadoes, which, while they're very south in our area, they're still important for a couple of reasons. One, it shows the nature of areas to the south being still more favorable for significant tornadoes and long track tornadoes. And that's something that we mentioned. Now, I know while it is south of Fredericktown and is to 12 Mile, I know it is technically going to go out of our viewing area for a little bit. So this would be a situation where if we talked about it and this was the only severe storm, then we'd pause, we'd go back to programming and then come in again. We're not doing that for a lot of reasons because there's a lot of other severe weather. But watch when this crosses 55 and into Perryville. That's what I want to pay attention to. That could be something that is going to be an issue here as we talk about Perryville. So just think about this over the next 15 to 20 minutes as this rain-wrapped tornado is likely to cross 55 and impact you from Perryville into Chester. That's something to pay attention to here, at least in the short term. I know a lot of this is very innocuous, it's very quiet, and behind it is getting a little bit better. But, you know, Scott, from a perspective of a couple of these, the areas to the south still seem pretty favorable. And I know we don't have time, or we're certainly not paying attention to it as much as we normally would with all the stuff going on. But well to the south, you got a line of pretty significant tornadoes, and wording from the Storm Prediction Center, they're going to get some serious nighttime tornadoes well to the south, close to the boot heel.
That is a big concern. And, you know, with spring break starting today, you know, for a lot of people, spring break starts today and goes through next week. A lot of people trying to get out of town for tomorrow. Got to tell you, tomorrow, if you're trying to go south and you're going to drive through Mississippi or you're going to drive through Alabama, this system is pushing in those areas. And tomorrow, as rough of a night as we've had here, tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, across Alabama and Mississippi, we are expecting significant tornado outbreaks there. And those Dixie tornadoes in the Dixie Alley, especially the nighttime tornadoes this time of year, really, really intense. Here are these storms. And again, we're lining them up here off to the east of St. Louis. They're just kind of moving along here pretty well, lasting actually a little longer than we thought they would in some spots. But as we kind of zoom in for you here and focus in, you've got the one area there near Belleville. You've got the other area that we're looking at up towards Greenville. This area that stretches from Lebanon down to Mascoutah, there's probably at least some rotation there, but at this point, it looks like it's just a severe thunderstorm. This is the area as it heads towards Tamalco, and, you know, we're south of Greenville. In Greenville proper, right there, you get off the rest stop or get off at the exit there to the truck stop off 127. You know, they've had some hail with that storm, upwards of the size of nickels. And this is where we may be seeing some rotation with that as we get in a little bit closer. That area of rotation, perhaps it's headed towards Hookdale and eventually over towards Pittsburgh Avenue and County Road 100. Hunter School Avenue's in here as well. Mulberry Grove Road, Keysport there. Kind of put the radar on. We've got a couple of versions of this, and this may be something too that we'll monitor up towards Ramsey, and we'll also have this area out here that we're monitoring south of Greenville. Looks like some rotation there, kind of another perspective, a viewpoint. Again, there's some rotation going on there around the Ramsey area, even though that's just a severe thunderstorm warning. In northern Fayette County, I'd be concerned about that. And then you have the potential rotation that we're seeing here in and around the Greenville area. Nothing all that tight for most of those storms. What is tight is the rotation that we're seeing down there into Madison County in Missouri, south of Fredericktown, across southern Madison County. That tornado warning continues there. So again, any of these storms that are impacting you, you need to be in your safe place. Basement's best if you don't have that. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. In that bathroom, closet, or hallway, away from windows and doors, and with your shoes on. Mike?
And Scott, we have this breaking news. County Executive Sam Page has declared a state of emergency for St. Louis County. He has spoken to Governor Keough, and they're coordinating resources in response to the severe weather this evening, the emergency declaration in effect.
Want to check back in with Megan Kernan. She has been in our storm tracker, trying to check out damage along the way, and she is near Highway 100 where she is talking to a storm victim in Villa Ridge.
Yeah, so basically we're on Cromwell right now near Baker, and Highway 100 is behind us. You can see dozens of emergency vehicles are on here because there is many down trees, many down power lines, and one of those down trees actually damaged Adrian Wallace's house. So tell us about what happened.
Well, I was standing actually on the front porch kind of watching the rain, and I saw the straight line winds, and I started hearing the train. And as I slammed the door and locked it, I hit the deck and I could kind of hear stuff falling. When it was all said and done, I came out and there's a 50-foot tree about 2 foot away from my car. Luckily, our house wasn't damaged and we're safe, but we had 3 windows busted out in the cars just from stuff flying across the road.
What about your neighbors? I know a ton of neighbors just on Baker Street. There's been a ton of damage that we've heard from some other people. How are your neighbors doing?
A lot of them, one neighbor told me his camper roof was ripped off. Our camper, the air conditioner on top got shattered. But a lot of the houses, there's a lot of down trees, a lot of whatever happened halfway on Baker Street, something got picked up and just kind of went through and started busting everybody's windows. Can't really find what it is right now.
Wow. Well, we're so grateful that you are okay and you guys are just checking on to see what other kind of damage is going on.
Yeah, seeing about the electricity and just seeing how long it might be and seeing what all damage is really going to be around here to deal with for going forward.
Thank you so much, Adrian. Well, there's been plenty of other neighbors who've really told us similar things. They've had trees on their cars, trees in their houses even, their walls collapsing, their ceilings collapsing. So we're really just trying to, check in with some of these neighbors who are suffering this damage right now. As we got out of the storm tracker because we can't get any farther than this as there's so many emergency vehicles, but we will try and, get farther and get some more information about what all the damage that has been done to these Villa Ridge residents. But I'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, Megan, thanks very much. And one of the things we do want to emphasize is that if you see down power lines, stay away, because there are down power lines all over the St. Louis area tonight. We've had a whole bunch of fires. That's how we kind of began our coverage tonight, with these power lines causing fires, brush fires, even structure fires. So if you are near any down power lines and you don't see emergency vehicles like you just saw in Villa Ridge, stay away.
I mean, you may be tempted to want to go outside and check out the damage, but you just don't know. It's dark, so you don't know what is around you. Scott, what do you have?
Yeah, we still have 1 tornado warning here that we're dealing with. We actually have 2 that we're dealing with across parts of our area. One east of St. Louis here, Bond County into Fayette County, going across over towards Interstate 57. It's basically the storm that's rolling out along 70 right now. Northern portions of Clinton County, northern portions of Marion County, and that severe thunderstorm warning here across a good chunk of St. Clair County into Clinton County. There is some rotation in here. There's nothing that stands out that screams there's a tornado, but the environment is a bit more favorable here, east and southeast of St. Louis. So we have to watch tonight for that potential that some of these storms may still yet produce a tornado. We believe radar confirmed some tornadoes earlier this evening. We believe that some of the damage you're seeing around Villa Ridge, potentially some of the damage that's out in the Wildwood area, that would have been associated with tornadic activity, but we won't know for sure until tomorrow. But that's what we could see on the radar. Some of these storms down to our south are still strong, but north and west of St. Louis, the threat of severe weather is over. That threat shifting south and east of St. Louis as this line continues to shift on to the east. We'll watch this area near Albers and once again around Breeze. You've got another surge coming in. There could be some rotation that develops with this. Right now, there's nothing that really stands out along this line as being overly concerning compared to what we were looking at earlier tonight, right? So earlier tonight, we had some really intense circulations. Tonight, these have kind of transitioned into more of a hail-producing scenario. We've had some reports of some larger hail off to the east of St. Louis, especially around Troy, Illinois. Didn't look like it covered the ground there, but we did have reports around the metro area of hail covering the ground. Most of it was smaller hail, but it still piles up, still causes problems. Going north along 51 out of Vandalia up towards Ramsey, Illinois, looks like there's still some sort of circulation, maybe some stronger winds there. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning for that, the tornado warning here farther to the south. And again, looks like there may be some circulations trying to develop along that leading edge and with that storm, especially on the southern side. The storms down to the south have been a little more prolific here in their production of tornadoes. We had confirmed tornadoes coming out of Carter County with damage, and we believe that circulation and likely confirmed damage down into southern portions of Reynolds County, down into southern Iron County. That storm now over southern Madison County. And once it's south of Fredericktown, which essentially is where the worst of that is, that basically is kind of out of our viewing area more for Cape Girardeau. We add the lightning in here. Obviously, it's been a noisy night as you look at the Villa Ridge firefighters. Yes, you see the Villa Ridge right there. Look at all that lightning. Storms down to the south really have the most of it right now, but those storms that are out around Greenville over to Vandalia, they're producing quite a bit of lightning as well. So that is another thing that indicates the strength of a storm, and it certainly is very intense as you head farther south of St. Louis. I know you're having some stormy weather around Farmington now, but nothing that we can tell so far that's been severe down there. By the way, our first responders, we've talked about it tonight, doing yeoman's work today. They have been incredible, having to deal with brush fires for hours this afternoon, and now dealing with damage cleanup and assessment and working hard out there serving the community tonight. So we certainly appreciate all the first responders that are out there in this weather trying to help out and keep people safe. Gary, I know you've been tracking this as well. It seems like the storm reports have started easing a little bit.
Yeah, it's the first time where we're not taking a full deep breath, but maybe a half a deep breath here as we start to at least edge counties out of the way. And we promise that we tell you, hey, don't go to sleep till we tell you it's okay. I know it's going to be caught every time we have a new tornado warning or a wind damage report, but I do want to talk about how we've started to see counties being shaved from the tornado watch itself, and most of them on the Missouri side completely in our area are done with that. So if you're on the Missouri side, I don't care if you hear a siren or some reason, your tornado watch has expired. It expired at 11. It was supposed to expire at 11, and it has done so as well. There also are the first tornado watch that was in place that we saw earlier this afternoon. I believe it was right at about 3:45 that it was issued, and it went through at about 4 o'clock, and that's where we saw between 4 to 11. Now, this tornado watch that's in place for the other counties that also have a couple of tornado warnings is in place until 3 a.m. Do I expect that you're going to see me and Scott here till 3 a.m.? I do not. We do not. And for all of our sake, that is a positive. But what I do tell you is that I think that the larger part of this system will still be impacted, areas to the south that are connected to this. They'll start to shave counties off here and there. And I think we're not quite there yet, but as we look at a couple of spots, one thing that is promising here as we look to the south is the fact that we are looking at a few of these storms that are starting to weaken maybe just a little bit. You'll still see that leading edge from Vandalia, where I'm at least pinpointing some of that. And also, there's only one spot that is well to the south that still has that confirmed tornado. The other one that we were looking at from 12 Mile into Marquand, which I know they turned the sirens on, that is still a tornado warning, but it's not a confirmed tornado anymore. As it gets closer to the radar, we get a few more eyes on it. We've got some really nice emergency management partners down there. They've got some eyes on it with law enforcement and giving us an idea of what's happening with that storm. And while I still think it is an issue and we need to pay attention to it as it gets closer to Fredericktown, and now it's starting to rain more heavily in Perryville, with a lot of lightning, as Scott mentioned, I'm not seeing any reason that's going to tell us that, we have some significant tornado on the ground. And I think that's important here, especially as we get further into the night where it gets darker and more of us get sleepy and, kind of worried about that. I think it's still something that we're going to watch out for in Perryville. So I told you to be prepared for that. I still think you need to be because if nothing else, like you said, the lightning is pretty significant. But we'll see how this holds together, where it moves. There has been some rain out ahead of that. Is that enough to stabilize things to where we're starting to see less severe weather or less of a punch to this storm, that remains to be seen. I think that as we look at some of these winds right now, and it's a couple of these spots here that are moving out of our area, but from Vandalia, well to the north of Kinmundi here, as we continue to see a couple of these spots. And I let this loop, and I'll circle a couple of them here because you're able to see where they are a little bit better. And like I said, it's right about here near Dry Point, north of Ramsey. That's one of them. We also have this one near Vandalia. And you'll run into a couple of these little spots where they are rotating. And so that's why we have that tornado warning. That doesn't mean that there is a tornado unless we get eyes on it, unless we have that opportunity. And you'll see where that leading edge of that confirmed tornado has been extended. Like I said, that is near Cape Girardeau. That is not our problem tonight. That is, if you have friends and family, definitely keep them in mind. But like I said, that moves out of our area per se. And as we work our way well to the north, that's where we're going to talk about, you know, this area specifically near Marquand, 12 Mile, really near Farmington. I think Farmington, if you're in Farmington, you're in Bonne Terre, you're in Potosi, you're in Iron Mountain Lake, you may see a few rumbles of thunder, but, you know, we're quieter. We're done with this stuff for now. Here, as we have our newest severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County, Illinois, till 12:15. So it's hard to get out of our area, right? And so that means we're going to be with you here for another hour, but that also means that you're starting to see some rain in Arnold and Melville. And if you're still raining in the city and you go, not this again, I thought we were done. You're done with the severe weather threat. You're running into a spot where, yes, we may get some small hail, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a low-end severe thunderstorm warning out of it at the worst. But in terms of sirens going off, in terms of something like that, that is more significant, I think things are quieting down. You'll see that here in Wildwood, Calderville, O'Fallon, a lot of the spots that I got real familiar with earlier are starting to calm down. Now, as we work our way back into Highland and check out this tornado warning, let's double check to see, you know, the specifics here, because like I said, we run into these for a while. That tornado warning is in place for another 13 minutes here for Bond, Clinton, Fayette, and Marion County. And like I said, that is the one lone tornado warning that is in our area at the moment, or area that we're paying attention to specifically. The other spots, like I mentioned, well to the south, you also have that north of Ramsey. That was also part of that circulation that I mentioned here. Like I said, you start to work your way out of our area, at least our KSDK 5 on your side coverage area here, but like closer to Salem, closer to Kinmundi, you'll notice here we still have a couple of these areas with that severe thunderstorm warning that is in place. Like I mentioned, we're starting to see signs along the leading edge of this storm that while there's probably some pretty good hail in Vandalia, you'll notice that as I switch radar products here back to this one, that's where it's a little closer to it. So that's why you're starting to see the deeper purples, as if I drag this radar closer to the St. Louis radar, it's not picking that up as well because it's further away from the radar beam. But this one's a little closer here. And so as I drag that closer, that's where we're able to see that a few more of those things, a little bit more from Vandalia. And even there it is right there. That's where I think we're starting to see some larger hail. That would be up to golf ball size on the northern end of Vandalia. So as we look at the potential for that and rotating storms, that is our strongest storm right now. Breeze in Carlisle, we were on the very edge of a couple of these polygons at one point in time. And I think that as we look at over the next hour or so, your threat is coming to a close as well because of what is behind it. It is more just rain and wind and 40-mile-an-hour wind from a different direction and more of a stabilization of these thunderstorms. And while we'll still hear a few rumbles of thunder, have flashes of lightning, they are not going to be any significance of what we had earlier as most of these storms move through. However, the leading edge of this right now, here specifically, and let's draw on this right now as we have been throughout. If we're going to go from Kaskaskia all the way to Carlisle, it's that area that we're probably looking at. If we're going to see any development or any rotation, that's the one that we're looking at. That's the area that we're probably looking at the most. And we've seen that, as I've kind of flashed on, where some of those areas seem to be weakening as they move to the north, even this one near Ramsey, Vandalia. That's where we have some of that hail that is more, you know, picked up a little bit more. And so those are the spots that I look at. This is also an area of rotation that I mentioned, but it is weakened. It was a pretty signified couplet where you could see the rotation. We had a confirmed tornado. You don't quite have that as much. And so that's important to note here. right now. So as we continue to look at this right now, like I said, this is where it is a little bit more significant, and you can see that near Greenville. That's where we have that confirmed tornado, but like I said, it's out of our area. We'll watch that spot specifically because it's a little more favorable, but if it stays south of our area and stays south of completely out of our area, we don't have to worry about it. And Mike and Kelly, when we talk about this, you know, things are winding down, but now we're starting to see the damage. Obviously, we have Megan, we have some other of our reporters on the scene. Robert was in North County. I don't know if we're going to be checking in with him.
Yeah, we are, Gary. There was major damage tonight at the Park Argonne subdivision in North St. Louis County near Florissant.
Let's check in with Robert Townsend.
I'm Robert Townsend. We're here in the Park Argonne neighborhood in unincorporated North St. Louis County, where it looks like a bomb blew up this street. You can see there's all kinds of furniture strewn across the street. Neighbors tell me about an hour ago, whipping winds blew through here and just left everybody on this street in the dark. You can see there are pieces of siding still in that street. This lady just came home. You tell me your house is damaged?
Yeah, my roof, I can't even see with the dark, but I can see bits and pieces are off the roof already. Like there looks like a bulge, like it ripped the roof off in a chunk.
You just came home from work?
I just got home from work. I've been working all night, and my poor son's been home, and he said he heard it really loud. He said in the back, I haven't expected the back yet.
What do you think about all this damage?
This is unreal. Like I can't even believe this is bad. So, and he said he heard it. This is just, I'm just hoping all my neighbors are okay.
I mean, we're seeing trees down, siding, ripped off houses. Houses are leaning, partially leaning.
Yes, and for that to be picked up and thrown, and he said my barbecue pit's supposedly across my backyard. This is just, I've never seen anything like this. I've lived in this neighborhood for 40 years.
I'm so sorry this happened to you guys.
That's
Hopefully
all right.
nobody's hurt. We're going to continue
As long
to
as
follow
my
that.
son's okay, that's all I care about, and it looks like Eddie's okay, and I hope Jerry's okay, because that looks like their roof slid off, so I'm just hoping all my neighbors are good.
Where are you going to spend the night?
Well, I mean, we'll just sleep in the dark for now. I'm hoping as long as it's livable, I got to go in and see what's going on inside.
All right, thanks a lot. Again, this is an unincorporated St. Louis County, North St. Louis County specifically. We're trying to get to the other side of the street where we have just heard there's a roof that apparently collapsed on a building. We're checking that out. Back to you guys.
Wow, that video was incredible.
Clearly
She
getting to
just
the other
gotten
side of the
home.
street will not be very easy, as you saw the
Yes.
trees down in the street. Our Corey Miller, our sportscaster, Corey Miller, he was in Arnold tonight. We put him to work, of course. He said there was no power when he got to town. He says it was raining very hard. He said the Drury Inn sign, which many people have seen off I-55, is hanging off its hinges, and other business signs are completely gone. So it just gives you an idea of the kind of damage that these storms were able
And
to
you
do.
just imagine how it's going to be in daylight seeing all of this.
Right.
We're also told about 70,000 people are without power in the metro area right now.
All right, let's go back to Scott.
Actually, I think that number is well over 100,000 in the metro area. It's more like 70 some odd thousand, close to 80,000 customers just in St. Louis County alone now. I just saw an update here a second ago. See, I'm beating you to it, Kelly. I'm always working ahead for you. Yeah. So here's our wind gust, the peak wind gust that we've seen today. 66 miles per hour in the thunderstorms. But you know what? Before we had the thunderstorms, Corey mentioned the Drury sign down there hanging off. We have the camera down there in Arnold, and it went offline. That was before the thunderstorms rolled in. So it could have been very well before the thunderstorms rolled in. We already were starting to see power outages pop up. But our biggest wind gust has been in Cahokia so far as to what we've seen, and that's at 77. Here's some good news. That tornado warning that did cause some damage, tornado went across far southern portions of Madison County, and it looks like it's weakened considerably going into Madison County in Missouri. Speaking of Madison County, how about Madison County, Illinois? You're almost out of the warnings. Over in St. Jacob, almost 2 inches of rain out of this, which is a bit of a surprise because we were looking at more of a narrow line, or at least we thought we were, which would limit how much rainfall we've had. But it had become rather dry, as evidenced by the fact that today's winds really fueled quite a few brush fires across the area. So the rain is welcome. The damaging winds, the tornadoes, the hail, not so much. We still have a tornado warning here in Bond County, stretching over into Fayette County right now. New severe thunderstorm warning in northern portions of Clay County. Also a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Washington as well as Clinton County. And that's about it in terms of our viewing area for warnings. So this is where the severe threat is right now. None of those storms, as we look off to the east of St. Louis, looks overly dramatic. but we still have some hail in there. We still have a tremendous amount of lightning ongoing with these storms as they're pushing off to the north and east. What we're seeing around the metro area, including in the city of St. Louis and right across into the metro east and then going south, we still have rumbles of thunder and some downpours, but none of this around the immediate metro area looks like it's severe at this point. Now, the winds are going to stay up all night tonight, and they'll still be gusty. That wind advisory is set to go until 1 a.m. So we'll still have some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts not associated with any storms. But that just aggravates the ongoing cleanup process and trying to pick up the pieces from the damage that we've seen today. Perry County. Okay, let's head down that way here in a second. First of all, quick look out to the east here. Carlisle getting the rain. Greenville getting the rain, maybe some hail in here. There's technically still a tornado warning here for Vandalia, Kaskaskia, but as we've been looking, in this area, we've been kind of looking for see if we could find anything that looked like circulations that would be problematic, and there's not really anything that screams it's a big problem. Yes, there is some rotation here, but nothing is looking all that scary at this point. So that's a good thing. Maybe heading towards St. Elmo, some of those gustier winds. Here's the new tornado warning issued by Paducah down in Perry County. It looks like the northern part of that's just through Perryville. That's an extension of that storm that is working its way out of Madison County right now. The better circulation with that, and the most likely area for a tornado is a little farther to the south. And back here into western Jefferson County, down into western Washington County, again, on the Missouri side of the river, southwest of St. Louis, a few more renegade showers and rumbles of thunder, but not severe at this point. North and west of St. Louis, the severe threat is over. South and east, we're still monitoring these storms. They're not nearly as intense, nor are they as impactful as they were earlier this evening. Kelly?
All right, thank you, Scott. And the damage reports keep coming in from all across the area, including the Park Arbonne subdivision. That's in North St. Louis County near Florissant.
And here's another report from our very busy Robert Townsend.
I'm Robert Townsend. We're still out here in North St. Louis County. We're on this severe stormy night. We're seeing a lot of damage in this subdivision. Neighbors call it the Park Arbonne subdivision. Mr. Gibson, you lived out here. Tell me what you saw and how bad is the damage in your house?
Well, it blew down my deck in the back. The roof, my deck has the roof A-frame. It blew the entire A-frame down part of the back of my house because it came from that direction over here.
So the back deck was blown off?
And part of my house and my roof.
What did you do at the time? Did you take cover?
We were in the basement. And my wife and I told her, I said, I began to feel something like a little, you know how you go into, well, not a tingling, how you go into a vacuum or something? My ears began to show a vacuum. And
how frightening was all this?
Pretty exciting, because it was really, really noisy with all the noise it made. It seemed like the whole roof was going to come off the house.
Seeing houses partially leaning, siding off houses. We're seeing furniture, patio furniture ripped into the streets. It looks like a bomb blew up the street.
It sure does. Yeah, it feels like one too.
What are you going to do tonight?
Well, we're going to try to get some lights and sleep in the house.
All righty, good luck to you. Thanks a lot for taking the time. Again, we have heard that a roof collapsed on a building on the other side of all this mess. We're going to try to get to that and show you that too. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Robert, thanks. We are also getting reports from the city of Hazelwood, the Hazelwood Police Department and Fire Department. They monitored tonight's storms and now continue to assess damage. They say there was a reported tornado at 270 in Lindbergh at one point. They received a report of a transformer that caught fire in that same area, so their public works crew is out clearing debris and trying to get people to stay away from those power lines.
And a shout out to all of the EMS workers, emergency crews, power workers, power company workers who are out there tonight and will be working into
Through
the
the
early
night,
morning hours.
For sure.
All right, Gary, want to give us an update?
Yeah, as we continue to look at the back edge of this, we're still around an hour from being fully done with it from west to east. We're getting closer to it, I think. It's not fully there, but we're getting closer to it. And like we said, we have a couple of still weak areas of circulation. The two strongest parts in the Illinois side that we're dealing with right now, you can see north of Carlisle, really near Salem, and they're working way out of our 5 on your side viewing area completely, but they're going to be north of Salem here. And you still have some rain in St. Louis, Belleville. This is not severe. I can't stress that enough. If you're just in the Metro East, or if you're in downtown right now, we're in downtown, but you know, if you're in downtown right now and you go outside, it is raining, this is not severe. There's no more severe weather. But I do want to point out a couple of things as we monitor a couple of those areas right now specifically. Still under this tornado warning from Vandalia to Greenville. And let's point out when this is, and then let's zoom in on what it looks like and show you some of the radar signatures. This is until 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5. We're not going to count down for that, but we will see if that expired. And I will expect that it will expire here as we look ahead over the next few minutes here. And you'll notice here as we talk about this particular area, I think the reason it probably will expire is the circulations are starting to weaken. And we'll go back and check on it in a second. This is where the confirmed tornadoes remain. They are south of our area as we continue to focus on a couple of those spots. Like I said, the reason that I think that this is going to be allowed to expire is because of the fact that we're seeing those weaker circulations as they push out of our area completely. And you'll see that those darker shades of blue as we look at this different picture of the radar as we get closer to this other one, this other radar, not the St. Louis radar that we've been monitoring as closer to us. This is the one spot near Shelbyville that we're seeing the most significant circulation. Like I mentioned, that is probably the one that we have the most at least confidence that there is some rotation and a reason for a tornado warning. When we go to the south, those things are starting to weaken. There still is wind gusts that are still on the higher side, and you'll see some of them near Greenville, near Vandalia, where we still have some of that minor twisting of the radar. But like I said, look, all we got to do is go back north. That has been allowed to expire, and of course there's a tornado warning in Effingham. That's out of our area. So when we talk about what's going on here at the moment, let's refocus on well to the south here, because as you kind of flash on where our area is, Mount Vernon is quiet. It has been quiet. But if we're going to pick maybe some spots that are maybe clipped by another stronger storm, it's of course that one in Perryville. But let's look at what that circulation is here as we get closer to this one. And it's a pretty decent circulation in terms of, you know, when we circle what's going on, this is that south of Perryville. And I'll zoom in just because I do think that it is going to be enough to where we have to at least monitor this, because like I mentioned, even with this passing scan here right now, from Perryville, from Highway 51 to Perryville, as that intersects 55, that's the area of circulation that we're looking at. And this is racing. Like I said, this is moving at roughly 55 miles an hour. And as it continues to work its way, not only across 55, but across the river, that's an area that I think we have to watch out for clipping some of our counties that haven't seen much rain yet. And as we look at that, you know, there's a couple of these little minor circulations that are more impressive to the south. But like I said, those are out of our area. The better opportunities are well south now, I think, as we're starting to see things wind down. I do want to point out one thing here as we talk about it being quiet. 77 mile an hour wind gusts at the downtown airport, 66 at Lambert. And I think it was a little higher just off to the northwest of Lambert as we look at some of that. But as far as winds are right now, it's calm in Chesterfield. We still have gusts of 48 in Farmington. You'll notice that it's still out of the south, but it's trending out of the southwest here. We still have some stronger wind gusts, but overall, things are lightening up, Scott. And I think that's important, especially on the Missouri side, where things have been loud really throughout the day. And I still think, obviously, it's going to be a little breezy tomorrow, be from a calming, different direction.
Right, yes. And, you know, once again, tomorrow we are dealing with dry air coming back in. So the relative humidity levels drop way off going into tomorrow afternoon once again. And with the breezy conditions, even though we've had rain tonight, we just don't want to be burning stuff outside. Our firefighters are going to need a bit of a break here. So this storm system now is pretty intense, lifting up across the Omaha area. The dry line, kind of the frontal zone, if you will, the surge of dry air is coming in from the west. Normally you see that in Texas and Oklahoma. You don't get it into St. Louis, but this is that storm that's bringing it here, and it's inspired all of those thunderstorms to develop. Earlier, the storms that we now see off to the east and northeast of St. Louis out along Interstate 70, those were the ones that were initially packing the worst punch. We've now seen additional thunderstorms developing farther to the south across parts of southeast Missouri and then down into Arkansas, which tonight are actually producing some tornadoes. Here are the storm reports. Lots of wind damage, a fair amount of hail with this. during the evening hours as we were able to tap those storms, or the storms were able to tap into that deeper moisture at the very last minute here this evening. That created the potential for the larger hail and, of course, the favorable environment for tornadoes. So we've had tornadoes confirmed by radar. The actual number of tornadoes we have is yet to be determined, but we know we have tornado damage across the area. Right now, we don't think we have tornadoes on the ground in most spots, but that potential still exists here as you go down into Perry County, Missouri, where we still have a tornado warning in effect right now. Outside of that, for our viewing area, we are done with tornado warnings. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning here exiting out of Clinton County and southeastern Bond County and heading over into Vandalia, northern portions of Marion County, so Fayette and Marion County, parts of Clay County, still looking at that. And these storms that go down towards New Athens and head down to the east of Waterloo, they're still strong storms, and we have some stronger storms back here in western portions of Jefferson County as well, but they're a lot smaller. They don't have access to the nasty ingredients, and everything is moving pretty quickly now. Severe weather threat north and west of St. Louis is over. But south and east, we still have the potential that one or two of these storms may tap into something, although it looks like they're becoming a little more outflow dominant here, especially these cells that are over here along the Kaskaskia River. And so most of the severe weather threat shifting away from St. Louis over the course of the next hour or so. It's 11:36 here on a Friday night. What a way to end the week, Kelly and Mike.
Yeah, you ain't kidding there, Scott. Well, we put Corey Miller, our great sportscaster in the Channel 5 Sports Department, to work tonight for our weather impact alert coverage, and he is live tonight in Arnold, where there has been a lot of damage, right, Corey?
Mike, if I'm out covering this damage, you know it is bad, and it is definitely bad here in Arnold. We're coming down I-55. You usually see Fox High School lit up on the left. It wasn't. Nothing was lit up. All the power was out. Signs were completely flattened. A Drury Inn sign right off I-55 there in Arnold hanging as you walk past. Pretty much all the signs are like that, including this one on Old Lee May Ferry Road. I'm going to step out. Jimmy's going to get a picture of this tractor sign that is just completely wrenched sideways, showing the power of the wind. Now, we are here on Old Lee May Ferry Road, like I said, and we can't go any farther because, as you can see, maybe in the distance, it's pretty far down there, there's a downed power line across the road. We've already seen 2 fire trucks come zooming this way to presumably go, help people and take care of business, and they can't go any further because this is stretched all the way across Old Lee May Ferry Road here. Cars just have to keep turning around because it is definitely not safe to go any further than that. The damage here is just everywhere. We've seen everything from signs blown down, trees everywhere, decks off the houses over here, and we even saw a guardrail on the side of the road kind of all twisted up in a way a guardrail should definitely not be looking, and definitely not how I've ever seen one. So down here in Arnold, definitely a ton of storm damage. We gotten a lot of reports of roofs off houses. We stopped and talked to a police officer. Couple different neighborhoods definitely dealing with some water coming in, probably from their roofs being blown off. It was raining incredibly hard here until about, I don't know, 10 minutes or so probably, Jimmy. It's just, there's a lot of damage here. Folks are going to be cleaning this up for a long time, but definitely stay safe. If this power line is down here across Old Lee May Ferry Road, I can tell you it's definitely not the only one. It's probably like this all over the place down here in Arnold.
Oh, certainly. Oh, so you did a great job setting the scene in the Arnold area. What about getting there? What did you see along the way?
It was raining very hard while we were coming down here, so I couldn't, tell a whole lot out the window. But the biggest thing was the signs, the big green signs on the side of the highway. A lot of those totally bent the other direction once we got closer to Arnold, and we've got an emergency vehicle coming up right alongside us where this power line is going to be down here. But getting here, it was a little bit treacherous because of the rain, but the wind seemed to have stopped by then, at least, thankfully.
All right, Corey, be careful.
All right, let's go now to Brent Solomon, who is live in Bridgeton for us tonight. And Brent, what are you seeing out there?
Neighbors helping neighbors, and I tell you what, folks in this community really need it right now. It's a very similar story that we're seeing in many neighborhoods right now. Downed power lines, damage on homes, and tree limbs on the street. Take a look at the Pattonville Fire Department assisting in this one. We're on Benedetta and Scotch, where just moments ago I actually saw firefighters with chainsaws in hand helping to break down some of these trees. And up above I see some electric lines that are tumbling down right now. But what I really want you to get a good look at, if we can, is this tree right here. This is on Scotch. The tree from a neighbor's home came crashing into the master bedroom of this home right here. I just spoke with a young man who tells me his grandmother lives here. Fortunately, she wasn't home at the time. She's staying in a nursing home, he tells me. But he was home along with a friend when that tree came crashing down into the home. Fortunately, they were able to think quick, get the roof tarped up, and now they're beginning that road to recovery. Let me let you hear from him and how he's so thankful for his community right now.
There's people walking around, seeing if people need tarping. It really warms my heart to see the amount of people walking around, seeing if other people need help. It really makes me feel good.
There you go, back live now. I'm looking at James, photographer James Merriman actually right here. I don't know if you can see, and the light may not catch them, but there are people on top of the roof right next door to the home we were talking about. So undoubtedly, they're probably noticing some damage to their home, and they're working to get that fixed as well. What I can tell you is that since we've been here, we've spoken with people who were just coming home. One couple telling me, I said, is everything okay? They said, we don't know yet. We're walking up to find out. So hoping that they're okay. But what we really see, as I said at the top of this report, is neighbors, people helping each other, because it's going to take a while for some folks here to get through this. Of course, we're continuing to monitor the damage. We'll update you as we go. Live in Bridgeton, Brent Solomon, 5 on your side.
And that's the best of St. Louis. St. Louis always comes through for their friend, for their neighbor. Brent, I know before you got to Bridgeton, you were in East St. Louis tonight. There was a building collapse. There were fires. Kind of take us through what you saw over there.
Absolutely. I can tell you, Mike, that it was just an incredible scene, and not in a positive way. It was moments before we arrived to a building that had just collapsed. We were the first news crew on the scene there. For those who are familiar with the East St. Louis area, this is Missouri Avenue, right by the Local Legends listening room, across the street from the Culture Club. A vacant building, according to the police chief, that due to the heavy winds just came crashing down. Bricks literally from the building are now littering the roadway there. We captured some images, so we're going to get that to you at some point and put it on KSDK.com for you. But as we were leaving that scene to head here, we saw the heavy equipment out, and again, neighbors helping neighbors pretty quickly, responding to clean up that area. And lastly, I'll tell you this, hours before that, and that was the result of heavy winds. Hours before that, heavy winds are to blame for several house fires in East St. Louis. It was Tudor and 18th and Tudor. Fire started at one home. Investigators don't know yet how it started, but literally within minutes, they say winds from that fire picked up the flames and carried it onto several other homes. Right now, a total of 6 homes in that area are either destroyed or damaged. I spoke with one man who says fortunately he has friends and family in the area. He was at work, got the call to come home, check out his home, only to find that he doesn't have a place to stay tonight. So we're really seeing the impact of this storm here tonight. Mike and Kelly.
Yeah, it's just heartbreaking seeing so many people's homes damaged, some destroyed, but it's also good to know that they're helping each other, the neighbors are helping.
And you talk about heartbreaking. In Rolla, there was a lot of damage, and the owner of a nail salon her business was destroyed, and she was on Facebook saying, "Dear Rolla friends and our greatest clients, after all these years, it's been my pride and joy, but I mourn for the loss of my business, and we'll hopefully rebuild." But it's been a heartbreaking night for a lot of people.
Yes, unfortunately, we're going to be hearing more of those types of stories, but it's just good to see that, out of all of this, we have not heard of any injuries so far.
That's so far, and we hope it stays that way.
Yes.
We do want to go to Annie Krall, who is live in Graves Summit. We do know that Scott and Gary earlier tonight were talking about a tornado on the ground in Graves Summit. So, Annie, what can you tell us?
Mike and Kelly, you caught up with me a little bit earlier, and I was in Villa Ridge, so we were trying to get around, see what was happening. And Grays Summit, of course, is very close to Villa Ridge, and in Grays Summit, it is the same story. We have some down power lines, some tree damage, and I want to show you behind me, we have one of those trees. It's pretty gnarly. It's hard to see. It's on top of the power lines. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like any damage has been caused on the road. It doesn't seem like an electricity problem, but it is graphic and hard to see. As we're on Highway MM, people are driving up, trying to see. We were able to speak with a tree service cutting person just a little bit earlier, and he said that he's been told by first responders that they're getting diverted from Route 100 that we were at a little bit earlier, and it was so jam-packed. And now we have this situation that people are getting diverted, and we have trees down here as well. So that's making things very challenging. So it's these down power lines that are hard to see. I also want to show you some of the branches that are right here over on Highway MM. We're walking here. It's very muddy. Again, that comes with all of the rain that we've been seeing this entire night. But these are just some of the branches that we've been driving past. They're not causing a ton of problems right now. Of course, they're not on someone's house, they're not on someone's property, they're just off the side of the road. But that's because there's so much worse damage. The trees that we've been seeing, this down power line, we were able to speak with someone else who basically said there's probably 20 trees down Highway MM. We had to pull over just to try and find a spot to set up and get set because the traffic has been so bad and so backed up. And people are trying to understand where they should park, where they should go. This Gray Summit area, this Villa Ridge area is just so hard right now in Franklin County because there's nowhere to get around. And of course, it's late at night. People have been driving around for hours. Trips are taking so much longer, and especially for truck drivers we've been seeing and turning around. This is just not a good situation right now in Franklin County, making things so much more challenging. Again, between the down trees, the power lines, and then all of the spaces that we've also been driving and trying to figure out where to route ourselves correctly. And so that's just been one of the challenges. Of course, we'll keep you updated, whether that's between Gray Summit, Villa Ridge, and of course heading into tomorrow about what else the damage is because we're close to Purina Farms. So we've been hearing that there's more damage, of course, by a Burger King, by Mr. Fuel. So there's more to be found out and investigated, but we will stay on the roads as long as we have to. For now, though, reporting live in Franklin County, Annie Krall, 5 on your side.
All right, thank you, Annie. And she mentioned Villa Ridge, which is an area that has a lot of damage. We're going to check in with Megan, but
before we do that,
let's
get to Scott.
Yeah, we want to check out a couple more tornado warnings that we're dealing with here. Nothing like what we've seen earlier tonight for the most part, but we still do have another tornado warning here. Eastern portions of Fayette County, and then that goes over into parts of Effingham County. So that's around the area of St. Elmo out along 70. This is a little more concerning, this area down towards Perryville that is sliding across the river. Some of that's going to skim into portions of southern Randolph County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for southern portions of Randolph County too. That tornado warning, now a confirmed tornado warning, down for the Perryville area and then across the river here as you go just to the west of Carbondale. And you can see that circulation that's about ready to cross over the river here just to the south of Chester. So we'll watch that and track that, but that's just technically kind of out of our viewing area. Again, this area off to the east, you're already watching that roll out of the Fayette County area and the whole region in general. We're starting to see the drier air surge in around the backside of the system and shut off the rain north and west of St. Louis, bringing an end to the severe weather chance. But this area down across southeast Missouri, down towards the Boot Heel, into far southern portions of Illinois, especially south of where we're seeing those thunderstorms now in Vandalia, into northern portions of Marion County, into Clinton County. Going south, it's still an area that's somewhat favorable to see additional development in those areas this evening. And as you look at the storm reports, large hail, damaging winds, and some of the damaging wind reports we've had tonight have been in excess of 80 miles per hour. And of course, the tornadoes in and around the area as well. We will get confirmed tornadoes for sure tomorrow. We were able to radar confirm some of those tornadoes, but to get specifics on how long of a track those tornadoes were, the amount of damage done. We know we've had some minor injuries from what we've heard, but nothing that we've heard has been substantial. Now, we hope it stays that way as we go through the remainder of the night. It's, you know, with the damage reports, there is a lag there of some time before we start getting all of those reports coming in and across the bi-state region. So just looking one last time here around the metro area, we still have some rain and thunder coming in down across Jefferson County, right along 141 here near Fenton and sliding in towards Sunset Hills. That'll slide in over downtown here in the next hour or two, but it's not severe and not expected to be. Areas farther east of St. Louis, the more favorable environment. So I think we're kind of winding down our severe weather chances for most areas, certainly metro area north and west, as we continue through the evening, Mike and Kelly.
All right, we have seen a lot of damage tonight in Villa Ridge, and we're finally getting a good look at it, and Megan Kernan is live for us tonight. Megan.
I mean, we have been trying to get to this exact point all night. We are on Highway 100 and I-44, and the damage is absolutely unbelievable. I want to take you to the Phillips 66. You can see the top of the roof completely missing. Now, there is a Burger King attached to this building. We don't know the extent of that Burger King, but we're told it's also destroyed. I also want to take you over here, just over to the side, 2 semi-trucks that have overturned. There's so much damage on this highway. Just across the street, there's another building completely destroyed. The damage is absolutely unbelievable over here, and it's really just almost takes your breath away just to see all of this out here as you're driving through. You know, down power lines. We know that officials told us that there were 2 people taken to the hospital with injuries, but thankfully there have been no fatalities. Now I want to take you over here to the other side. There is a Mr. Fuel gas station. It looks like there's a lot of damage over there as well. There's overturned cars. There's even more downed power lines. Now again, this is the first time that we are actually coming over here because emergency crews are just doing their best to try and, you know, clean up this mess. There's so much to clean up, and you can tell that in the daytime you're going to be able to see a lot more of this damage, but just so many downed power lines, so much destruction over here to so many of these businesses right off of Highway 100 and I-44. So again, the roof of Phillips 66, that's gone. The Burger King, there's damage there. Overturned semi-trucks and cars, just a lot of horrible destruction out here. And I know emergency crews are working so hard. We were down, you know, just probably less than a mile away, and they were talking with people, trying to help people. But just once you get down farther and really see how much damage there is, it's really difficult to see. You know, there's so many down power lines and just a lot going on here, but crews are trying to work as fast as they can. I know that the roads have been backed up for quite some time, for hours, but I know that they're trying to work as fast as they can. But as you guys saw, there's so much to clean up, so it's probably going to take a while.
So Megan, I know before you were able to get out to the scene, you were sheltering in place when this apparent tornado came through. What did you hear? What did you feel? I know a lot of people were sheltering with you.
Yeah, there were probably over 50 people. We were in Truesdale at their storm shelter, and honestly, it went right past us. It almost felt like a thunderstorm, if you will. There was lightning, there was raining, you know, we heard some thunder, but really that was it. We didn't feel any of that impact, thankfully. But this storm shelter, it's kind of unique because it's one of a kind in the area, and that's why so many people were there. And the mayor was telling me, like, thank you for having this open because we didn't have a place to go. You know, we live in a trailer park and we didn't have a basement to get to, and so they really appreciated that. People that were driving through, you know, on the highway, that they were heard on the radio stopping by. So it was a really great place to have, you know, just in case. But thankfully, that area, as far as we know, did not get hit. But this area, on the other hand, is just completely destroyed.
Can you give us an idea of the the swath of the damage in that area, it may be difficult to probably, because it is dark.
I'm sorry, Kelly, you said the...
Do you know how much damage along Highway 100?
No, and that's really hard to tell, right? I mean, we can literally see right here, there's an overturned vehicle. There are downed power lines everywhere. It's really difficult to tell right now. We're kind of backed up just as we're still on the side, even though cars aren't really passing by. Emergency vehicles are still passing by, but it's so hard to tell the extent of the damage, right? Like, it's nighttime. Once it's daylight, we're going to be able to really see. I can barely see across the way here at the Mr. Fuel. That looks basically destroyed. So it's really going to be difficult to try and see the extent, but just driving through, just seeing the Phillips 66, seeing the Burger King, seeing these overturned semi-trucks and these signs, these down power lines, it's just extremely, extremely horrible.
All right. Thank you so much, Megan, for setting the scene for us.
All right, we also are
Thank you.
we're also moving on back to Florissant. A tree limb crashed through Hendel's restaurant in Florissant. If you live in Florissant or around Florissant, you know Hendel's. A viewer sent us this picture. No reports of any injuries. Hendel's is a landmark in Old Town Florissant. It's right across the street from Sacred Heart Church. The good news here, as this tree crashes through Hendel's, is that there were no reports of any injuries.
Yes, and Megan was mentioning, though, that there were at least 2 people injured where she was in that area. So hopefully, they will be okay. Let's check in with Gary once again.
Yeah, as we continue to look at the progress of a few of these storms, and still there are a couple in our area that are hanging on. And you look at the back edge of this, as Scott mentioned, the drier air mass is starting to clear us out from west to east, really, not only just getting rid of the rain, but settling the wind down as well. But there still are a couple of areas. And of course, this one that's kind of hanging on is this last tornado warning that's still in place for another 4 minutes, I believe, from Lone Grove here and north of Kinmundy. And that is pretty much out of here in that regard. You'll notice that circulation has moved through. So that's important to note. If you're in that area, I just kind of want to prove that that's working its way out of our area completely in that sense. I do want to go further south. This is now a confirmed tornado. And it's what Scott was mentioning here as we continue to look at Randolph County. This is a circulation that I'll zoom in on, and we've got a couple of spots here that are at least, this is where we see that potential for that circulation right about here. And I'm going to zoom in right now and show you where this is. This is a confirmed tornado that we're seeing right about here, just south of Chester here, and you'll see that. Looks like a mess here on the radar, as often does. It's far away from the radar, but that's where we're seeing this area of rotation. For the next 15 or so minutes, we're going to have to monitor this spot here in Reynolds County as this continues to move off to the northwest. So, like I mentioned, just off to the south of Chester. And it's this area where we have this confirmed tornado. And let's see if I pull up, I believe I have the debris signature set up on this here, on one of these. Let's see if we can see something here in regards to what is being lofted up into the atmosphere, if anything, right? I don't know that it's a guarantee, but I do think that we see perhaps maybe a little bit right about here. That may be something that is maybe a little bit of something that is lofted up into the atmosphere. Not out of the question. There's no clear signature, but if we're going to pick something here, when we look at where the wind is right now, that would be my pick for what is being picked up here and lofted into the atmosphere right now. And the thing about this is it's moving so quickly here as you look at some of these spots here. And of course, some of this gets out of our area completely, but if you're following along on 5+ and you're maybe a fringe area of our coverage area, but you're following along, we're going to try to keep you posted as long as we can. But they're at the very least maybe not as tight of a circulation as it once was showing up on radar, but you'll see where the wind is picked up. Now, some of this is maybe showing up a little bit more simply because it's farther away from the radar, so it looks worse than it is. However, we're still looking at that potential, and this will switch back and forth between radars here as it goes back to red and green. Like I said, you'll see St. Louis radar, and then we have Springfield, and we kind of dodge in between all these radars. That's where you see these colors. So if you're hanging out with us late at night and watching me move some of this here, you'll see red and green here. That's further south, but then we also have this little bit of circulation here that I mentioned, and then that one near Chester that has kind of moved on and maybe weakened a little bit. So that's perhaps important here as we continue to see that. Like I said, when it moves to a different radar, it picks up the different colors, and that's typically as we're looking at different spots here. So in terms of what we're having from north to south, you'll notice those are our confirmed tornado polygons. As we look at the radar confirmed tornado, and then another tornado warning, which is not in our viewing area, so it's not going to signal my watch and do some other things, but it's also starting to clear out a few more counties for us in terms of the severe weather threat. There still are a handful, and that could be something that we'll have to watch out for Mount Vernon down the road. And that's really the only thing, Scott, as we look at this line, starting to see this. The further south was always the better opportunity because we had more moisture. But as we look to the north, things are starting to become more of a stratiform rain with a few rumbles of thunder and gusts to 30 miles an hour, where there's going to be an embedded stronger storm. But still, I think most of that, it seems like north of Mount Vernon, is kind of reining itself into a calmer sense now.
Yeah, I think we're trending in that general direction for sure. Looking at some of the cameras around the St. Louis area, this is out in St. Charles. The power outages don't seem to be quite as extensive in St. Charles versus, say, Franklin County, Jefferson County, into St. Louis County. There's just not a lot in St. Charles, and there's not that many really in the city of St. Louis per se. Here's a look out at Lambert. We know there's been some flights delayed today, obviously, because of the mess that's been ongoing at the airport and these storms sliding through. You can expect this to be an ongoing scenario playing out into tomorrow because there are flight delays today. Aircraft are going to be out of position. Tomorrow, the storm system shifts farther south, and there's going to be some more problems tomorrow with aircraft getting in and out of St. Louis. Here's a look over in Highland, Illinois. It is still raining in Highland, but as Gary mentioned, we've kind of transitioned from that really stormy, windy scenario to more of a rumble of thunder and some rain there as we head off to the east of St. Louis. So there you are, looking over into Fayette County now. That tornado warning has expired in eastern Fayette County. Still a severe thunderstorm warning off to the east into Effingham County. We still have, for a couple more minutes, it looks like, in Perry County, that tornado warning, but there is also the tornado warning that's in effect there in Randolph County, and we're kind of jumping around, and I didn't plan on jumping quite that far, but that's where it went. Here's the big line, and you see how the first surge to the north of us here, that thing went up into Iowa and kicked off all kinds of wind and problems earlier today. And then the storms that raced over us, finally the southern part of that line as it moved towards St. Louis started tapping into that deeper moisture, finishing off kind of the final ingredient that the storms needed to turn tornadic, and that's what we saw coming through the St. Louis area. And now those storms that are down in southeast Missouri are quite a bit more impressive in terms of their structure and their ability to be more of the lone supercell storms producing all types of severe weather. So tonight, down across parts of western Tennessee, eastern Arkansas, Mississippi, maybe western Alabama, they will be dealing with that. One tornado warning here in southeastern portions of Randolph County. I think that rotation, whatever's left, is almost over here into Perry County in Illinois. Again, as Gary mentioned, we may have to watch that up towards Centralia and Mount Vernon and Dix, Illinois. We'll see as the evening wears on. But right now, as far as the big circulations down here, it doesn't look overly impressive in Randolph County. This that's crossed over out of Perry County and into Illinois looks a little more impressive there. And yes, we still have this line going through St. Louis, but it's not severe. A few rumbles, some downpours, but that's just rain right now. And we'll take just rain right now.
Yes, we will. All right, Scott. We want to check in with Megan Kernan again, where there is extraordinary damage in parts of Villa Ridge. Semis overturned, cars overturned, and now you're at a business, a Burger King, right, Megan?
Yeah, that's right. We are at a Burger King and a Phillips 66. As you can see, top of the roof is completely gone here. And I want to take you closer to this gas station because it has just been completely ripped through, torn through. We were driving through the back and the back is just torn out as well. There's windows in this parking lot are just completely blown out. I mean, the damage inside, you can almost see if we can just stop for a moment and zoom in. It's, you know, the ceiling, parts of the ceiling are hanging down. And, you know, it looks like maybe some people who might own this gas station, I'm sure it's completely devastating to lose a business like this. Now, I do want to walk down this way and show you guys the back of the restaurant here and the gas station. There is a semi-truck, two semi-trucks that have been overturned. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there were 2 people who were taken to the hospital, and we know that those injuries are minor, and thankfully that there are no fatalities. But I just want to kind of show you guys the extent of this damage. As you can see all throughout here as we're walking to the back of here, you can just see pieces flown everywhere, all throughout the trees. It is just completely heartbreaking to see, really. And if we get down just a little further, you can see the semi-truck a little bit better. Looks like it, you know, went into this utility pole. There's another semi-truck, a red one over here that has been overturned, a green one. And back here, I'm not sure how much we can even see because of how dark it is, but back here just completely, the Burger King, the back of the gas station just completely torn through. I mean, this damage is just absolutely unbelievable. And you can see there's so many crews out here working. It's really difficult to see. It's so heartbreaking. Yeah, it's really hard. Seems like there's a lot of emergency crews still out here working, just trying to figure out what happened. But like I said, you know, even whenever we pulled up, there were so many cars in this parking lot that had their windows just completely blasted through. But, you know, if you guys could see kind of a closer shot of inside, it really just looks like it was ripped through inside of there. Everything was hanging down from the ceiling. So really tough to see.
And Megan, I just want to be clear, you had mentioned in an earlier report about 2 injuries, and you mentioned here now that those injuries were minor. Do you know if those injuries were related to the gas station or the semi-trucks? Do we know that yet?
So we don't know that yet. We know that whenever I asked officials, it was at the where we were earlier, down just a mile away. So I don't know if that meant that those injuries came from there or where those houses, you know, had some trees fallen into their cars. We don't know really if that was related to that or here. We don't even know how many injuries, but like I just showed you, these 2 semi-trucks, looks like this semi-truck even, you know, crashed into another one. These semi-trucks are completely overturned here. So, I mean, we're hoping for the best. All we know, and as far as I've gotten, is, you know, 2 people that were taken to the hospital. So.
And you also mentioned, Megan, that there was another gas station. I think you said it's a Mr. Fuel. How far away is Mr. Fuel from the gas station you're currently at?
So I'll show you. It's actually right here, just across the corner. So just across, you know, here at the intersection. We're here on Highway 144. So we're told that this gas station has a lot of damage as well, and we're actually about to go there next. So we'll keep you updated on that. But you know, it looks like from as far away as we are, it does look like they had significant damage as well.
All right, Megan, thank you so much for showing that. It just shows you how powerful that wind is to be able to knock over semis.
Right. That is very scary. Let's go back to Scott.
Well, we had a lot of wind today. Even outside of thunderstorms, the winds were gusting in some cases above 60 miles per hour. We're starting to settle things down in most areas tonight. The storms southeast of St. Louis, they've still been packing a bit of a punch. especially going south of Perryville and heading down towards that Grand Tower area. But it looks like the storms are exiting out of Randolph County here. There was a tornado warning that's set to expire here shortly. I think we're safe to say that that's okay. But this storm is still producing some rotation as it slides across Perry County in Illinois. It may very well get towards Radome and up towards Centralia, Mount Vernon-Dix, and potentially in towards the Red Lake area. So you folks in those areas, it's kind of getting more out of our coverage area. But if you're watching us on 5 Plus or watching us on KSDK.com, you would want to be in your safe place right now. What's left of these showers and thunderstorms elsewhere, though, looking less than impressive. There's still some circulations in here. There's still some gusty winds. But again, the overall trend is for this to shift out of our area and the threat of severe weather to diminish. National Weather Service will be out surveying damage tomorrow. There are numerous reports of trees down across the area. They will be focused on buildings that were damaged tomorrow in the surveys to try to figure out how strong some of these tornadoes were. We can confirm some of the tornadoes existed because we could see the debris on the radar. So they were radar confirmed. The Weather Service will go out tomorrow and try to assess that with the people that they have available. This cell that's working its way over Clayton right now is producing some downpours. It's going to continue to roll to the north and slide through North St. Louis County, but it won't be like the storms we had earlier in North St. Louis County as it continues to slide off towards the north and northeast. One thing we haven't done is really talk about the forecast for the rest of the weekend because we've been focused on severe weather. But I think all of us are looking forward to the weekend at this point, and it'll be a weekend spent doing some cleaning and trying to fix some things and pick up some things. Tomorrow, still gusty breeze in the morning, but mainly just partly to mostly cloudy tomorrow. Tomorrow night into early on Sunday, we may have some scattered rain showers or snow showers, but it doesn't look like there's much in the way of significant weather there. Sunday's highs only around 55, but then Monday for St. Patrick's Day, we're back into the 70s after a cool start. We should be around 80 degrees on Tuesday. So this is a more tranquil pattern. We will have another chance of thunderstorms along about Wednesday, but no sign that any of those thunderstorms are particularly all that strong as we head towards Wednesday. Again, tonight's severe weather threat continues to shift away from St. Louis, but we're continuing to cover the aftermath, Mike and Kelly, as these storms have produced a significant amount of damage and left a lot of people in the dark across the region tonight.
I don't know if my mic's on, but Scott, even though this is passing the St. Louis area, there are a lot of concerns about where this storm is going. It's going to be damaging in other places, is it not?
It will. And, you know, that's one of the things. We're coming up on spring break. For some people, we're on spring break this week, and then there is spring break going into next week for some. And, of course, Saturday is the day where everybody kind of either goes into their place if they're going to the beach. A lot of people like to go to Destin and over to Panama City Beach or Gulf Shores. And, while we're settling down here, those flights, you see some Southwest planes backing out terminal. They're kind of delayed a little bit tonight. It's just 12:11. They're getting out. But, these storms, that's over in Highland, they're pushing south and east. So they're going to get out of the picture here. And that means if you're trying to travel tomorrow and you're going to drive maybe towards Mississippi or Alabama, that's where the potential for the severe weather is for tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. And that does include your trek down towards some of our famous St. Louis Gulf Coast destinations for spring break. So just pay attention to what's going on. I'm not saying don't go, but you obviously don't want to be driving into something like this. And I think you could ask those truck drivers on 44 whose trucks are on their side right now why you wouldn't want to drive into something like this. So, be careful tomorrow if you're traveling, going south and southeast.
And as far as tomorrow, can you kind of walk us through when, like, the National Weather Service goes to some of these areas, like we just saw in Villa Ridge, and how they determine, if it's a tornado or if it isn't?
Well, I think what will happen is, and they've actually asked, for media partners and emergency managers to let them know where they're finding the structural damage across the region, because they will look at homes and businesses that have damage. And there is a very distinct guide based on the type of building you're looking at, a farm building, a gas station, a home, you know, whether it's a 1-story, 2-story, and then you basically look at the type of damage that you have and the type of building and cross-reference it with the wind, and then you're able to make a determination of what the estimated winds would be to cause that kind of damage. And so that's how you rate that on the enhanced Fujita scale. So they'll be out tomorrow. They'll go to some of those areas, try to put it together. Again, keep in mind, the National Weather Service, you know, we've had some government issues with employment there, and while our office locally hasn't had a drastic cutback, there have been some people that have retired. So we don't have as many people to be able to cover everything, and we had them tonight working around the clock all evening long, and they're tired. And I think they've done a wonderful job tonight, but it's hard to do all the surveying that needs to be done tomorrow with the limited staff that they have and that other offices have, and to have to back up other offices.
Can I ask you just a little bit about the calendar? This is really just the beginning of severe weather season, isn't it?
Yeah, it is just the beginning of the severe weather season. But, you know, we've had some other severe weather seasons. You know, really, every month of the year is a severe weather season for St. Louis. There is, you know, we've had tornadoes, literally bad tornadoes, every month of the year.
It seems like we were just talking about a snowstorm just a few days ago.
Well, it was just a few weeks ago. But, you know, we're into it now. I don't know that this is a trend that we set. You know, this is only one of, today's risk was moderate. Yesterday we were placed into that category, the moderate category, 4 out of 5. I think that was only about the 5th time in the last 15 or 18 years we've had a day 2 moderate outlook. So this is an unusual setup and situation that we're looking at this point, especially so early in the season. But it has happened before, and fortunately, it doesn't happen often. Not to say that we won't have additional severe weather chances this spring. We know, Mike and Kelly, that's going to happen. But at least for the time being, you know, we don't see anything really interesting coming our way over the next few days, and that's good.
Yeah, hopefully this is not an indication of what's to come down the road.
We have reporters all over the bi-state. They are checking out the damage as the storms have finally passed through. Corey Miller is in Arnold, and he's seeing some new damage that we have not yet seen tonight. Corey.
Yeah, Mike, I'm in Shelley Manor here in Arnold, and just everywhere you look is devastation. I'm going to get out of the way because this is a garage fully collapsed onto a car, and that's just a striking sight in itself. But we're going to walk over here to this next garage, which is just completely blown out. The side wall is not even there anymore. It looks like this pretty much all the way down this street. The fire department has been coming through, making sure everybody's all right, kind of clearing the roads and whatnot. I caught up with one of the younger residents in the area. He told me what he saw.
We got the alert, and then we went into my basement, and we heard a bunch of noises, like crashing. And after about, I would say 15 minutes, we went upstairs, and we saw our blinds and windows caved in. And we went outside and saw trees in the road, and just a bunch of commotion.
Just walking around, everybody that we've come in contact with has seemed to be all right. There are almost no windows intact, I can tell you that. Pretty much all the windows have been blown off. There's roofs in the street here in Shelley Manor and Arnold. Just destruction pretty much everywhere you look.
Corey, was this from the other spot that you were at?
This is about 10 minutes, I think, Jimmy. Yeah, about 10 minutes. We're right near Simpson Elementary here in Arnold. We haven't seen, you know, down power lines, but there is no power at this location. So pretty much everywhere we've gone in Arnold, it's kind of looked like this.
All right. Thank you, Corey. Live from Arnold.
It has been that kind of night. It's been a dangerous night for St. Louisans. Scott and Gary have been on the air since I don't know when, but
many hours.
It began really as a wind event. There was just so much wind up ahead of the storm. The wind led to down power lines, which led to fires, brush fires, and structure fires. And then, of course, the storms came in and did their damage. And you saw Megan Kernan reporting from Villa Ridge, a Mr. Fuel, which is a gas station. The roof was torn off there. and across the street and at the Burger King, semi-trucks
Cars overturned.
Right. We saw a tree into Hendel's in Florissant. I mean, there has been a lot of damage. The one thing, at least so far, the good news is we have not reported on any major injuries, anybody significantly injured. We hope that sticks.
Yes, which is truly amazing because this happened, you know, at a time where people would or could be in these gas stations, could be in Hendel's,
Right.
could be, you know, in their homes or with that the building that collapsed. So it's been
Especially, Gary, because
amazing.
you and Scott often talk about these nocturnal tornadoes when they come in the dark.
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough. And it's tough to see. You know, obviously, this is not one that we could see in the distance, and they're rain wrapped. And, you know, fortunately, we've been talking about it at great length for the past 7 to 9 days, depending on when you look. And, you know, we've been talking about this, and then it really started to heighten up over the last 24 hours when, like Scott mentioned, we don't get those day 2 moderate risk real often. You know, we get severe weather, and we get this, and it moves out, but the moderate risk where it starts to look like this is pretty significant. Now, I'll show you from north to south. Obviously, the fact that we're starting to see things clear out a little bit, and we're starting to see that break where those confirmed tornadoes north of 70 out of our area, and then we have a couple of these areas to the south. But look at these tornadoes to the south where it was more favorable, where they have that just a little bit more moisture. I mean, you have a leading edge of nighttime tornadoes, which will continue to be an issue into Paducah as it crosses the Mississippi River further south into Memphis. Now, what I want to look at here from our perspective is where we're seeing this light to moderate rain in some cases, or north of Kinmundy, where we have some of this rain that is continuing to be an issue in some areas as well. Like I mentioned, this is not severe, but when you're looking at this specific area from DuQuoin, like I said, it's out of our area, but we're looking at the latest scan, and to me, it looks like it weakened just a little bit, but this is what we're going to see whether or not this impacts Mount Vernon. And it's this particular cell. This continues to weaken as it moves off to the northwest. You see a severe thunderstorm warning. Otherwise, these are the only tornado warnings that we're really looking at. And technically, there are no tornado warnings still in place for our area. If you want to go off to our northeast, you know, that's the area. This is just switching radars if you're somehow just tuning in, which I don't think is possible. But, you know, as we're talking about things, this particular area of rotation here near DuQuoin. Now, this is a tornado warning that's in place until 12:30. But as we see, what are they going to do with it? If they deem that that is not as tight a couplet, we're not seeing as much rotation, then you're probably likely to see a severe thunderstorm warning. My guess is as we start to see that transition between the St. Louis office and Paducah and some of these warnings, it's a matter of, well, what are we going to do? Are we going to add that for another half an hour? Or do we actually see a tornado? Do you think that a tornado is there? And that's what we're going to be looking at. And that's really what their thought process is here. So this is really the last county in our area that will be involved in that. When you look at our peak wind speeds today, close to 80 miles an hour downtown, right? Our current wind right now is on the more quiet side, right? You'll see our wind mostly in the Illinois side, gusts to Mount Vernon around 40 miles an hour. But look at it in Chesterfield, St. Louis. It's much, much calmer, Scott. I think that's indicative for the most part. I think we are going to see, as we've mentioned, the wind will pick up on the backside of this low, but it's a quieter backside of this low here as we just continue to, you know, just put graphic. That's the computer's already moving things around, right? Scott, I think it's gone past midnight. It's fed up with us.
Yeah.
Things are quieting down.
That's right. Well, Mike, because you asked tomorrow about the people that might be going on spring break, this is your severe weather outlook for tomorrow, which is about to get updated from the Storm Prediction Center. But this was a day 2 high risk issued across Alabama and Mississippi. That's something that's very rare. I mean, a high risk in and of itself, that's level 5 out of 5. You just don't normally see that at all. Now, that risk area is far, far away from us.
Jefferson County.
Oh, Jefferson County in Illinois. Is it a tornado?
Yep.
Okay.
Same one I was just talking about.
Okay, so that's from Paducah. So, but tomorrow, if you're traveling, Mississippi, Alabama, those are the big problems for those areas. All right, let's see what we got here. Highland, Illinois, right now, it looks like the power has come back on there. Remember, we had this picture a few minutes ago. You didn't see any of those lights. I knew there was something wrong with that picture, and I didn't pick up on it because it was just like the nighttime picture on a camera that doesn't have lights in any color. But now that the lights are back on, I know what we were looking at and what we weren't looking at. Okay, so there it is. This cell down here that's coming out of Perry County in Illinois is headed towards the Mount Vernon area. So you have Jefferson County in Illinois with a warning now. And again, our better threat for the severe weather has shifted southeast of St. Louis. That's where we have more of that potential lining up. And so this is where we've been tracking those storms. We still have some in the immediate metro area, but now they're coming to an end and racing off to the north and northeast. So we're starting to drain some of that rain around St. Louis now. The broader perspective here shows that tornado warning does stretch towards Mount Vernon, does include the northern reaches of Ren Lake right now. Not a confirmed tornado. This is just some rotation in the clouds. There may be some gusty breezes back here across portions of eastern Washington County. And certainly you've got the cloud to ground lightning that's much more intense as you go a little farther south, and especially going down towards Cape Girardeau right now. Really intense thunderstorms down there. But again, around the St. Louis area, we're looking at that activity tending to ease out of here, and we're thinking this is the last warning that we will see tonight as the showers and thunderstorms pull away from St. Louis. So Jefferson County in Illinois, you know, over here, southeastern portions of Washington County, southern portions of Marion County, it's going to be noisy for the next hour or two, still some gusty winds, but we think the worst of the storm will stay to your south and southeast, and the rest of us will start to dry out and start to do some cleaning up through the overnight hours and certainly into tomorrow. Mike and Kelly, very long day for us in the St. Louis area.
Yes, it has been, and we want to check back in with Brent Solomon. Okay, well, we're going to check back in with him. He's going to have the fluorescent fire chief. But in the meantime...
Let's go back to Scott.
Scott?
Okay, well, we'll code that back up, and here you go. Same radar picture here that we're looking at. Again, the only tornado warning, technically Jefferson County in Illinois is kind of one of our fringe counties. In the old days, before high definition, we covered this area, our signal reached it pretty easily, and now with the high definition, not as well, but we still have some folks that are able, they have a good antenna, and they got it pointed in just the right direction. And so that's why we still include Jefferson County, Illinois in our warnings. And again, going south and southwest from there, you get down into Carbondale. I'm not sure if SIU is on, if the Salukis are on spring break this week or not, but going down towards Carbondale, you've got the intense storms, and certainly that storm that's going in pretty close to Cape Girardeau right now, that has a confirmed tornado on it. But again, that's out of the 5 on your side area and continuing to move away, and that's the trend that we keep seeing here as we go through this evening. Now, overnight, cooler air will be filtering in, but it's not especially cold, and tomorrow we're still going to be in the 60s, perhaps even close to 70 degrees for the high temperature tomorrow afternoon. So that's not bad at all, and I think we're pretty much done with the storms outside of that one rogue warning there that's over around Mount Vernon. So, you know, at this point, I think we're in pretty good shape over that way. Now, let me give you a quick look at some of the peak winds around the region today. I want you to notice Amarillo. In Texas and Oklahoma today, the winds outside of the thunderstorms were 75 to 85 miles per hour or higher. And so there were a lot of four-wheel, you know, the big trucks, tractor trailers, that were blown over in those areas. So, you know, and that was without thunderstorms. Our wind gusts outside of thunderstorms today, 55 to 60 miles per hour. In thunderstorms, 65 to 80 miles per hour. Pretty impressive.
All right, Scott, thanks very much. We want to go back to our reporter, Annie Kroll, who is live in Gray's Summit, where they had some damage tonight. Annie.
Mike and Kelly, I'm still on Highway MM in Gray Summit. It's been blocked off. Thankfully, we have a couple of tree cutting services out here, a couple of first responders making sure that it's safe. They're asking people, if you are still out on the roads by this hour, to take a detour closer to Highway T, St. Albans. Earlier, this was going to be the road that was diverted off of Route 100 that we showed you because there was just so much damage close to that Mr. Fuel. There was also another couple of those gas stations, a Burger King over there, and they were getting diverted over to Highway MM. But as you can see behind me, we have some some serious damage on this road as well. We have a tree that's completely down here. I'm staying pretty far away from some down power lines. We were speaking with some experts earlier. They said they're not positive if Ameren has turned off the electricity off these power lines, so we're staying, of course, away from that in order to stay safe. But of course, as you can see, we have this down tree. I can tell you it smells like Christmas right now. There's so much sap and pine in the air. It just smells so crisp, and of course there's that wet dampness in the air, but thankfully a lot of that rain has stopped. This tree is pretty devastating, of course, blocking off Highway MM. We saw probably about 2 hours ago we had a line of cars that we were deeply in because you just couldn't get through Highway MM, and of course Route 100 was still closed. So at this point, Highway T is probably your best bet, what we're hearing. And of course we were able to speak a little bit earlier with Chris Nauman, who's the tree service with Chippers Tree Service LLC. He's the owner and he's been doing this for 6 years. He said this is one of the worst nights he's worked on.
It's worse than I thought it was going to be so far. I mean, obviously we can't see the daytime damage, what we're going to see tomorrow morning. So there's underlying things that are out there that we don't know. And unfortunately, the subdivision up the way here, you know, obviously we don't know what it looks like. The guys there, first responders, are having a hard time, I'm sure. You know, I worked a Joplin tornado, did search and rescue after Joplin, and obviously this isn't that bad total, but we have spots that apparently are, so it ain't good.
And Chris grew up in Gray Summit. I asked him what his plans are for the rest of tonight, and he said he will be out here as long as it takes to try and cut down some of these trees, and of course anything else in the area. Tomorrow is going to be a completely different story to see what the damage actually is. Reporting live in Franklin County, Annie Kroll, 5 on your side.
Thank you, Annie. We've been talking about first responders and all the work that they've been doing tonight. We want to check in with Brent Solomon. He is with Florissant's police chief and fire chief. Brent.
Yes, the police chief and the mayor, actually, Kelly. But let me tell you where we are behind me, Hendel's Restaurant. If you're familiar with this area, you've likely been or heard of this gym in our community, really. I'm told that a tree and several other branches actually fell on top, and some made their way inside through that restaurant. The mayor joining me right now. You're actually, Mayor Lowry, kind of touring the area a little bit, but you saw just how bad it was in there. Of course, it's been cleaned up a little bit now, but describe what you saw.
Yeah, they've sustained a lot of damage to the bar area. Obviously, a tree limb went directly through the roof and caused a lot of damage to the restaurant here, which is obviously a landmark here in the city of Florissant and certainly a historic building. And so, you know, we've got a lot of damage up here in the city of Florissant, and this is a very significant place that got hit. Plus, we got a lot of our houses and our subdivisions have been hit also. So tonight's been, I'll say, a very horrible night here in the city of Florissant.
What is your message to neighbors here right now, many of whom are tuning in now live, and some of them, however, may not have power at home. They might be watching through our app, and it might be, you know, a long road to recovery for some folks.
Could be definitely a long road to recovery, and certainly, we've got our people out working, our police department, our public works department, Parks Department. We got a lot of people out, a lot of resources out trying to help people this evening. I've been in contact. In fact, I've had several conversations with our county executive, Sam Page, and he's trying to get this declared a disaster area to try to get some relief up here for our residents, and not just here in Florissant, but certainly other areas like Bridgeton and some other areas that have been hit by this horrible storm tonight.
Just the fact that you're here right now, what time is it? Midnight, past midnight, shows your dedication. So thank you for what you're doing, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys being here also and caring about our community.
Before we go, we have Police Chief Fagan joining us now, and I know you also have been kind of surveying a lot of the damage. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, there's a pretty significant amount of damage throughout the city. We have some homes that have large trees directly into the homes. We have homes with the front of the houses that are torn off, so we're seeing a significant amount of damage to structure and property, as well as just a lot of trees down on the roadway causing a lot of obstruction.
We're most thankful for all of our first responders. In fact, every opportunity I get, I remind people to thank them when you see them. But just describe what some of your officers are doing now, undoubtedly, probably working with EMS, working with firefighters. It's all hands on deck right now.
Yeah, it certainly is all hands on deck. We've brought a lot of personnel in from home to assist with those that were on duty. You know, the initial phase of this was going house to house to make sure that people were safe, making sure we didn't have anyone trapped, making sure we didn't have anyone injured. Then the secondary thing is to, again, continue to assess and look at the damage, work with our emergency management resources locally here in the city of Florissant as well as with St. Louis County, really trying to just assess the overall problem and then kind of come up with a game plan about how we proceed from here.
Before I let you go, during that search phase, did you find any people that needed to be, rescued or needed help either out of their homes or vehicles or anything?
We did assist a couple of people in their residences. We're very fortunate that thus far we have not had any significant personal injury. So although we've lost a lot of property and certainly it's going to upend a lot of people's lives, very fortunately we haven't had a lot of significant injuries. So that's a blessing in a very terrible situation.
Chief, our thanks to you and thanks for what you're doing here tonight. Your dedication, again, on display for your community.
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. And so there you have it, both the mayor and police chief really showing how much they're invested in their community, taking a look at the damage and telling neighbors that we're here for you. You heard the mayor saying, I'm in touch with the county executive. How can we get help for people who are dealing with all of the damage that really came quickly here tonight? But for now, that is the very latest from Florissant. Brent Solomon, 5 on your side.
All right, Brent, thanks very much. And I really do think it is a blessing that so far we've had no reports of any significant injuries. And again, we just want to say we hope that's the way it stays. But let's go back to Megan Kernan, who's in Villa Ridge, and she's had some amazing pictures of the damage there.
Damage there.
I mean, the damage is absolutely incredible, but I wanted to bring you guys, I said I was going to bring you back over to the Mr. Fuel. Now, we are not seeing that much damage here, thankfully. There's some tree limbs that have been thrown across the parking lot. Obviously, the power is out, but I want to bring you over here. I want to show you another semi-truck overturned right here. As you can see, first responders are just, going to be out here for hours. They're going to be out here until the morning, just working on it. But I showed you earlier two overturned semi-trucks over here at the Phillips 66. We're gonna get on the median here because this fire truck is trying to move over. But again, just showing you how much destruction came through this intersection here on Highway 144. I do want to tell you something that a Phillips 66 employee told me earlier. She was telling me that she was on her way into work and there was a gas leak outside. This is the Phillips 66 and Burger King, and there were 13 people trapped inside the bathroom when this, was hitting and coming through. And thankfully, they were able to get in there. First responders were able to get in there and save them. It just really shows you, I was talking to some of the Burger King workers, some of the Phillips 66 workers, and they're just explaining how horrible and fast it came. I mean, they were literally hiding on the floor in the bathroom. And when it all came down, and thankfully that they were able to get out safely. But it really just shows you just the extent of how much is going on here at this intersection. I mean, dozens and dozens of first responders trying to move down power lines, just trying to reopen this back up. I'm not quite sure how. I haven't got an update from officials on how long it's going to be closed, but it does seem like it's going to be a while. Like I said, it seems like they're going to be out here until the morning hours.
All right, thank you, Megan, reporting live from Villa Ridge with that extensive damage and incredible pictures. We want to get one final word from Scott.
It's been a night of mutual aid for our first responders. As you saw behind Megan, that was the fire truck from Union that had moved over to the Villa Ridge area to assist tonight. Fire crews from all over the place have been mobilized and moved to wherever they've been needed tonight. The good news is the weather is settling down. Looking into the valley, at least we have some power here. It's good to see some lights. We look out into St. Charles. Again, we have some power here. We can't say that about everybody. Some folks are watching on their devices tonight because the power is out. Across the St. Louis area, we have more than 100,000 customers without power on both sides of the river. That includes the electric cooperatives, Ameren, Missouri, and Ameren, Illinois. The thunderstorms rolling out of the area now. The last warning in the last thunderstorm really down there from Mount Vernon and just outside the 5 on your side area. These are all the storm reports we've had. And again, hail, wind, Our strongest wind we saw was that 77-mile-per-hour wind that was reported at Cahokia. That was the observed strongest wind. I suspect when we see the damage from some of the tornadoes that surveyed tomorrow, we'll have winds well over 100 miles per hour. The last tornado warning of the night, again, well southeast of St. Louis, looking less than impressive right now as that cell pushes out of Jefferson County. So again, yes, there's some rotation. It doesn't look like there's anything on the ground, but still be inside, away from windows and doors until the last of these storms pass through. They should be gone in the next hour or two. Look at our temperatures. We're dropping back tonight into the upper 50s and lower 60s, still above average for this time of year, but much drier air is surging in, and tomorrow it's a mix of sun and clouds around the St. Louis area. Kelly and Mike, we will have a chance tomorrow to dry out a little bit as the clouds start to break up. We will be cooler in the 60s for highs, but mainly dry tomorrow, maybe tomorrow night into early Sunday morning. There's a couple of raindrops or snowflakes, but not enough to cause us any impacts and not enough to be concerned about. Next week looks a bit quieter.
And there you have it, our weather impact alert for this Friday night into Saturday.
Yes, we will have more coverage later this morning on Today in St. Louis, beginning at 6 a.m. You can also text storm damage pics to 314-425-5355. Good night.